Hello, good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. I have no idea what even the day of the week is. It Thursday today? Thursday today. We've got a jam-packed day today. Rebecca Harrison is here.
Hello.
We've got Jane Greenoff here. And we've got Joe from Storage for Crafts as well. So we literally have no time to spare today. So we're going to start very, very quickly with an early bird before we dive into a very, very, very exciting launch. Stay tuned. But today's going to be a busy day, so now is your chance to open up your baskets and get shopping. Go for it. $19.99 is not going to be your price. Now, look, we'll get straight into it because this is going to be a brilliant way of opening your order. Watch this. Half price, less than £10. Now, dare I ask you, Rebecca Harrison, how many pairs of scissors do you own?
Oh gosh, I can't. I've got that many. I can't even. I can't even.
It's quite a personal question, isn't it, when you ask a sewer how many scissors do you own?
But do you know what? I own a lot of scissors, but I always go to my favourites.
You use. Do you use? They all have different uses, or?
Yeah. Well, they're different. They're different length blade, different weight. So it depends what you're working on.
Now they're called dressmaking shears because of the length of the blade. They are 25 centimetres or 10 inches in length. So they're lovely for, you know, cutting your original fabrics, aren't they?
Yeah.
Also, just so you know, to get these at half price is brilliant when you're looking at a quality millwood pair of scissors. Absolute essential. Whether you're a dressmaker, it doesn't need to just be for dressmakers though. Just having a really good pair of fabric scissors is an absolute essential. These aren't micro-serrated, so you're absolutely fine to sharpen these in your regular scissor sharpeners as well. Keep them nice and sharp for all of your new projects. But if you're starting any classes or workshops, it's always handy to have your tool set ready to go instead of unpacking. I know a lot of people who have a pair upstairs, downstairs, in their work bag, ready to go to workshops and classes as well. This is just that pair of scissors that even if it isn't for your best fabrics, even if this is for cutting out your patterns, maybe a good sharp pair of scissors under £10, you're doing very, very well. So, as I said, everybody who has these in their basket, please stay tuned for the rest of the day because you've opened your order. You're only going to pay 1 P&P throughout the whole of the day, and trust me, it is going to be a really, really good day to be opening your orders. If you're a dressmaker, oh my word, we are launching Merchant and Mills patterns today. We have waited for so long. They're already selling on pre-order, by the way. They're already selling. You probably already know Merchant and Mills. Those of you who, of course, have got Instagram, if you follow them. I actually went on their Instagram this morning, and virtually everybody I know from the sewing world follow them on Instagram. And I was texting them this morning saying, did you know that we're launching the patterns today? They've got over 160,000 followers. We've been trying to get their patterns on our show for so long, and they are now officially part of our family, which is really exciting. It's worth having a bit of a look through their social media for some inspiration. But do you know what I love about pattern houses that are, you know, UK-based pattern houses, British-based? I love the fact that when they have such a massive following, it means that there is so much inspiration, so many hacks, so many people have made it. It is tried and tested, so it's really, really exciting. Anyway, get your scissors ready for your new pattern, £9.99. Should we have a look at today's menu though? Because not only have we got Rebecca here this first hour and launching the Merchant and Mills patterns, we also have the Queen of Cross Stitch, Jane Greenoff, is here at 9 o'clock. She's here for a whole hour and a half, and we're launching the May tile. We've got that beautiful poppy tile as well. We have some brand new projects. We've got some of your favourites back as well. It's a jam-packed hour and a half full of all things cross-stitch at 9 o'clock. Then Rebecca's going to be back again with Merchant and Mills, this time the Florence dress, which is a beautiful, oh, this is the first one. This is the OMILIE. That's going to be coming up this first hour. Oh, it's gorgeous. There's the second one. There's the Florence dress. Florence dress is coming up in the second hour. Classic summer dress, isn't it? Throw it on, it's going to look amazing. So that's coming up at 10:30. Take note of these times. As I say, we're doing sort of slightly different to normal time schedules. Then an hour and a half at the end of the show, we have got storage for crafts. Now, I am absolutely taken aback by the storage that we have got. Don't get me wrong. I've watched the birthday show back and I watched Stuart's show back. So I came in super excited about, you know, the big storage unit that we were going to be looking at. And Joe said, oh, no, I've got new things to show you. I was like, oh, but what about the really big one that folds down? And she says, oh, no. Lots of people have been asking about slightly smaller units that are still as versatile, that are going to be still as useful, that you can still sew from, but you only need a 1 metre square space to be able to have this unit. So we've got the Willacombe unit, which is going to be launching for the first time here. We haven't seen it yet at 11:30. It's not on pre-order yet because she was on Hobby Maker yesterday. Some of the units were selling on there, so we just need to check stock levels. It was very, very busy on Hobby Maker. And we will get it on pre-order. My concern is that we're going to be super limited. So I'll let you know when they're going on pre-order. As soon as it goes on, I'll do a big announcement. Right, are we ready? Speaking of big announcement, our buying team have been so excited about launching this. Now, we've got 2 ways to buy this, 2 patterns. This is the 6 to 18. We then have a size 18 to 28. This is such a cool pattern. For one, it reminds me of, you know, those of you that have ever shopped in, you know, Toast or shops alike that are very lovely, high-end, bit sort of workwear-esque vibes. I absolutely love this dress. It's got buttons all across the front, which is your fastening. It isn't just for detail. The sleeves are beautiful. They're not just rectangular. They've got really lovely shape to them. And this is going to look amazing in your linens, in your denims. We've got it in a beautiful floral, which is a cotton. Is it a lawn? Cotton lawn?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, lightweight cotton.
Yeah, it's very lightweight cotton, yeah.
And it looks beautiful because you've got that belt around the centre as well. I think this is a very sort of flattering dress. Now, it is either in the 2 sizes, and just so you know, I'm just going to show you the front of the pattern so you can see. It's exactly the same pattern. The only difference is the sizes. So you have 2 options. You can either make it into the dress or you can make it into the top. Just so you're aware, loads of these went before we even came to air because so many people have been asking us about the Merchant of Mills. I mean, it's a jam-packed pattern, Rebecca.
It's a big old pattern, yeah. There's a lot in there.
I know how much this is loved within the sewing community. I wouldn't try this out maybe if this is your first ever pattern, but saying that, because of the online content, if you are a sewer and, you know, going for it with dressmaking, then there are so many different people who have made this online that there'll be lots of videos and all sorts all over Instagram. So you have got here a smock top or dress. It's got lovely patch pockets, inseam pocket option as well with the dress.
Well, yeah.
So you can choose which pockets you want to do.
Well, you can, or you know, why not have all of them? They're all in there. Why not have 4?
Oh my gosh!
You don't have to have 2.
Right. So you've got here your patch pockets on the front, as well as inseam pockets on the side.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Oh, I love a pocket in a dress, and it's absolutely beautiful. Plus, is it called an inseam? How is it?
Yeah,
well,
it's a bit like a raglan sleeve, which means the sleeve becomes part of the neckline. But it's like a raglan, but also a yoke. So it's a combination of the 2.
Does that mean that I don't need to set in a sleeve?
Yeah, no, there's no setting in of a sleeve. Brilliant. There's a seam that runs up the middle that goes up through your shoulder.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like, it's like 2 halves.
Right. Oh my gosh,
which makes it a bit easier to put in. Yeah.
And then you have all of these lovely sort of gathered details on the back. It's so lovely. I really love it in the floral, but I also, from all the photographs that I've seen, have a look. If you just are thinking of doing it in like a linen or a denim, look.
That's lovely.
Doesn't it look lovely?
Yeah. And that's the thing, you've got a short sleeve version or the long sleeve version, so you've got options there as well.
Is that a hack or is that a part of the pattern?
No, that's part of the pattern.
Brilliant.
So you decide.
Now, if I'm thinking between patterns, would you go for the larger one or the smaller one if you're falling between the size 18?
If you're falling between a size, I would go for the size up.
I suppose you could always take away as opposed to add.
But I mean, I do think they're very generous. That's an 18.
UK?
UK 18, yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah, you've got
I think
plenty of
it's,
room.
yeah, it is. It's really generous. It's about the fit around the shoulders and around the neck.
Right, and I love this shape.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's very flattering with a square neck. Yeah.
Here we go. The messages started coming in. I love Merchant and Mills patterns. I'm just making their new peg trouser pattern. I love them. Great instructions. And hold your hand the whole way. Look at me cuddling this one. There we go, just tying it up. Sharon, thank you for your messages. I know that our team upstairs have been very, very excited about getting these. There is also a top option as well. You can have it as a blouse, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
Gorgeous, look really nice. And I suppose if you're using a more heavier weight fabric, that's when it's going to fall slightly differently. Whereas if you're doing it in a lighter weight fabric like this, I think it's going to work really well in the top.
The thing is, the different fabrics, it will look slightly different.
Yeah.
And that's a lovely thing about a pattern, I think, depending on the fabrics you use. So you could have multiples of this dress.
Yeah.
But it would still look completely different in whatever fabric you chose, really.
That's what I love, yeah. When I see people who come into the studio and they've used patterns multiple times, I'm like, oh, I love that dress. They're like, it's the same one that I was wearing last time, just in a different fabric, and you wouldn't know. Especially when you've got the variants of having different length sleeves, from a top to a dress. Just £15.99. Now, I feel like I want to open this. I love that it says, look, clothes, not fashion.
Yeah.
This is building up your capsule wardrobe, isn't it? I am going for it. I'm getting them there because I want you to see you've got real quality dressmaking pattern paper. It comes in a lovely sort of gusseted box bottom, what's this called?
It's like the
envelope.
Envelope, yeah.
That you can put it all back into there. And then you have full instructions, step by step. How were the instructions to follow, Rebecca?
Yeah, really easy. They're very detailed. Lots of visuals there for you so you know exactly what they're talking about. You can see what where everything goes and how it's put together. Yeah.
Brilliant. And now there are quite a few pattern pieces by the looks of things here.
Yeah. So
do you need to just think about your layout?
Yeah. So there's 13 pattern pieces.
Okay.
But you will only use 12 of them.
Right.
And that is dependent on the length of sleeve.
Okay.
So there's a different pattern for the longer sleeve than there is for the shorter one.
And there's two pockets in here as well. They both have pattern pieces. So you've got here all your patterns. That's why it looks a really nice big bulky pattern, doesn't it? One that you're going to be using time again. So that's the sizes 6 to 18. We're going to introduce the larger size now. I don't know whether it's the second image on the web or not, if our team have taken the picture, but do you mind if we just show the back of this pattern so you can see the size guide on this, please, Ollie? So sizes 18 to 22. You can see here the finished. Which one am I focusing on, really? Am I going to be looking at the finished size measurements?
Yes.
Measuring myself.
Yeah. So look at what the finish is for once you've made it up, because there will be ease in there.
Okay.
And then measure yourself, and you'll be able to see from that which one you're going to fall into.
Do you know what I like? That it's even got a bicep measurement.
Yeah, you don't often get that.
No, that's really good, isn't it?
No, it's really thorough. Yeah, it is.
So if you've got here the bust drawn up with the gathers from size 18, it's 51 inches, and it goes right up to a 28, which is 63.5 inches. You've got your waist and your hip, you've got your dress length at centre back, your top length at centre back, and then you've also got the short sleeve length at underarm, long sleeve length at underarm, and the bicep. The size chart you can see there at the bottom. It's worth taking a little screen grab of that to see where you fall. But we have got fabric bundles, which is going to be suitable to be able to make the larger size anyway. It's just choosing which pattern you're going to go for. Don't worry about that one's got a picture of the top and the other one's got a picture of the dress. In both, it's exactly the same pattern. A top or dress you can make. Well, I say or, and make them both. Go for it. Just £15.99 in all of the lovely different fabrics that we've got to offer today. Just £15.99. Have a look on their social media. I urge you. I urge you. So once again, oh, sorry, there's nothing on the website about the sizing. So what I'll do is I'll show it again and we can take a little grab, or you can take a screenshot at home so we can show you this. But this is the section that you're looking at here, the finished garment sizes. That's for 18 to 28. And then I'll quickly show you and remind you the smaller size. This is the 6 to 18. So the 6 to 18, the bust drawn up with gathers, finished measurement size is from 42 inches, which is a size 6, up to a size 18, which is 134.5 centimetres. What we're going to do for anybody who is unsure about the sizing, Ben's going to take a grab of this whilst we're doing the demo and put it onto the social media, the Sewing Street fans page for you, so you can have a look during the demo. Loads of you have got these in your baskets. Check out as soon as you can. Any questions that you have, today is the day while Rebecca Harrison is going to be showing us a few of the key elements. I know that one of the parts that you're thinking is the sleeve, which we will...
Yeah, it's how that yoke and sleeve is attached, because you need to cut into it in order to make it fit. But that's you know, don't worry about that. It's nothing scary.
A lot of people get scared.
They do. Well, yeah, because you've cut it all out and then you're cutting into it. But honestly, you follow the guide and it tells you exactly where to cut. So it's all good. Now,
this is the fabric that Rebecca's made the dress from already. It is gorgeous. It's super, super soft. Your lawn cotton lawn red, beautiful floral digital print. It's only £40. That's for 4.5 metres, by the way, which is, I presume, big enough for enough fabric for the largest size.
Yes, because I had some left over.
So maybe it would be enough to be able to do the long sleeve option.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So you'd be able to do the full dress, long sleeve.
Yeah.
£39.99. That's 4.5 metres, and that beautiful floral print. Loads, again, have been checking out on the pattern and their fabrics. There's the linens that we've got coming up that Rebecca's going to be working with. I think it's going to look really different in the linen again, isn't it?
Yeah, it will. It'll look like a completely different dress.
Quarter of the stock's gone straight away, and more in baskets. £39.99. Shall we do? I'm just going to go rogue and go over to the one that Rebecca's going to be using, which is this lovely, is it chartreuse? It's really nice green. I must say, our linen is beautiful quality. 4.5 metres for £58.99. And once again, you have got more than enough there to be able to do the dress with the longer sleeves in the biggest size. £58.99. I believe there is the chartreuse linen available also by the half metre if there is, less that you want. But I would absolutely make the most of those bundles because they sell out very, very fast whenever we have them. How is it in the linen? Is it nice to
Oh, yeah, it's lovely. It's always lovely to work with. Yeah, it's really nice.
I must say, from seeing the social media and the picture on the front, I've got a feeling lots of people are going to be going for this blue linen, most like the picture on the front of the pattern. I think this is going to look really, 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 really nice. And super comfortable as well.
Yeah, really. Just nice and easy to wear, really.
Yeah. So your fastenings are your buttons on the
So your buttons
the
are all down the front, and that's another feature of it because it's an off-centre opening.
Yeah.
So it's not down the centre front, it's not down the back, it's not down the side. It's just off the centre front, and it's just a nice detail.
I tell you what, you're going to get very good at doing buttonholes by the end of this.
Yeah. Well, if you've got these machines these days,
they do them for you.
Yeah, they do. All you've got to do is put your foot down, and they go up and down and do it for you.
£58.99. Was that the sewing bee? Great British Sewing Bee last night.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I've been going to bed so early, about 7:30, so I miss out on any television.
Got 3 under the age.
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
I'm not
So I'm going to
surprised.
bed at 7:30. I'm going out tonight to watch
Bless you.
Lighthouse Family, and I'm
Are
actually a
you?
bit concerned that I won't be able to stay awake. I said to Kieran, I'm so sorry. I was like, I'm looking forward. This is how bad it is. I went to put Maisie to bed, and I text him, I'm going to bed too. I can't even walk down the stairs to say goodnight to you, but I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
That's what it's
If I
come
can
to.
stay awake.
You will.
£58.99, 4.5 metres, and that's in the navy. Only 6 left of the blue. Very, very busy this morning. The reds. In the red.
That's going to look stunning. I love that red.
That is going to be really quite
Yeah.
striking, isn't
Yeah.
it? Imagine. Oh, somebody who makes it, I think the dress version, in the red. Some nice silver buttons.
Yeah. Do some contrasting thread as well would be lovely.
I'm confused. The blouse pattern has no buttons on it. Oh, it does.
It does.
It does. It still has the buttons down, Jane. Still has the button. I have seen on Instagram somebody who does it without buttons, and I don't know how they would do it, because that's how you need to get it on, isn't
Well,
it?
you could get that over your head.
Right, okay.
I think I'm making a bold statement.
Well,
there,
Ben's like,
but
do
I
it now. Show everyone how you do
yeah,
it.
I do.
Put your head in
I
there.
do think that you could. It's not a, it's not a tiny little neckline.
No.
I mean, I didn't undo it to put it on that stand.
Okay. Oh,
I haven't, and to take it off as well. I haven't undone the buttons, so I think you could.
Ben wants to come and test it. Go on,
Go
then,
on,
Ben.
Ben.
Do it if you want. He really wants to do it. The red version, I absolutely love. Love, love, love this. Very, very popular in red. Half the stock is gone of your beautiful deep red. That just shows you, by the way, I know again, the cotton lawn was a brilliant price at $39.99. Peony one's going very, very well. Is that this one? Oh, yes. This one's really pretty. I can see Alice in a dress like this. You're Alice. In this fabric, oh my gosh, that would be stunning. Once again, your lawn, cotton lawn. Yeah, afternoon tea or wedding party. You are that person now, Ben. Ben spends his weekends going to fancy houses for afternoon tea.
Does he?
He's a changed man.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm not going to tell you how he used to spend his weekends, but they're definitely different. In a positive way since he's met our Alice. Morning, Claire. Good morning, Donna. We are launching Merchant and Mills patterns today. Did you know if you ever go to the V&A or have a look on their websites, they also produce their own notions and books and things, and their items are for sale, Merchant and Mills, in the V&A Museum. I just think that's, yeah.
I think that tells you everything you need to know.
Exactly, exactly. £39.99 for 4.5 metres. Please do, Ben. And then we also have, let's see. Now this is slightly different because this is this a viscose? Oh, it's another poplin. Viscose. Right, so how will it work with viscose, do you think?
Oh, it'll be lovely. It'll just fall beautifully.
Have a bit more drape to it.
Yeah, because it's not got as much structure to it. That doesn't mean it's
any less, but it just
it'll just hang in a different way.
$25.99, amazing price. Once again, that will be a beautiful summer wedding, stunning dress. No one else is going to have a dress like this either,
No,
are they?
I don't think so.
I love it, absolutely love it. A fabulous price as well. I remember that is for 4.5 metres, which is enough to be able to do long sleeve, long dress. Is this the most popular bundle? It's really pretty, really, really pretty. We also have just a couple more before we dive into the demo. Again, another viscose. Poplin viscose. Again, this will look nice
That's
then, more
lovely.
autumnal. Because in this country, we're always, you know, dressing, you want to be comfortable, but also the weather is so up and down.
Yeah, exactly.
This would be lovely if you're going to another wedding and it would last you seasonally. £25.99 for 4.5 metres. Teal floral in that lovely viscose poplin. Great prices as well, I must say, for these bundles. Even if you've got a different pattern in mind, go for it. I always think, you know, 3 metres is absolute, you know, plenty of fabric to be able to do most dresses or patterns that you've got in your stash. So 4.5.
It's a good amount.
It's a really good amount to have in your stash. The red linen with navy buttons would look stunning.
It'd be lovely. And yeah, navy thread.
Jackie, do it. Could you use a wider band in the middle instead of a belt?
Absolutely, you can do what? Yeah. Or you know, add your own belt. Yeah. You know, you can make this one up so that you've got it.
Yeah.
But yeah, any belt at all, you can.
That would
there.
Imagine again like a navy belt with that. Very nice. Now this is the last fabric. Now this is completely different again. This is your viscose cotton, so it's slightly heavier than the poplin that we had earlier. But this is going to look really cool. That is really nice. I'm just envisioning it as in this dress. That will look really, really lovely. I wonder if anybody's done a little bit of sort of panel, is it what do you call it when you sort of like colour blocking? So if you were to use the sleeves and this sort of
yoke, yes, in a
facing
different
part.
colour.
Yeah.
And your pockets and your belt, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking along with your chartreuse maybe.
Yeah.
They look really nice together. £49.99, 4.5 metres again. It looks like a linen. It does look. It gives the effect of a linen because of the print on it, but it's not going to crease as much as the linen, and it's slightly more affordable. Just £49.99 for your 4.5 metres. That's your cotton. Okay, right. They're all your your fabrics, and then your pattern. Both sizes are available underneath us now on the web. If you've got any questions about it, get them in now. This is just 6 to 18. We will get that chart that's on the back here for you. The finished measurements are going to be there on the Facebook fan page for you. But we're going to, in a minute, we're just going to take the photograph and get it on there for you. $15.99. I am so excited for you to get this pattern home and start to see it flood the fan page. Let's jump into the demo though, because we've got quite a bit to sort of talk about with this, haven't we?
Yeah, so just want to take a minute to just show you one of these pattern pieces so you can see what it's like. So this is your front yoke here, and this is your grown-on sleeve. So you can have the long sleeve, and then you've got all these options here for your short sleeve, depending on what size that you choose. So all you have to do is just fold that pattern up, and then you've got your shorter sleeve. You've also got your lengthening and shortening line there, so if you want it slightly longer or slightly shorter, that's where to do it. And then also with this, so you need, you're just cutting out one of most of the things, thank you.
Bring it over to
Apart from your pockets, obviously, you need 2 patch pockets, and you need to cut out 4 for your pockets that are grown into the side. So, but you just need one panel from the front there, one of this side, one of the back, and then one each of you. You've got a separate pattern for the facing inside here, which I'll show you in a minute. So when you're cutting this out, just be mindful. Though, I mean, you could transfer that over to this side, but you've just got to make sure that when you're cutting your fabric out, that you've got it the same way all the way through. So on here, it's got next to where it says cut 1, you've got this WSU, which is wrong side up. So when you're placing it, if you want it so that your fastening is on the left-hand side, which is how they're suggesting it, you have to make sure that you put your pattern piece on the wrong side of the fabric. Otherwise, when you come to use it, this piece will then not, it won't be over the right-hand side. That will be over the left-hand side.
Okay.
So and you'll have this, and there's also pattern pieces that have got RSU, so right side up. So just make sure that you follow that if you're going to do it exactly like this.
Okay.
But there's nothing to say that you can't transfer that. You just have, instead of doing the wrong side up, you do it the right side up. But just make sure that you follow that if you're going to change which side it is. That's all. So there's lots of information on the patterns, lots of information in the little booklet. So this is your sleeve here with your yoke that makes up these pieces here. So you've got the long side, which is this long side here with the neck, and then your shorter side, which obviously is that piece down there. So on your pattern, there'll be crosses, little crosses to mark off for the different sizes. So really important, make sure that you mark those through because you're going to need those. And you're going to just put a little bit of iron-on interfacing over those pieces there and also onto the back as well.
Is that just to reinforce?
Because this is where we're going to cut in.
Ah.
So you need to make sure that you're strengthening that because you don't want to make that weak at all. And then this is your inside. So it's a facing that goes in the inside that just neatens it all off, and then you just slip stitch it in. So it doesn't go as far as the sleeves, the end of the sleeves. It just comes to your shoulder in the inside, and you're just going to slip stitch down across the front and the back of the yoke, and these they just sit nicely. They won't move. But just so you know that.
Just so you're aware, the sizing guide is now on the Facebook fan page.
Okay. And then your skirt. So I've made the skirt up. So the skirt these are big pieces because you're going to gather all of this into. So if I hold that up, see, that's the back.
Yeah.
So that's a big, it's a big piece there. And then obviously you've got the off-centre front there, but that's all going to get gathered up into this bit here.
Where did you cut this out? Because you're going to need that sort of space, aren't you? Is it on the floor, or you better clear some space?
If you haven't got a table that's big enough, go to the floor if you can.
Yeah.
Or, if you...
On a double bed or something, just if we don't cut you.
If you, so that you're not, having to kneel down. Or maybe get yourself a piece of cheap plywood or something that you can put on top of your table.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Just so you've got the width to...
I suppose you want it to be flat, don't you?
Put these out. So, yeah. And then before you put them all together, so you've got your little patch pockets on the front, and then your side pocket there that goes into the side. Really easy to do, very standard. There's your pocket bag. So you put your pocket bag in first, and then you do your side seam. So you just stitch round, go all the way around the pocket bag, and then down the side seam, and then that's your side pocket, nice and hidden. Yeah. So let me just put that to one side for a moment while I'm just working on this bit. So the next stage, after you've put your pockets together and you've put your skirts together, is to then start attaching your yoke and your grown-on sleeve. So I'm just going to attach. So first of all, you attach on the underarm. So this is all open, so just on the underarm.
You know when you're overlooking around these pieces now, just to finish off the edges, have you got rid of all your notches?
No, because I use a tracing wheel.
Okay.
And the carbon paper. So I go, when I'm marking out, so they'll only go so far on a pattern. I go beyond that because I know that my overlocking will go over that notch.
Yeah.
So I just go beyond it to make sure that
Oh, that's a good tip.
that you. Well, if you're going to overlock, so I always overlock everything beforehand. But as you can see, I haven't been able to overlock here because there's just no way you can get that angle. So this will have to be done afterwards. I've left the neck because that is going to be encased. So, you know, that's fine. We don't have to worry about that. A lot of people will overlock as they're going along, which is, you know, also absolutely fine to do that if that's how you want to do. So if you do, like, do a seam like this and then go in and overlock it afterwards. It's just that I'm was always taught to overlock everything first and then go in afterwards. And
does linen fray quite badly?
it can do, okay. Yeah. It'll fray more than some fabrics. So you're going to need, if you haven't got an overlocker, use one of your edging stitches on your sewing machine. They're you know, they're just as good nowadays on these machines as an overlocker. I mean, I would always recommend an overlocker, if I'm honest. It's a bit of essential kit, really. Right, so I'm just going to press that.
It looks like we had a very affordable one on the show yesterday. Came in this morning, I was like, is that on today? And you said, is that the price?
I know, I couldn't believe it. That is such a good price. One. Yeah, for Alna as well. Yeah. It's such a good price for an overlocker. And it's that sort of price is perfect for people to
because a lot of people who think, oh, well, am I going to use it? You'll probably find that you use it a lot, all the time. Yeah, it isn't just stretch fabric.
You'd never look back. You really wouldn't.
Well, like you said, it's something actually I'll always remember when I asked you, at what point on your dressmaking journey or on your sewing journey would you advise investing in an overlocker? And you said, get one straight away.
Yeah. I would. If you know that you're going to, you know, this is something that you want to do and you want to carry on with, it's definitely, and it's so quick. You know, you just whiz round it with your overlocker and you're away.
Oh, Ben, he's found it. He was like, do you know what? I'll just put it in for you if you're talking about it. There it is. This is one of the most affordable overlockers we have ever sold. It's £339 and Ben has still put it on split pay for you. So you can get it home today for £67.80. Hopefully that will make it more affordable.
Amazing.
That's 5 split pays. Yeah, should be on 2 or 3 split pays max. Thank you for that, Ben.
Oh. Right, we're going to cut into these corners now. So I've marked mine with an X that I can still see. It's coming through my the interfacing there, so I can still see it. So I'm just gonna. So you're going from the corner here,
okay,
up into and just going meeting that.
Oh, this is the bit that might scare a lot of people.
Yeah. But honestly, don't be. Really, don't be. So again, I'm going to go up into there. This is where marking that X through is really, really important to make sure that you've got that in the right place.
Pattern is on screen, by the way. This is sizes 6 to 18. It's a brand new pattern today. Brand new pattern house. We had hundreds of these available. Those of you that have got it in your basket, please do make sure you're checking out. Don't wait to the end of the demo. We've got the sizing guide on our Facebook fan page now if you need to have a quick look at that. But we have waited so long to get this pattern in. I think this one actually has over 15,000 hashtags, which basically means that if you go onto Instagram or on social media and search for OMILIE, I hope it's
that's how I would say it. Yeah, I've since I've had it, I've been thinking, is that how you say it? Is that how you say it? But I think that's how you say it.
So then if you put that into your social media, then you can see everybody that has made it, that has then put that hashtag, and there's over different variations, which is brilliant because you'll see it with different fabrics, on different body types as well. You know, you see different ages, you see different materials, different fabrics, and it's brilliant. Because that's what I like to know is, right, it looks like that on the model or there's no picture, but what's that going to look like on me?
Absolutely.
So you can find somebody that looks sort of similar to you.
Yeah. It's really good that there's, you know, that we get this now.
Yeah.
That,
and it's tried and tested by lots of people.
Yeah.
So if there were any mistakes or niggly bits...
Well, that's it. Then, that, you know, it would soon be found.
Yeah.
And people would soon, you know, tell you about it. So what I'm doing now, so I've cut into those edges. So what I'm doing now, I've got this main part of the dress now, and all I'm doing is just attaching it on the underarm. So I'm literally coming to this point here, going all the way around, and there's a point at the back as well. So that's all I'm doing for the moment.
Does it benefit for doing it upright like this, as opposed to laying it flat? You're doing this like as in the shape that it's going to be?
Yeah, well, because we're going on a curve.
Yeah.
So I want the fabric to lay where it wants to lay.
Yeah.
I don't want to be pulling it. I don't want to make it go somewhere that it doesn't want to go. And the thing is, with you know, a good pattern, they will just
they fit.
Yeah, it will just fall in. It will just go. So yeah, all I'm doing really is just helping it to go in the right place. That's all I'm doing.
Lots of pins, plenty.
Yeah, lots of pins in this bit. So that's that side. It's difficult to, but it all becomes clear once you start gathering up everything. So now I'm going to go over to this side and just pin that under the arm.
It's because we said OMILIE, Ben. OMILIE. He's singing, you know.
Is he?
OMILIE.
Oh.
You know, the Matilda.
It's a lovely name.
Yeah, it is, isn't
it? It's a lovely name. I wonder what, I think it's French.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see what...
I bet somebody knows out there.
It does say it's more of an intermediate pattern. Is that because of probably this stage that you're...
Yeah, I would say so, because it is, you know, you've got to have confidence to cut into your pattern. It's not, I wouldn't say it's not difficult. It's, you know, you just have to take your time. If you you know, you're not gonna do this really quickly. So I'm just going to start from the corner of where I've cut that fabric, and just make sure that you backstitch that.
If I want to shorten the entire length of it, I'm quite short. Am I able
on the dress?
To, yeah.
Oh yeah. So again, on the main body of the on the pattern, again, there's a lengthen and shortening, tells you where's best to do it.
Okay. There is also the larger size, don't forget that's 18 to 28. So Fab Pattern House, very inclusive, and both designs of the dress, actually, the second dress that we've got coming up, super comfy, great summer dresses, aren't they?
Yeah, really good. Just to, you know, to have in your wardrobe, brilliant. And for sort of all occasions as well. And that's another great thing, because sometimes we make things and they're very much for an occasion, aren't they? And you can't see yourself wearing them outside of that occasion. But with these, you really can. So I'm just going to do the other side.
I am excited for anybody who's going to do this in the red linen. With your blue navy
the blue
buttons.
and the red
oh,
is
do
going to
it.
be, yeah.
It would look nice then in the autumn if you layer it up, keep it with a short sleeve with like a long, stripy blue jersey top underneath. That would look really nice.
Yeah. So you could even, if you were going to do, you know, you could perhaps do the patch pockets or something in the blue or something. But you could even do your buttonholes in blue.
Yes.
And the red.
Yeah, your thread. Oh
you
my
know,
gosh.
Just so it matches all your stitching. So if you've got your stitching is blue, then.
Oh, that is definitely the benefit, you know, of making your own clothes, isn't it? Is having control of detail like that is just next level.
Yeah, and you can make it so individual just to you that, you know, nobody else is going to be walking around in anything like it.
If you got any of the little scrap, what are they called, swatch packs from Liberty Lawn, imagine doing your inside of your pockets with those lovely Liberty, if you're doing plain, especially with Liberty pockets.
You can just see. So we've got, so as you can see, this is the back of the dress here, and that's the back of my yoke. So you can see that obviously there's a lot there that gets gathered up. So that's all we're going to do now. I'm just going to gather this in to fit the yoke at the back and at the front. So 2 rows of gather stitch. So that's on your highest, usually 5 is the highest you can go to on your stitch length. And just, make sure you don't snap your thread, otherwise you have to start again, which is always a bit troublesome.
Is your aim just to make it as sort of even as possible?
Yeah, so
to fit a certain pattern piece.
So this does. This needs to. So if I turn this round, turn the dress round. There she is. So I need to make sure that these gathers here, this part here, fits into this part here.
Okay.
To make sure that it, and again the same with the front as well. So yeah, that's what we're doing. I think that's why. In the pattern, they get you to attach it on the underarms so that you know exactly how much this part needs to be gathered up by in order for it to fit. So I can see that I just need to do that a little bit more. So there's actually more gathers in here. The other thing I like about is the gathers are not mean.
No.
You know, sometimes you can get patterns and it's not really you know, it's not really a gather.
No, it's a little bit. It's a very subtle one. Whereas
this is lovely. It's proper gathers in there. So it will make it really flattering. So I'm just positioning that in there. So what will happen is when I've cut in, because I've cut into this here, you'll obviously the reason that you're cutting into it is because it's not going to go round this section here. So it'll be at right angles like that. So don't worry, that's exactly how it should look. Don't try and get this part here that you've cut into up to here.
Right.
Don't try and do that. But that's your seam allowance and that's fine. That's just, leave it like that. That's absolutely fine. Because then you'll get that really lovely crisp angle.
And it is
when you've stitched it together, it is really lovely.
Oh, is this the angle that's on that sleeve by the underarm?
Yes. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. So that's what you're aiming for. And if you've never done anything like this before, maybe just. And you're a bit worried about it, just with a spare bit of fabric, don't cut out. Obviously, I'm not telling you to cut out the whole pattern, But just do, you know, you could just do that little section there that you're cutting into here and the little section there, and just have a little practice of that on your machine, so that you feel confident. Because you know, there's nothing worse than feeling like you're gonna, you know, possibly not get it right. But you will.
The worst
you
comes
will.
to the worst, you can unpick it, can't you?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
That's the worst that's going to happen, is you have to unpick it.
That's it. So I'm just going to pull up the fronts here.
I watched this little... Go on.
Go on. No, sorry, I was just going to say, I forgot to say as well. So down the front here, before you put the skirt together, you're going to fold back the button stand on both sides.
What's the button stand? Is that the part that you put the button on?
And the buttonhole
and then there's the buttonhole
yes.
opposite,
yeah.
right?
That's it.
And how many buttons are there?
There's 12.
Okay.
But again, you don't have to do them, you know, you don't have to do them all. Or you can put them all in, but you don't necessarily have to do them all up.
Yeah.
Again, that's another thing. And once you've sorted out the length you need as well, we'll determine how many buttonholes you're going to you're going to put on. I used to dread doing a buttonhole because the machines were not that great, but now they're so good because I've got this machine. The buttonhole on this machine is, I love it. Does such a good buttonhole.
Oh, some of these machines have got loads of different buttonholes.
Yeah, this one's got multiple ones. It's great. So when you come to put the fronts together on the yoke, you're going to leave, there's a little notch, excuse me, 1.5 centimetre allowance. So you're gonna leave that. That needs to be over. Because you're going to need that to attach the facing that goes on the inside. So don't forget to do that. Don't, you know, do it edge to edge. So again, just sorting out where those gathers are going, making sure I've got my pin in the right place to get that nice angle. Ow, just stuck that down my nail. Just need to pull that up a little bit more. I mean, once you've done this bit, I mean, it does go together quite quickly. This is the bit that's going to take you the time.
And it's worth spending that time.
Yeah, it is. You need to,
beautiful.
You need to you know, make sure that you've distributed those gathers in the right place. I mean, I'm rushing this a bit, but you know, take your time when you do it, because you know your eye will get drawn to it. Also, maybe not everybody's, but you know, if somebody's wearing something and I can see that something's slightly, it's my eye's really drawn to it.
Yeah.
So that's that side. And then just very quickly do this side. Again, we're going to leave the 1.5 on that edge. But if you mark in all your notches, that's very simple because you can just see it and find it without having to measure that out. This is this much shorter side.
Just so you're aware, there are a lot of you who have got this still in your baskets and are yet to check out. If everybody checks out on the 6 to 18, we are down to single figures. Grab it whilst you can. This is brand new today, and we were so excited. As soon as we heard that Merchant and Mills were launching finally here, we've waited for so long. One, because their patterns are so affordable, but also they're a British pattern company. They have got a huge following, and it's the first time that we've ever had them here on Sewing Street. So we're we're of course going to be oversubscribed on them. Anybody who's got them in in the basket, go for it. What I love about having that, of course, huge platform on social media means that you have seen this made by hundreds, in fact, thousands of sewers, where you can see different fabrics, different hacks, different tutorials on bits. Obviously, you've got today's demo that you can watch back. But if you are a lover of sort of, I mean, these are patterns that are going to be sort of, what's the word? Like capsule patterns in your wardrobe. These are ones that you can make time and time again, different options, different sleeve lengths, different variations, whether you want to do the long dress, whether you want to make it into a blouse, a top, if you want to have all of the buttonholes, if you want to make a feature of that with different fabric, different colour buttons, you can have real fun with it. We spoke about changing up the waistband and the tie round to be able to put your own belt, or however you want to do it, the different pocket options. There is so much going for this dress. And now we are on very limited stock for this size range. Remember, there are two different sizes available. The sizes 6 to 18 and there's 18 to 28. Karen in East Sussex says, good morning, lovelies. Fab demo. Could you point to me the larger pattern? I could only see it in 6 to 18. Absolutely. So the other size range that we have. Oh, just so you know, at the start of the show as well, Ben was very, very kind. We were very aware that there wasn't the size guide on the back of the pattern on the website. So what we've done is we've taken a grab of it and we've put it onto the Sewing Street fan page for you. So you'll be able to access the sizes and see the finished size measurements on the Facebook fan page at your leisure. 18 to 28 is there on the back of the pattern, but don't try, squinting looking for that. If you head to Sewing Street Fans on Facebook, you'll be able to find a close-up image of that finished size measurements. There it is on your screen. But 18 to 28 is DOM625, item code number for you. I'm so pleased that you're here as well, Rebecca, because this has been a pattern that I think if you were to see it online, you might be a bit daunted by those elements.
Yeah.
It's actually, just take it step by step.
No, it is honestly, it's just, it's getting over just doing this little bit here, because obviously you've cut your fabric, which is always a little bit daunting.
Yeah.
But there isn't really anything to feel daunted about. It's you're reinforcing it with your iron-on interfacing, and then the placket that goes inside covers all of it. So it'll be secure. You don't have to worry. So we're on the last bit now of this bit. And then it really is, after this, is just attaching the yoke that is the facing. Mm-hmm. That's all it is, really.
And did you say that's hand stitched in?
Yeah, you hand stitch it. So it's machine stitched to a point, and then hand stitched. Just hand stitching it down inside. There we go. So you'll end up with, so there's it needs a good press, but there's it looks a bit strange, but there's the angles there.
Amazing.
So you can see that you just, it is just a matter of, taking your time and making sure that you get that angle beautifully. You can cut all those threads off now. And then what you're going to do then is finish off. So I know it looks a bit strange. So what you're going to do then is finish off.
Oh, yes.
So this then is this part here.
Okay.
So that just
then your sleeve.
Yeah, that becomes your sleeve, and then like I said, you just attach the facing around the neck area, so that all gets enclosed. It's the other way. So that all gets enclosed inside there, and then turn it through. snip into it so you can get round the neckline and turn it through, and then you can then do this lovely top stitching, which you can't really see, but it's all the way around. So you go across here under the sleeve, the armhole, and back up and round, and then round the neckline.
Oh, it will look so nice if you're doing, like you say, your navy on the red.
Stitching.
Oh, yeah. It'll be a real feature.
Love a bit of top
Thank you ever so much.
That's
We've run out of time, but it is all in the pattern.
I hope that was,
absolutely,
for everybody to get started.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you ever so much.
No, pleasure.
The OMILIE dress is available in the 2 different sizes. You've got your 6 to 18, and then your graphic now is for your 18 to 28. Don't forget, there are loads of options with it, where you want short sleeve, long sleeve, the blouse, the dress. It's going to be a real capsule of your wardrobe, and lots of different variations, fabric options as well. I mean, you can use light to medium weight woven, such as linen, brushed cotton, cotton lawn, cotton poplin. There's loads of different cotton double gauze. There's lots of different fabric choices that you're going to be able to make this again and again and again. Don't forget, there is another Merchant & Mills launch coming up on the Florence dress later on in an hour and a half, 10:30. What we're going to do, there's the dress. Is this more sort of a beginner friendly?
Definitely. You've got buttonholes. You've got
buttonholes and darts at the back.
Buttonholes back, but it's
gorgeous.
It's not, absolutely,
It is gorgeous. Right, get ahead on pre-order if you want to get that. And we're going to work on trying to get the sizes on the web for you as well on that one. Do not go anywhere. We've got Jane Greenoff eagerly awaiting in the wings. We've got the May towel launching. And then we've got some of your favourites back in stock. So stay where you are. We are back right after this. Absolutely.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
We've got an exclusive with Sarah Davies for her 40th birthday celebrations.
It's my birthday and I want to celebrate with all of you guys. I've got some smashing deals, some real birthday treats and of course, cake.
Including a Gemini 2 anniversary bundle and more.
Now, come and join my party. It's on Friday and you need to help me celebrate turning 40 in big style.
So that's this Friday on Sewing Street from 10 AM.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Hello, welcome back. And we have the pleasure of having you for a whole hour and a half today, Shane.
I know, whatever next.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Jolly good. I've not seen you for a couple of months.
Yes, well, I've been down to Nantes in France to a needlework fair.
Fabulous.
And did a little bit of light retail there.
Was this for your birthday?
No, that wasn't for my birthday.
Okay.
You know about that, don't you?
Yes.
Yes, my husband took me to Boulogne for lunch. How cool is that?
So I've just learned about, I know this is hilarious, I've just learned about the Eurostar. Obviously I know the Eurostar, but I didn't realise that you can...
I have to tell you that when we went down to Nantes with the girls, we went off from St Pancras.
Okay.
Chat, you know, coffee, chat. Little light breakfast because we'd booked first class.
Fabulous.
And I looked out the train and went, ooh, that car's on the wrong side of the road.
You were already...
We were in France already.
Already in France, that is crazy.
Bill and I, when we go, we drive down to the shuttle in, well, Dover Folkestone-ish. And so obviously you know you're going in the tunnel because that's what happens.
Yeah.
But of course in the train it doesn't stop anywhere, it just goes...
Gosh, you need to do this.
Quite extraordinary. It really was extraordinary.
We've had a couple of, we've had about an hour this morning having a really good chat, and you have bought... It seems everything from the Cross-Stitch Guild with you in your Mary Poppins bag today.
Yes, it is a bit like that, isn't it?
We've got something for everyone.
I hope so.
We really have. We're going to start with the May floral tiles. So we've done March, April and May, is that correct?
January, February, March.
we've done all...
Yes, we've done all so far.
All of them, yeah.
Yes, so this all started by accident, and if I'd known better, I wouldn't have done it. Quite a lot of work.
Oh, yes.
But actually, once I got the hang of it, it was fine. What concerned me was people out there, you lot, talked about making a quilt out of them all, or putting them in a quilt.
Yeah.
And of course, then I realised the colours had to go with each other 12 times, you know, but they couldn't all be the same. So it just required some thought. So this is the first of the next 4, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Now, in a minute, well, I'm going to grab this now quickly. Which one's this? This is March, all right? So you can see the borders are going to be the same as May, but this has 4 little boxes in it. And the first 4 were like that.
Are they all going to be the same size?
Yes,
Yeah.
and the same border. Now, I know this is another thing, look.
Oh, different
Because of the frame, that could look smaller, but actually they're identical.
Right.
So if you look at the packaging, we've done that on purpose. If I framed it with the frame as well, it would look as if it was a tiny tile, which it isn't. Okay, so they're all the same size. They've got the same border, which came from an old sampler, but the colours vary.
So would you stick to, if you're stitching on Ada, would you stick with Ada throughout?
Not necessarily. Obviously, if you're planning to use them in a combination.
Okay.
Now, next time I come on air, I believe the elves at the Cross Stitch Guild tell me that there will be some things made up in the Ada versions as other things other than pictures.
Brilliant.
Maybe bags, boxes, I don't know.
Oh, lovely.
They're on it. It's not my department, sewing. I stitch. Significant difference. Yes, so not necessarily. If you're going to put them all into a quilt, it's probably better to stick to the same fabric.
Yes.
If you don't, have 6 of one and 6 of the other.
Okay,
And mix it that way.
Yeah.
If you're making pictures or sets of groups or whatever, it doesn't matter, does it?
No. Now, if you are just dipping in to, for example, May, you're not getting your whole collection, if not one, but if you are just getting your one, what sort of stitches are we looking at in this?
Well, in this one, let me just actually look at the original. So, in fact, you've got cross stitch. So the Ada or the linen is the
Going with
same.
Ada first, I believe.
Right, so this is stitched on linen, but it will be physically the same size. I'm going to demonstrate that in a minute with another product. There are some optional French knots on there, because some of you shriek when I mention the word French knot. And that's a broken road stitch on the corner.
Right.
Now, the instructions are in the packet. It's very simple. If you're working this one on Ada, we suggest a different stitch in the corner.
Yeah.
Just because it's a bit more fiddly to make it on the Ada.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think it does. Okay, so
I'm going
that's
to pinch your scissors
Oh,
because I
go
know
on then.
that your packets
I'm not
are...
looking.
Oh, sorry, actually, no, we can't use your scissors,
Yeah,
can
of
we?
course you can. Of course you can. I'm just teasing. I have to tell you, when I first learnt hardanger, which I'm not going to tell you how many years ago that was, but it was a long, long time. I had a lesson.
Wasn't it in Norway?
No, I learned actually in South Carolina, can you believe? Because I told someone that I'd tried it and it all fell apart. Because being naturally mean, I didn't do it properly. And wanted to use the threads for something else as well. I mean, it's a long story. Anyway.
What scissors do you use for your hardanger
Just
then?
pointy ones.
Yeah?
Yes, I don't. There are things out there that call them hardanger scissors, but actually a good pointed pair of scissors is fine. This is not going to go well.
Oh, well, no, it's elephant spit, isn't it, that they
is,
use
yep.
to
Keep it all
seal
together.
these. But in your pack, so you have your full instructions. The Ada is your first option, by the way. It's only $14.99, which still baffles me. They're super affordable for you to be able to stitch to this level. I mean, this is just
Aren't they lovely?
beautiful.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is the look.
The quality of the charts.
And some
must
of
be very proud of.
I'm very pleased with them.
Yeah.
These are I generate them on my computer as a PDF file, portable document format.
Wow. I did not know that.
Well, I didn't either until
is
recently, hence
technical.
me being, IT friendly.
Now, why have you got it in two?
Well, interesting you should say that. We actually had a lady contact me in the last month to say she loves cross stitch but is colourblind, and I was a bit mystified about that. So she found following this impossible.
Okay.
And this absolutely fine.
Right.
And it's obviously doing the thing that she was enjoying, not necessarily seeing what I saw when it was finished.
So I don't need to choose, do I want it in colour or do I want
you
the
get them both.
symbols? You get both. And do you find that lots of people mark off with a highlighter or a pen
I think
what they've
that's
done?
the other reason is that tells you sort of what it's going to look like, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This one, what I would do, because, with my cataracts now and my age and every other wretched thing, I make mistakes if I'm not careful. So I would stitch and pencil in where I'd been or use a highlight pen. But it's choice, isn't it? This one has got the symbols as well, but you could, and they are the same chart, so you can refer between. It's not going to be complicated.
And do you always start in the middle, Jane?
Not in everything, but I would in this.
Yeah.
Yes. So to do the middle, you just, I'm not measuring, just do a finger press like so.
Is this all sort of cut to the right size, though?
It's cut to the size that gives you a margin.
Okay.
There you are.
Found the
And then that's where I start.
Right, and then this is when it comes to your instructions, and you do get full instructions
Yes.
with fabulous diagrams.
I know,
and I must
I
do a
know.
shout out to your Ethan as well.
Ethan Danielson, where are you?
He
Bless him.
does a fabulous job of actually demonstrating exactly where
He
your stitches
changed
go.
the way they were done. When I started, I said to someone the other day, I've been doing this 30 years. And my husband said 40.
You just took a decade
Meanie?
off.
Yes, 40 years ago. When I found books on it, the background stitches, the fabric wasn't shown.
Right.
So you didn't really know where the needle went. I mean, this was just how they did it then.
But they
And then
go,
these,
ah.
you see, you can actually see, you know, here, where, yeah. So this has
So
been,
detailed.
when I sent him all this stuff and said I'd like that on one sheet of A4, he rang me to say, are you serious? I said, well, I can't, what can I cut out? I need it all on there. And he went, all right. But he's managed it.
to do it.
So there's a cross stitch on Ada.
Okay.
There's a cross stitch on Ada done in 2 journeys.
Does a cross stitch on Ada look different to a cross stitch on linen
They
then?
look the same, but if we, I'm going to grab something you're going to see later. That's cross stitch on Ada,
Yeah.
and these boxes are
Sorry,
made.
your head's just slightly in the way. That's fine.
It's
thank
always
you.
in the way. Right, those squares are made up of 4 threads one way and 4 threads the other.
Yeah.
So you get a definite hole in the corner. Linen's made up of 1. So you have to count a bit more carefully. So if you've never done counted cross stitch before, A, be careful, it's got a health warning. You will become obsessed. I know this. That's a nice picture, isn't it? Well, coming back to this
Oh,
in a minute.
yes, this one is coming up.
Yes, so that it will be the same size on Ada. The only difference is that if you do the Ada version, that stitch on the corner I mentioned there, it can be done, but it's a bit fiddly. You've got to pierce the fabric because there
Right.
aren't enough holes.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Put that back so not to confuse the gallery.
So the options are in both Ada and linen for your May tile. I know so many people that are doing your whole collection. Are all the rest of the months in the production line now as well?
The rest of them are stitched.
Are they?
They're all stitched.
Last time I saw you, they weren't.
I
so
know
we've
they
got-
weren't. In
yeah.
fact, they weren't all drawn last time I saw
So
you.
this is brilliant.
So I realised it started off by accident, really.
Yeah.
Those of you who followed us last year, we did the project with the little pockets, posy pockets.
Yeah.
Now, they were stitched already when we decided to do them.
Right.
So, of course, when Andrea, the boss, said, oh, we need a project every month next year too, let's do tiles. I said, yes, fine.
I mean, you're supposed to be retired, aren't you, Jane?
Oh,
This is a lot
flip.
of work.
This is... I'm so not retired.
So this is on linen. Graphics Live for linen. Again, same price, £14.99. It's often a question that we get asked is, would you recommend starting on Ada or onto linen? And it is really sort of...
It's a personal choice.
Personal choice.
I started on linen by mistake.
Yeah.
Because nobody told me there was Ada. And the piece I was given to stitch by the girlfriend who introduced me to it, that poor girl died of a brain tumour, you know.
Oh.
Can you imagine? There's a story for you, just a quick one. She died in her 30s, and all very, very sad. Anyway, we started the business together when she taught me, and then she decided she didn't want a business after all, and she retired from it, and I took over. And then she got the brain tumour when she had her second baby, and the funeral was on a particular day, and I needed to go, but I didn't want to go. I needed to go, you know. And I dithered, because she changed my life, you know. Anyway, in the end, oh, it's no good, I'm going to have to go. So I put my dark blue, navy blue coat on, and big hat, and off I went to the crematorium. Saw her mum and her husband and the kids, and blah. And put my hand in my pocket, and you're not going to believe what was in there.
What was in there?
The first thing I'd stitched that she showed me. And it was in there because I had done a WI talk about a month before and taken my first piece of cross stitch to show how bad it was. And do you know, the irony of it was that if I hadn't gone and changed my mind and gone to Sainsbury's, I'd have found that in my pocket.
Yeah. Then you
Sorry,
would have
that was the
felt,
microphone. Yeah, so poor Jane. Anyway, at the time, my book, Celebration Cross Stitch, was just going to print, and I rang the publishers and said, I need to make a change to the dedication. Now, I always dedicate my books to my husband. He is the wind beneath my wings. One of them says, "You know why I dedicate my books to you," or something to that effect. Yeah. And I said to him, "I'm going to change it." And he went, "Okay."
Yeah.
And I dedicated it to Jane Wallace, who changed my life.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of people who are watching who will think that you've changed their life a lot, you know, as well, who have met you along the way and have gone, actually, that's got me through. Like you said, stitching gets people through all sorts. I mean, it's a very mindful hobby and craft to do. I know a lot of us sit in front of a sewing machine or, you know, sit, and this is different, though, I think. You can do it on the move. You can do it anywhere in the world. You can do it wherever you are.
On an aircraft, you know, everywhere.
And I know that you've done it whilst people have been in surgery and all sorts. And
well, I did it when James was having he was 4 or 5. I was actually stitching the Liberty building there now.
Oh, yes.
Because I'd just opened my contract with them to supply, and I'd done a drawing of the front of the main bit of the building and the clock tower.
Yeah.
And I was stitching the rafters, the black and white bit, with my back to the clock when James was in theatre. And here's one for you. 18 years ago, my husband had 5-hour surgery for cancer.
And you were stitching that whole time?
I couldn't do anything else.
Yeah.
I couldn't do anything else, anyway. Yeah, it's mine.
Gets through people a lot of... I mean, this is turning into a bit of a therapy session for us all, isn't it?
Yes. Oof.
This is what stitching is, though, isn't it? So there we are. These are your brand new May tiles. Brand new in today, and they are absolutely... gorgeous.
I know you can get frames in lots of different places, everybody, but these came from Hobbycraft, and I used these 4 times.
Oh, brilliant.
So 4 of these.
Little box frames,
little box frames.
Lovely.
Just so you know, I had the frames that we used the first 4.
You like having them framed. They look lovely,
It's
don't
nice,
they?
isn't it?
Really nice.
And I've got a different system for the final 4, but I'll tell you about that when we get to it.
Okay, we're going to go to the Biscornu, which is in Ada and linen. It's a really lovely shape, Jane, isn't it? This is in Ada. So £9.99 once again. For anybody who is buying a nice little project, like you said, on the move, going on your holidays, taking away with you, then this is a really nice useful project as well.
Yes, useful as well. And it's only squares. It looks ever so complicated.
It does. Bit of
that is
origami.
a square. Yes, can you see? And all you do is when you put it together, so you make 2 identical squares.
Yeah.
Interesting, when you design these for yourself, which you will learn to do, the first time you do it, you make the fatal mistake and put the design in the middle, which of course is under the button, because the designs are on the corners, if that makes sense. The middle of the chart's got to be empty. And then the middle of one side goes into the middle of the other, and they're just slip stitched together.
Is this something that you could make up in a few days then if you're going away for the weekend?
Yes, absolutely.
Lovely. £9.99, and that's your tulip and blossom, which are beautiful. It's very difficult to, I would imagine, put flowers and circular shapes and all this into little squares. Do you see in squares?
I see everything in squares. I see you in squares. And
you can put me on Ada anytime.
And the other thing is, you refer to things in the colour number.
Right.
My husband's car is 351. It's really sad.
Are these DMC?
No, these are Madeira.
Madeira.
Yeah, we changed to Madeira, I'm going to say, nearly 10 years ago.
Okay.
Nearly 10 years ago. Lots of reasons, not least because these are actually available in the UK.
Right.
And when we used to have DMC, and we had that situation, lovely threads, they're all lovely threads. I suspect, couldn't prove it, they all come from the same place.
Yeah.
That's what I suspect. But the fact remains that we had real difficulty getting DMC when they moved production to France. And you'd have to put in this minimum order, and you'd put the 3 things you desperately needed in, make it up to the minimum order, and it would come without the 3 things you'd ordered. And being French, they go,
Yeah.
So in the end, when Madeira approached us and said, how would you, yes. And I mean, I've loved it ever since.
What have you stuffed this with?
That's polyester wadding.
Okay.
Now, in lots of cases, I use dry rice. By that, I mean raw dry rice. I did have somebody ring me one day to ask me how they dried rice. But of course, this must be somebody, bless her, who'd only ever bought pre-cooked rice.
Yeah,
and didn't twig. So I use dry rice and lavender.
Have you heard walnut shells is good for sharpening
I've heard,
pins?
yes. I've never had that many shells, though.
No. But you get your buttons included
Yes,
in
there they
your
are.
in
Look.
your kit.
They're made of Goya shell. I do like shell buttons.
The one on screen is linen. This is everything you need. You also get your little needle as well to do
yes,
your
absolutely.
stitching, which is brilliant value. If you are, we all have those friends that look at our cross stitch and say, I want to learn how to do that. Gift this to somebody.
Yes, absolutely.
Suitable for beginners?
No reason why not.
Yeah, brilliant.
No reason why not.
Right, something that we are very, very excited about. Right, the Catherine Archer extract. Now, this came from a fabulous bit of inspiration.
I've got to get this right, haven't
Yes.
I? There you are, it's in the
We're going to start with it on Ada, but we do also have Ada and we do have the linen option, don't we? Let me see if I can find it. Jane, though, you've got to show us your
Okay, so this is the
inspiration.
original thing. This is where this came from.
Oh, my gosh.
Isn't it? Now, it's extraordinary. I bought this, oh, heavens, 25 years ago, probably. And it was stitched by a little girl called Catherine Archer when she was in the Muller orphanage in Bristol. And the interesting thing about the Muller, it's the Muller Trust now. The orphanages aren't there anymore. In fact, they're polytechnics or universities. But the buildings were 1,500 children went through these orphanages. And they kept the documents, they kept the registration documents. So when I bought this, it doesn't say on here that it's the Muller Orphanage or Ashley Down House
How
or
did
anything.
you find out then about
So,
Catherine Archer?
well, I knew about
got
the
her
Muller
name on
Trust.
it.
Yeah. So I wrote to the Muller Trust and said, I've got a sampler by Catherine Archer.
Yeah.
And they sent me photocopies of her details.
Oh, gosh. How old was she?
Well, we
Do you
don't
know?
exactly know, but we know that she was born in Shotley, in Northumberland. Her parents were labourers, farm labourers. Her mother died of puerperal fever at 6 weeks. Her father kept her till she was 3. I could cry. 3 years old. We don't know what happened to her between 3 and 7, but at 7 she ended up in Bristol, in an orphanage. Now you think of dialects.
Yeah.
She wouldn't have been able to understand anybody.
Yeah.
Anyway, so she was in the orphanage when she was 7, and the exciting part is that she left the orphanage at 15 and went into service in Blackheath in London.
So this would have been between the ages of 7 and 15?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
And the older children taught the younger children. The patterns on Muller samplers, these are incredibly collectible now. There are societies, there are lectures you can go to on the Muller samplers. This one has been featured a couple of times in brochures about Muller samplers. Muller himself was a man who had been a drunk, he'd been a thief, he'd been to prison, and he was converted to Christianity, and he came to Britain as a missionary. And he always reckoned something would work out in time to pay for things. And the children left with a suit of clothing, a Bible and a job, which is fairly impressive. Mm-hmm. And he was accused of robbing the mills of the uneducated because he educated the children and they learnt to read and write, and girls learnt too. So the children would work these.
What are they stitched on?
It's linen.
It is linen.
It's about 62 stitches to the inch.
Oh, my gosh.
I know. Now, to give you an example, if we borrow the big one a minute, because this would make sense. Now, this is 28 count linen. That's over 2 threads, and that's that letter.
Oh, my word.
Can you see? You can see the sign.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. What fantastic
So this
talent
is the
she had.
sampler. This is an extract from it. Now, there is a chart pack available to buy of the whole thing.
Right.
And it's 9 sheets of A3.
Okay, so it's a what pack?
Lots of
So
it.
if you want to do this sampler, you
extract.
have done, like you say, it's the font, it's the detail.
Yes, it's stitch for stitch.
Yeah.
There's a couple of little places where this is ticking on a bit now and it's a bit dirty. It has been dunked in tea after it was stitched.
Oh, okay,
Don't
so
panic.
that gives it that age.
As long as you know the colours fast, I wanted to age it then. I mean, it's aged now on its own.
And so in the pack, you have, and you can select parts that you want to if you would prefer.
I mean, you can
your
stitch the
name.
whole thing as a sampler, which is lovely. All of the things come from Catherine's. Or you can, and then of course you've got the letters and alphabets to use for something else.
Yes.
Do it on Ada or linen, and as I said, mine was dunked in black tea when it was stitched to tone it down and make it look old. Not essential. obviously, but it was a bit of a fun thing to do.
Oh my gosh, we've got a message from Miranda saying, "Oh my Jane, my nan was also in the same orphanage along with her siblings."
I'm just glad you're not called Catherine Archer, darling, because I'm sure you'd want the sampler and I wouldn't be able to sell it to you or give it to you or anything. Yes, it's extraordinary. There are lovely stories from the orphanage. The other thing, and I mean, on another day I'll try and tell you, but we'll run out of time. But I occasionally go onto eBay. I shouldn't do it. And there are samplers, and I look.
Well, you're a collector, aren't you?
Yeah, I am, but you know, I've got a big sitting room and it's full of them.
Yeah, this is
another
addiction.
This is another addiction, absolutely. But there was a little sampler on eBay, and it just the description: small red cross stitch, and I went, "That's a Muller sampler." Oh my Lord! You know, heavens! What? It wasn't finished, but it was quite obviously from the orphanage. So I immediately contacted the guy, sent him a picture of mine, and said, "You're missing a trick here. This is."
Oh, that's so kind of you.
Well, not really. Well, there were 24 people watching it, so they knew.
Right.
You know, and I said I would be seriously tempted to whisk this off here and offer it to, say, Whitney Antiques or someone who specialises, because there are people who collect these samplers.
Yeah, yeah.
And I said, "Where did you find it?"
Where did you find it?
His wife found it at a Bricanti fair in a bag of handkerchiefs.
Oh. Some people just don't know what they've got, though, do they? They just don't know. If you want to stitch your own sampler inspired by Catherine Archer's extract, it would be absolutely beautiful. Ada or on linen. We've got both available for you today. This is on Ada. What's the finished size of this, Jane?
That size.
Oh, perfect. So that's 47 centimetres by 25.
There you go.
Says on the graphics. Just £24.99. Absolutely gorgeous. And
we've got another little one to mention as well. Oh, sorry.
We've got the linen option. So in terms of the count, what count linen is this?
This is 28, but you're going to work over 2.
Okay.
And this is 14, you're going to work over 1. Right. So they're the same size.
Brilliant. £24.99, and that is on linen. We absolutely love this. I think it's so interesting, and just to have, you know, the input of the exact same fonts, all of these different extracts have been taken from that original sampler.
And if I show you on here, there's cross stitch on linen.
Okay.
And effectively what you're doing is you're making a stitch and you're leaving an empty hole, which is quite useful sometimes when you're doing different stitches. So it's just something to bear in mind. And then this, I love this. So this is just a little tiny one. Now this is only on linen.
Oh, I love this.
It's only on linen because it's worked over 1 thread. So it's closer to Catherine's original, if you look at that. It's not the same, but it's closer. So with this one, sometimes people say to me, I can't see to do over 1. If you can see to do over 2, you can see to do over 1.
Okay.
It just takes a bit of practice getting your eye in. And the other thing to remember with this, which is really quite important, is I showed you on that little diagram there, which I've...
Hang on, that is £9.99. The work that has gone into the designing of this.
It's very sweet.
Sample, it is beautiful. You have your chart in there. Only 4 of these left, by the way. This is going to sell out. There's so much of this that is going to sell on pre-order, just so you're aware.
You can see on here that I've done the cross stitch in 2 journeys.
Yeah.
Yes? You can't do that if you're doing this. With this one, you have to make each stitch individually. The reason for that is, with this fabric, because you're working over 1 thread, it can slide underneath.
Right.
And you don't get a full cross, you get a funny shape. If you work on silk gauze and work tiny, you can work it the same way, because the threads are joined at the corners. Does that make sense? The mesh is fixed,
right.
Whereas with linen it moves about.
Okay.
So you have to work this one over each individual thread. But anyway,
but like you said, if you can stitch over 2, then
you can see to do both.
It's less than £10. You know, some projects, they are a bit more of an investment. Have a go. What have you got to lose?
Absolutely.
I mean,
fortunately, with counted embroidery, there is not an enormous investment.
Yeah.
You don't have to buy lots of other stuff, so you can do it.
Yeah, that's less than £10. Grab it whilst you can. There is literally, I believe, 1, maybe 2 left. That's it. Anybody who's got it in their basket, it has sold out. Right, are we going to Italy?
I think we
Please,
should.
can we do
I
this
think we
Italian
should.
trio? Because so many people have already got this on pre-order, and this, I mean, I love this. Anybody who's ever been to Italy or has a connection with Italy, you are going to absolutely love it. This is brand new to us, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
I
Hot
know
from the
some people who
presses.
are part of the Cross Stitch Guild may have seen
Not all
parts
of
of
it,
it,
parts of
but
it.
this is the first time that we have ever had. Oh, yes,
thing.
show us the samples. Tell me about your inspiration on this.
Well,
I love it.
What happened was, my husband and I took the kids to Lake Como some years ago, and these were pictures that I took.
Yeah.
But then, him and I went to Amalfi and spent all that money.
Yes.
We've been talking about being caught. Now, my dear husband, who I love to bits, has been nicknamed Short Arms, Deep Pockets Greenoff. He's a cautious man. He worked for the bank for many years, so he's, you know, he's a sensible chap. But the poor man went and bought 2 fresh orange juices and came back and said these were £20 each.
Oh, yes, drink
Enjoy.
them very slowly.
Don't spill them.
Oh, yeah, it's
Amalfi's very expensive. Anyway,
isn't it amazing?
Yes,
And the
so pretty.
buildings. This is Portofino, am I right?
yes,
Oh my gosh, it's absolutely stunning. The colours that are used as well.
it did work well, didn't it? So these two were in existence, but not on telly.
Yeah.
And then this one, Andrea, the boss, asked me to do a little bag. Can I just open it?
Yeah.
So there's a little
It's a little
pochette.
That's
And
so
I teach you how to do the hem round the edge.
And you can keep your stitching bits in there.
Yes,
can't you?
exactly. Have a project in it.
A gorgeous keeper.
Isn't it sweet?
Absolutely.
The colours did work really well.
I mean,
well
look at the
chucked.
stitches. You can see how close we're going there. And the colours, the stitching. There's
I'm going
beautiful
to
French
embarrass.
knots.
I didn't stitch this, I have to tell you.
Who stitched
And
this? Do we need to do a shout out?
CB. I'm going to say CB
Okay.
in case she's cross with me. Look at the back.
Jane, normally, if I said to look at the back, you would
I
smack my
smack your
hand.
hands. Actually, I find
That's
that very,
sweet.
very trying when you show somebody a piece of stitching and it's almost as if they're trying to catch you out.
But let me have a
and I
look at the
don't
mess
like-
on the
yes,
back.
Yes.
But a lot of them, they're framed and you wouldn't see. But this one, if you're doing a bag, then you're going to see the back of it. It's not lined, is it?
No,
So
no,
it's
no.
very neat.
So
Done
isn't
a
it
fabulous
lovely?
job. We love it. Okay, are you ready? This is the Italian trio. You get all 3. Now, we've got it on Ada and on linen. You
And-
have everything you need for all 3. Brand new to us today, $34.99. Even the scissors, Jane.
These are Italian.
And the wadding.
Yep.
Fabulous.
So you've
They're
got,
beautiful.
the threads are pre-sorted. Now, there's 2 reasons for that. One, because it's quite a considered purchase and we think you get home from work and you're in electric light, you don't want to be sorting threads. But actually, the other reason is there's lots of greens.
Similar colours.
And there is a temptation to put all the greens on one hole and then ring us to say you're short,
Yes.
which you're not.
I'm just going to take a tiny snip so we can get into the kit and have a look. Because these are absolutely beautiful, aren't they? You've got enough to be able to do that whole,
Yes,
you know, the whole trio,
absolutely. Can you manage?
if you can get into the packet.
This is historic because in the old days when we sold to shops, people would open the packets and steal the scissors.
Oh, okay.
That's why the elephant
So now the
split's involved.
security tags.
It's just, you know, yes, it's just, as
There
I
we
said,
are, we're in. Pre-stranded, your pre-sorted cottons, your wadding, your fabrics, your scissors, for all 3 for $34.99. Now this is on Ada, which is your first option. Even silk dupion. Where do you use your silk for?
just in here.
Oh, so the scissor keeper's also lined. This is gorgeous. Like you said, yes. So you've got, look, lots of
It
your
is
neutrals.
lovely, isn't it?
They are beautiful colours. Beautiful colours. And if you're trying to sort through your Madeira threads, this is why I think it's brilliant buying kits from yourselves, is that we've all got stashes, but it is that lovely wisteria, the purples.
And getting the colours
Yeah.
to work.
Yeah.
You know, if I have a skill, it's having a colour memory, which I do have. I mean, I can go out and buy scarves or brooches or something to go with an outfit, and I don't need it with me. I know what colour it is.
That is actually
It's
your
something in your
shortest
head.
memory, though. Did you know that? Is colour memory. So you
Yes.
can go away, and I think it is supposed to be your shortest memory, so that's brilliant.
It's just something I can do.
Yeah. Half the stock's gone on Ada.
Look at that.
So then this is the scissor
This is
keeper.
yes. No, this is the this. Yes, this is
Yeah.
This is the little pochette to put them in.
Pochette.
So
Pochette,
it's
and
cross
then your
stitch
little,
and half cross stitch, and I think that's it. Oh, that's four-sided stitch. But I
What's
do
four-sided stitch?
Well, it's actually a pull stitch. I'll show you what it does. It's just quite a nice decorative way to make the hinge.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, so you even show how to construct the...
Yes, oh yes, absolutely.
Fantastic. Does it come with instructions as well?
I do hope so, otherwise I'll be writing short notes when I get home.
Just so you're aware, everybody who, just like with all of the other kits, you have it with your symbols available as well as the colours. They all come in the kit, so you've got options, whichever way you prefer to
There's
work.
your instructions, look.
Brilliant. Even how to do your little twisty,
Yes.
which we're going to do a little
We're going to
demo
talk about.
later.
And these are new
Yeah.
instructions. These are teaching us how to make the folded hems.
Right.
I did these in little chunks, so it shows you how to make this bit.
Oh, this is gorgeous, isn't it?
Isn't it nice?
I'm so pleased you all love it as much as we do. Honestly, this started a real conversation. As you said, we started talking about Italy, and then we went into... We actually ruined our entire prep time. Our poor Joe from Storage for Crafts, we were like, sorry, we've just digressed.
Sorry about this.
We're
not going to do the programme. We're going to Italy instead, weren't we?
We nearly did, just book onto Eurostar. I don't know how it got to that. Yeah, Ben's planned his route to Italy. You've actually drove...
My husband and I drove to Lake Como with the children.
Because our
That was a
Alice
long
is scared
way.
of flying, so Ben wants to drive her there. They really want to go.
That's for the twisted cord for this.
Okay.
Which you need a longer length than we do for these threads. We do these in 80 centimetre lengths. And the reason for that is historic. One, that's 10 out of a skein in the old days of using skeins. And the other reason is that I work using a knotless start. So I have one strand folded in half, and that makes my two to do the cross stitch with. And if there's time, I'll show you.
So you strand it.
Yeah, I take one off.
Strand, yeah.
One off completely.
Yeah.
Fold it in half. Put the two loose ends through the needle.
Yeah.
And then if I show you in here, which I...
Oh, we have got the stitch book. We refer to this a lot, don't we? I mean, you still refer to this, Jane,
I
don't
still
you?
refer to this. I am out of stock of the stitch book. We're going to have to reprint. So I have got an old copy, version 1.
And what version is this?
4.
Version 4. Right, this is our last of stock then.
Yes, it is. It is, absolutely. If you look at that picture...
Thank you.
I've got the two loose ends
Yeah.
in there. Make the first half cross stitch and go through the loop.
Right. That means you don't not have a...
There's no knots on the back. If you use a knot, you use it on the front.
Okay.
Away from your stitching. It's called an away waist knot. You stick it over there somewhere, you do some stitches, then you turn over, snip the knot off and get rid of the tail. But we don't put knots on the back.
The stitch book, by the way, is only $13.99 and you've got 120 illustrated stitches. And we'll get back to that later on, but for anybody who spotted it, that's fine.
Always
Let's do it
diving
in
off
linen. I'll come across to here now.
There we are.
Controversial Ben, what are you saying, Ben?
Controversial Ben. Oops, that's the needle for that one.
He said if I'm going to get anything in linen, it's going to be this one. He thinks that it deserves
He did
the
get
linen.
excited. He did get excited and was pleased to hear you can drive to
Nothing
Lake
against
Como.
Ada, but he
No,
just
no.
wants it in linen.
No.
There's something about it in linen, he's saying.
This is personal choice, you know. I wear linen.
Yeah.
You know, I've made a fuss about it before. The family call it rich wrinkles.
I
Linen
call it
and silk.
wrinkles now.
Well, women of a certain age really benefit from wearing linen.
Oh, yes.
I don't know if you know, it'll take twice its weight in water before it feels wet. Did you know that there was cross-stitch on linen in the Pharaoh's tombs? And I knew this. I haven't been to the Pharaoh's tombs. I can't get him to go to Egypt just yet. But we were in an extraordinary museum of that culture. And there were linen presses with linen in that was thousands of years old. It'll outlive us.
Oh, yeah, we love our linen.
Anyway, so there's the same thing, same contents, but the fabric to stitch on is the linen.
You get the wadding, the silk, the scissors.
Just lovely scissors, beasties. They
Well,
really
you
are.
wouldn't put any old scissors in there, would you,
I
Jane?
do try not to.
We want nice, sharp
With
scissors.
sharp, pointy.
Italian
and
scissors.
They're Italian. I have got a lot of scissors arriving quite soon.
Great.
I hope they come. My husband and I are going to Croatia a week tomorrow.
Oh, I
For a
love
week.
it. What part of Croatia are you going to?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not in charge of holidays.
Okay.
I know we're going to Lake Bled,
Yeah.
and we're going to Slovenia, and we're going to Ljubljana,
Oh,
but I don't
travelling
know
around.
Jordan.
Amazing. Oh, you'll have the best time. I love Croatia. Love it. So, your linen kit, your Italian trio, your scissor keeper, your beautiful... I mean, that's... sorry, I can't even call it a scissor keeper. It is the poshest scissor keeper you ever will own. The little... Now, this is quite good because you can have this as a weighted cushion, can't you?
Yeah, this has only got polyester in, but if you fill this with rice, you can put it over the arm of the chair and it'll weight your scissors.
Oh, here you go. Miranda's just messaged again. She said, Jane, you started my stitching journey many years ago. I've bought your mini sampler, so a lovely connection to my nan's time at the orphanage.
Good. I'm thrilled for you. Well done.
And I mean, those samplers...
If you ever get a chance, you need to contact them. The Muller Trust is still based in Bristol, and they have a very, very nice little museum there. And you can go and have a look at the red sample. They're not all red. Most of them are red. There are a few done in different colours. I don't know the opening times. You need to ring the Muller Trust. But the museum is striking. And there are models of the buildings, and there are the uniform of the children. Now, my father-in-law was taken there on an open day by his mother, widowed mother, to show how lucky he was to have one parent.
Yeah.
And all the kids were out playing in their uniforms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
Amazing. It's all very grown up, isn't it?
People are asking, by the way, Jane, do you have a Watbow for May? But I think we did the Biscanoe instead this time.
There isn't at the moment a Watbow. I'm looking forward to one of you designing one based on the Biscanoe.
These are the Biscanoes, which are the same, or taken inspiration from...
That's right.
The May tile. The Biscanoes are just £9.99. The main graphic is for Ada, but it is also available in linen, and it's 2 squares. Don't be concerned about this origami sort of shape.
It's very simple to make.
Brilliant.
I've no doubt I will do at some point a Biscanoe to go with this, maybe for next year, but there isn't one at the moment. There's 2 more Biscanoes and I think a couple more of the Watbows to come.
You mentioned this earlier on, and we've had a lot of people who are asking about it. Red House, is this?
Yes. Now, where is the linen?
So there's linen and Ada. Have you got it on? Have you stitched it on? It's
yes.
not one of these. I believe it's this one by you here.
Yes, sorry, couldn't think.
Right,
Okay,
so
that's how it
linen
started.
first. Ada first, sorry. Ada first.
There's the Ada one.
Now, it's exactly the same size.
Well, I'm going to
isn't
do
it?
that for a minute. I'll tell you for why. Because I've mounted this on a piece of red, well, let's take it off the red. It's interesting how the colours jump on the Ada compared to this. This is unbleached linen.
Okay.
So this is raw linen. In fact, if I sniff...
You love smelling
Actually,
linen, don't you?
that still smells of soil.
Does it?
So this is made of linen, which is flax, and this is made of cotton.
Okay.
And the colours are the same, but they do look different, don't they?
They do. And it's exactly the same size. Obviously, this has got your big border, but so it looks to the eye bigger, but it's not.
It is.
Exactly the same.
So that's 28, that's 14, that's worked over 2, that's worked over 1.
Right, so Ada to start with.
Right, there we are.
Talk to me about this, the Red House sampler.
Well, what can I tell you, really? It's
Alphabet,
cross-stitch.
numbers?
Yes. Obviously, you've got the alphabets there if you want. You could leave the little birds out and put your initials in, if you fancied it.
Nice.
You've got numbers as well for birthdays and events. Worth having, actually, just to have the chart, because then you've got that information. I was looking at something yesterday because there's a little series of books. I'm doing this all the time. But the next one is called Occasions and Alphabets, and will come out in the autumn if I get it done. And that's where I've done things like 1950 was a good year.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that was the year I was born.
Yeah.
And so there's lots you can do if you've got numbers and letters.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this would be lovely housewarming gift for somebody, or all sorts.
Yes.
You could put your initials, your date of birth, or a christening gift.
Put new house in there.
This, by the way, also very, very popular on both Ada and linen on pre-order. If you've already got ahead, I think because we showed a little sneak peek of it earlier on, but it is available on linen. Can we show the linen, please, Jane? Once again, we've sorted you've sorted the threads for us.
Got a wrap needle, got the linen. This is our pale stone cashel linen. This comes from Zweiggartenzuitzki in Germany.
Are these brand new today to us? I believe they are.
Certainly.
Brand new. Never even been on air before.
Never been on air, no.
Only £17.99. Anybody can be part of the Cross Stitch Guild. That's what I love as well, is that you're so inclusive to everybody.
There's no test.
No.
Right? There's no test. You know why it started, don't you? Shall I tell them?
Yeah.
Well, we were actually at the Knitting and Stitching Show at Alexandra Palace. And it's now, well, it was 1996 we started, so it would have been the autumn of 95. And I was on the stand, and a lady came on the stand, visibly upset, teary, sniffy, couldn't look at me, you know. I said, "You all right? Can I get you a drink of water or something?" "No, it's fine." I said, "I've just been on another stand." And they said, "My cross stitch isn't real embroidery." And I went, "Really? Fine. Where was it?" "Right." And I went to go, and my husband just grabbed
me back.
And he said, "There must be a more sensible way of dealing with this." And I went, "Yeah."
Was it a real sensible way of setting up the Cross Stitch Guild?
That was the reason. That was the reason. Because woe betide anybody. You can embroider. The word embroider means to decorate. You can embroider a story.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
You can embroider a pillowcase.
Yeah.
How dare anybody? Now, last year, am I right? Last autumn, I was a guest speaker at an event where there were 170 stitchers, of which 90 were from the US. And I told my story again, and I named the alternative organisation at this event. And I remember my husband going, anyway, named. And then after I'd finished speaking, I had at least 12 people come up to me and said, "It happened to me."
Yeah.
That happened to me. I went along to my, and they said, no, we don't want you here. We don't do that sort of embroidery."
No.
So I got very, very incensed and investigated. And the Cross Stitch Guild was formed in the 16th of March, 1996. Quite nervous. The Guild is direct debit originators. And when I asked the bank about that, he said, "Haven't you got to be the gas board to do that?" "I'll have to find out, because no one's ever asked me before." And the organisation is solvent. It's been solvent for whatever 96
Well,
is
it's
to
nearly
now.
30 years.
Exactly. And we don't just do cross stitch, but we do anything that's counted. So people say to me, "Have you got any samplers printed on?" And I say, "I'm sorry, no. We do everything that is counted."
Yeah.
Because in my opinion, the printed ones, often because you're printing onto fabric, often the crosses don't even meet.
No.
You know, yeah. And also, because this is blank material, you can do what you want with it.
Well, you get to choose. Do you want to change the numbers, put initials
Do you want
here?
your house in there?
Yeah. We've had a question. We often get this question. Tracy, I've never stitched on linen before. Is it harder to count the squares? If you are transitioning from Ada to linen, how is the jump?
Okay,
Because we've talked about starting on linen or starting on Ada, but if you're used to stitching on Ada, we are approaching, by the way, just half an hour left with Jane, which is flying by. So we've got so much still to bring you.
Okay, so let's look at, this is the Ada version of this sampler. And that is a box, isn't it?
Oh, watch your head, sorry, Jane.
Sorry,
That's
darlings.
Thank
It's
you.
me being able to see combination and an overhead
It's
camera.
not the most natural thing.
But if you look at this, I'm going to go in the corner here with a pin. Not that corner, because it's a bit, that's better. Right, so just let me do something and then show you.
Okay.
If I go in there, oh, fish. I want a needle.
Let's have a look. Have I
Actually,
taken one out of here?
I'll do it with a pin.
Here we go, here we are. I have a little black box
Oh,
in front
thank you.
of
Here
us.
we go. Look, I'm going to use.
These are available, and these are your lovely gold needles. Huge selection of the gold needles. Every single time these come on air, they've actually sell out. We've managed to restock them for Jane's show today.
So I'm going to put my head in the way just for a minute, and then I'm going to show you what I mean.
Ollie says that's fine.
Oh, fish. I didn't bring my glasses with me. Let's go this side.
Do you ever work with a magnifying glass? Would that help as well for anybody
If
who
you
is...
need it, I think is, if you start without and see how you get on. The other thing to do is to take your stitching with you and go to pound shops and equivalents and look at the magnifying specs. Don't take a book, take stitching. I've got 3 or 4 pairs of those. I don't even know what plus they are.
Yeah.
Can you look at that now?
Right, hang on. Let's get you in the right
You get me in
angle.
the right place.
There you are.
Okay. So what you're doing, if you think of an noughts and crosses board, you're using the corners.
Yeah.
And you're leaving an empty hole in the middle. Now, I see linen in squares from practice.
Yeah.
But if you don't, you cross 2 threads across and
yeah,
up.
I can see.
Yeah?
Yeah. So Ada, it's 1.
Ada's only a box
Right.
because it's obvious where to put your needle.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes?
So it's just getting your eye used to.
It is practice. I learnt on linen because that's what someone gave me. And I do it from choice. There's a number of reasons. One, I like the feel. Now, most of the feel is because this is made of flax, but also there's quite a lot of dressing in Ada.
stiffer.
It does get softer, but when you get it, it's got a starch in it, really.
Yeah.
This does have starch in it, but it softens more quickly. And the other reason for doing it, and I haven't got an example today, which is a bit frustrating, because you can work over 2 threads, which is what I've done here. Yes? But you can work over 1, like we did with the little red thing.
Yeah.
You imagine I could work that house over 1 and it would be half the size of that. Also, there are stitches you can do that you can't do on Ada. So if you could learn to do the linen, there's a much bigger availability of patterns that you could do. There's nothing wrong with Ada. And let's face it, if I want to get something ready for a birthday card for someone on Friday, that's what it's going to be done on, because I can whiz through it. Interestingly, I've got a sampler in my collection that I've just about to feature this weekend, actually. This is a sort of roundabout way of saying, JaneGreenoff.com, which is I had years and years and years and years ago so that I could sell my own books. Anyway, as a result of my dear friend Jenny Dixon, I'm a finder of treasures, which is an excuse to go shopping, okay? As my husband did refer to it once as a vanity project, and he still lives to tell the tale. Anyway, I'm talking this weekend, I'm talking about red samplers.
Okay.
And one of my red samplers I'm featuring is over 110 years old, and it's on Ada. So Zweigart produced Ada, or Aida, all those years ago.
Yeah.
So it's not modern, there's nothing wrong with it, it's pure cotton. You can get very confused as well because there are patterns on linen Ada.
Okay.
Which really makes you a bit frilly.
Yeah.
But actually what it is it's about what it's physically made of. So this is made from the flax plant, probably Egyptian, maybe Indian, and it comes in a raw form, and then Zweigart bleach it or wash it or colour dye it. Yes, so that's what it is. This is made of cotton which grows as bolls.
Right, yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean, don't you?
So
in our
there's
house
no right
now,
or wrong, is there?
No, absolutely there's no right or wrong.
It's not necessarily more difficult, it's just getting your eye in a different way to Ada.
As I said, I see it in squares. I now wear varifocals.
Yeah.
I didn't used to be able to see the bus coming, but I could work on 40 to the inch, you know, because whichever that is, I am.
You're in tune to
But now, of course, my eyes are changing, so I do have varifocals for stitching.
Which one next, Ben?
Sorry,
No, sorry, you carry on, I'm just listening in. Cushion. Okay, Poppy and Daisy cushion, Jane.
Oh, bless.
We have got so much to do in the next half an hour. So, are you ready? It's going to be, it's going to be on and gone. Linen and Ada. Let's start with Ada. £17.99.
One of a series of 4.
Okay.
This is summer, for obvious reasons. You don't get the backing.
Right.
If you wanted to do all 4 in the seasons.
Sorry, I'm just going to put a bit flat. There we go.
There you go. So there are, as I said, 4 in the series, 28 count linen or 14 count Ada. This fabric was purchased. One of the elves made them up for me because she can do this clever thing. I don't mess around with that really. I stick to what I'm good at. Well stuffed. The cushions need to be well stuffed. As a general rule, I'm told that you have one 2 inches bigger than your cushion.
Oh, absolutely. Give it really nice and plump. That's it. Now, that's it in Ada, £17.99. On linen, it's also available, once again, £17.99. It comes with all your pre-sorted cottons.
Charts
Madeira
in colour
cottons.
and black and white again. Full instructions. It could, of course, be framed. You could have a set of 4 as pictures.
Yeah.
Yes.
Back in stock, completely sold out first time round, I believe, when it launched.
As far as I know, yes. And I imagine the other 4 are on the website.
Brilliant.
But I haven't looked to see.
If you do want the Poppy and Daisy, that's the only one that we've got on the show available today. That lovely garland, only £17.99. Available both Ada, linen. Your main graphic is for linen, but do be aware that was a quick sellout when it launched first time out. It looks beautiful as a cushion. But again, use it as you wish, as a wall hanging or framed.
Chuffed with that.
Okay, there are your Poppy and Daisy cushions.
I better put this.
Shall we do Poppy designs? We've got, here we go, the Poppy, and we've also got the violets.
Ah, these are my watercolour ones, aren't they? I know what that is.
Inspired by pressing flowers.
Yeah.
From your garden?
Actually, not from my garden, but from out and about, dog walking.
I believe we have one of these already stitched. There's the violets.
There you go.
The colour of this, Jane, the threads that you've picked out are really beautiful.
It's sweet, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is, I did these on raw linen, and I struggle with this writing. I wanted it to be like, as if someone done it with a pencil. So I had a few attempts at getting this to work, and I was quite pleased with the end. And the business of the roots, like a botanical picture.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool. This is really very, 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 very popular indeed. The Poppy is only £9.99. Again, pop it in a nice little box frame. It looks lovely.
Box frame.
No Ada version of this, always on linen?
These are on linen.
Okay.
This all started because Jenny Dix and I went to visit an exhibition by Jam Jar Flowers of London of their pressed flowers. And I pressed flowers as a child, and I had a flower press. Yeah. Yes?
Yeah.
There were pressed flowers for thousands. Thousands. And I thought, okay, I could do that.
Yeah. Brilliant.
So there's the Poppy. What have you got next?
Violet.
There you go.
Oh, honestly, these together will look
sweet, aren't they?
beautiful. And what is the stitch then that you're...
That's just backstitch.
Backstitch, yeah.
Just backstitch over 2 threads each time. Resist the temptation to go in long ones. I only ever use the long ones if it was something like a whisker, cat's whisker, or maybe a ship's rigging.
Right.
As a general rule, do that over 2 threads or 1 block if it was Ada, which it isn't with these, obviously.
And you get that lovely shape. Well, you've done all the sort of hard work for us, designing it all out.
Hopefully.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's all there. You've got your charts to work from in both. Do you have the colour and...
Yes.
Yeah, fabulous. Colour and also with symbols, all of your skeins as well, all your threads ready to go. And then we also have, I believe, I don't know whether I've got it here,
Sweetbriar.
Sweetbriar. You can show me yours. Here we go.
And again...
Only £9.99 again. And the writing does look brilliant. Is that just with a backstitch again?
Yes, just a backstitch.
I say just a backstitch, but it just works.
It does work, and it's just a question of counting correctly. And actually, if you do it and you're not pulling too hard, if you do make an error, you can just whisk it out and get it to work. As I said, I fought this a little bit.
Is that on the chart?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
yes. Yes, they're all charted for you.
Just £9.99. They are beautiful gifts for people, or a really nice set of 3 that you can be doing over the summer months in the garden.
Bliss.
Stitching out in the
Bliss.
garden.
Bliss.
Oh, I say this. I mean, I think we had 3 days of it, didn't we? And then we've put the garden cushions back. I'm like, no, this weekend it's going to be nice again.
My garden is the most extraordinary state. The courtyard is a disaster area. Yeah. And I didn't do the no-mow May thing because we had it turfed last year and I wanted to keep it up together. But I've got a do anything in the courtyard month. Yeah. We have lots of nests and I've put down some old land drains in a bed of brambles, and we've got mice and all sorts of people living out there. So when I get back from holiday, I'm going to have to get out there with a machete. But I'm waiting for all the little birds to fledge first. The front garden, what I call the front garden, it's beautiful and very blousy. I mean, got roses like this. Yeah. I've also got ground elder this high.
Are you good at gardening, or is
good at gardening? Is probably no.
You enjoy it?
I do when I can get chance to do it. The greenhouse is full of things waiting to go out.
Yeah.
I went in the greenhouse last night. This is how sad I get. Okay, I went in the greenhouse with a torch. I didn't put the light on. I have a light out there. And I went round and I collected the snails on my dahlias.
That's Maisie's favourite thing, is looking around. Who's eating all our hostas?
Yes. I was introduced to woolly, what are they called? Woolly beasts.
Woolly mammoths.
Woolly, they're little woolly things.
I don't know what they are.
There's something called woolly somethings. Woolly...
Little insects in your garden?
No, you buy the bag of them. They're made from sheep and goats' wool, and they're brown.
And they stop your snails?
And they don't like them. So I have my hostas are perfect. But the dahlias,
our hostas are all eaten by the snails. I'll have to get one of those. Right, if you're in the mood for a watbo, well, lots of messages about the watbo. We have a poppy watbo for you. I think Ben knows a girl called Poppy Watbo.
There you are, team. So that's a little watbo. So that comes on its own, but with scissors.
It's made of 3
squares. 3 squares.
I always say that with caution because I always feel like, maybe I'm wrong. How many are there?
No, there are 3 squares. There are 3 squares. They're joined up squares, and I teach you how to fold it to make it up into that.
Nice sharp scissors. Cotton.
The threads, very simple to sort.
Great.
3 sides, always popular. Nice to hang something on the end of your scissors. If you don't want to put them on scissors, pop them on a key.
Yeah.
They're nice on a key or on a doorknob.
A bag charm or something.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Exactly.
£14.99. If you're, a regular stitcher, you'll stitch this within an evening.
I've done it in an evening.
Fantastic.
I stitched it in the evening and made it up in the morning.
Do you struggle to sit and watch any television, or do you listen to podcasts? What do you do? Because a lot of people have to be stitching, don't they?
I am. Yes. Well, when I thought I was retiring, and I'd had the meetings with Andrea and all the suits, and came home and cried for 4 hours because I thought I was going to have to watch daytime television. Sorry about this, everybody who does, but I'm very selective. I'm a terrible wimp. I worked in A&E as a nurse many years ago. I don't need to see blood and gore and people being shot at. So my poor husband vets programmes, and we do meet together for Country File because that's pretty safe. Yeah. And we do have date night when I will sit and watch a programme, but I'm in my office with stories.
Yeah.
Audiobooks keeps me sane.
Yes. Oh, I love an audiobook now in the car. Okay, that's your poppy, but we also have the summer.
This is a different one.
The summer one, I absolutely love this. It's got beautiful texture to it, hasn't it?
Yes. This is quite a different set of things.
Oh, okay.
This is not a first project. This is a second project.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
Yes. So let's just look at the difference. So there's some hollyhock flowers. Those are little buttonhole wheels. That's a bullion knot, lazy daisies. That's of echinacea. And then similar, some more hollyhocks. And then French knots or colonial knots for the little thing. So this is, if you've never done counted embroidery before, you're welcome to try this, but it's not what I would recommend. The poppies, no problem at all, straightforward.
This one, if you want to take your
stitching
to another level.
And this is the point I was making earlier about the reason for linen is sometimes you need it to do the different stitches.
Right, okay. This is 28 count linen.
It is.
You do have all of your charts again in colour or in symbols. You have your scissors. You've got your cotton. It's on linen this time.
Yes.
And it's beautiful. At $15.99, still fabulous price. See, lots of projects. Maybe you don't want to commit to doing the big sampler or
Yes.
the the boxes that we've done in the past.
If you're not yet hooked, do something little.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like if you're getting kids to do something, succeed at
achieve.
something small,
Yeah.
and then see if you're going to go on. If you're successful, I don't think you'll be able to stop yourself.
No. Just £15.99, that's for your scissor keep. That lovely Watbow shape again. Less than £20. I think this is such a fabulous hobby to get into, isn't it?
I think so. I think so.
These kits are gorgeous. Right, let's go on to, before we go on to the books, just want to recap the brand new, really, really quickly, the tiles, the May tiles we have on Ada and we also have on linen. Here is the finished May tile. You have got the biscornu to match as well. Available in Ada, £14.99. Check out your baskets. Over half the stock has now gone. And we do try and order as many as we possibly can in because we know lots of people who are making up the collection and quilts. These are exclusive to us as well, Jane, aren't they?
Absolutely.
They're exclusive to us right now, so grab them whilst you can at £14.99. Lovely colours in the May edition, but they will all complement each other across the whole of the range.
Yes, I've kept things like the green the same group of colours, and the lemons the same group of colours, and so on, so that should you want to end up being mad enough to put it into a great big quilt. I know we've had communication from people saying, am I always going to be able to get them? If I miss one, would I be, I'm going to put them in a quilt, so that the colours will all go.
Brilliant.
They won't argue.
That's why we've done as many as we possibly can to make it able for everybody to be able to do that. There's the linen, same kit, but linen this time for your May tile. Honestly, brilliant price for everything that you need, including your linen this time, all of your Madeira cotton strands. You've also got then your charts, your needle. It's all there, ready to go. Instructions as well.
Lovely.
We definitely want to talk about Catherine Archer just briefly again because the kits have absolutely touched all of our hearts and we love these. Single figures on the sampler in Ada. Are they over your side? I think they're under here. Here we go.
There's the worked one.
Amazing. That's on linen and Ada. What have you got there? Ada. They're exactly the same, to be honest. It's just your preference, whether you want to work it on Ada or if you want to work it on linen. Just £24.99. Just quickly recapping these, because I know that we have all been... This always happens with you, Jane. We all love listening.
Talking.
We all love having a chat. Listening to your knowledge. And yes, 5 left on these, by the way. I forget to tell you about the stock levels. There's only 5 of these in Ada. That collection is amazing. They will all sell out. There are way more of you who have got the Ada in your basket than we have availability. The linen, there is literally 10 left. There's more than double of you who've got it in your basket. So please do not wait for the end of the show. It is just a matter of who gets there first. Remember, it's 1 postage and packaging across the board, across the whole day. Even if you're ordering in storage for crafts. How lovely. Have you seen the storage for crafts? They are amazing.
I have been down the mental route, and my problem is my ceilings like this, and I bang my head already. So if I don't need any more furniture, because I could really do with it.
It's on pre-order now. We have actually put it on pre-order. We sorted our stock with Hobby Maker, so if you want it ahead, go for it. It's coming up at 11:30. The Red House on linen and the Red House available on Ada as well. There's Ada. 3 left on Ada. 14 in baskets. Sorry, I don't mean to shout at you. But come Check out before you miss it. The reason I say this is because it happens every single time. We go to the break after Jane has been on air, and we have sellouts galore. So I just don't want you to miss out, because these are limited now. There's the Red House on linen. This is another one.
And that's the linen
brand new
one.
in today.
Now, I've worked a hem round it and shown it in the photograph. You don't need to do that. If you don't want to do it, I mean, the instructions of how to are in there.
Oh, fab.
But if you just want to frame it, then that's fine.
Brilliant.
That makes a nice tile frame, yes, absolutely.
You mentioned earlier on about will there be other tiles people have been asking
Yes.
available?
Yes.
We've had questions.
Yes.
April is available in Ada and in linen. We're going to run the graphics for you now. Not going to spend too much time. You've got pictures. We're going to try and get them all before the end of the series, but
There's
we do have
April.
April at the moment, and the colours, the pastel shades are beautiful in this. Look at that. April on Ada and April on linen. Even if you just want to make something, this doesn't need to be, you know, part of that series. You can just choose through this singular.
I hope they all stand alone.
Yeah.
You know, that was the idea. That
You're
they
not
would stand-
part of a subscription where you have to purchase each month.
No.
Just grab which one you want. And then it's also available on linen as well. It's the same one, I believe, on linen, just $14.99. Do you have March there, Jane?
Hang on.
We have it available, but only
Yes,
in
there.
linen. So
There you
if
are,
we
there's
just show,
March.
oh, lovely. That's the one that we did last time. I tell you what, definitely grab them whilst you can. We would always try towards the end of the year to re-kit what
Yes,
we
yes,
can,
yes.
but definitely grab them whilst
Sometime, I think sometime, whether it was in June or July, I know I'm coming in with all of them. And the other thing I'm doing as well is reminding you all about the pockets, the posy pockets from last year.
Yeah.
This business of doing something over 12 months is exciting, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I'm already being told I have to do something for next year.
Are you ahead for
Harumph.
Christmas?
So I don't
This
know.
is it, we're already sorting Christmas. The books, okay, 15 minutes left.
Which book do you want, darling?
Now, I think we need to do the 4th edition Stitch book, just because I did not realise that you are waiting on...
Yeah, I haven't any.
You haven't got any. So this is
The
it,
ones
when it's gone, it's gone.
You lot cleared me out. And as I said, my dog-eared copy on my desk is it's either 1 or number 2.
Well, it's a workbook, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
You work from it, it's ring-bound. It's not a book that's going to sit on the shelf for years. It's one that you're going to use. And, I mean, you've written this and you still use it.
Well, it's that business, you know, obviously I'm not in it all the time, but sometimes you go to do something, for instance, a cut hem, say, and I go, okay, cut hem, right, now, and then I go, right, okay, yeah, of course I know how to do it.
Yeah.
It's just a refresh, isn't it?
Yeah. And there's everything in here. I mean, you've got 120 different stitches.
actually-
Oh, fabulous. Great index as well to be able
Proper
to find.
index, they're alphabetical. That's DMC to Madeira, if should you want it. There's information about needles and why and how you use them. Ditto. That's a life-size measure. So if you do what I do, is I start off with my box like that, and then a project's finished and there's a pile of needles and I haven't a clue which is which. These are life-size, so you can check
Oh, brilliant.
what's what.
The scale.
And then going back again, washing and ironing embroidery, making a humbug, making a what bow,
Oh, brilliant.
comme ça, making a biscuit, making tassels, twisted cords. If we've got time, I've got equipment with me. Hang on.
Oh, let's do it.
Here
I think
it
we've got
is.
a couple of minutes. And this equipment is not available to buy. Look, it looks rather industrial.
Now, I know that you had them on the website.
Did
not
we?
this, not this. A little twisted cord machine.
Oh, right, yeah.
This came from a junk shop. And that's glued in, the cup hook on the end.
Okay.
And these are around my neck for a reason. So twisted cords. It'd be a shame not to do one, won't it?
Go on then. So, I mean, we do wire twisting tools on our sister channel on Jewellery Maker. I bet
So
you could use something like that.
Exactly, I'm sure.
Or you could just have
A pencil.
a pencil and twist it. So
Now,
don't
because
worry.
I'm making quite a lot, I
Yes.
have a hook on my wall.
Oh, go on.
Now, you're going to be a hook.
Yes.
Hold the knot. Right, I'm going to wander over here a little bit. Now, you remember you're going to need 4 times as long a thread as you want your cord.
Right. So
And I
in
mean-
the kits that need one of these...
There's one of
you-
these
you-
separate. Yes, and interestingly, when I was doing a cushion with Appleton's wool, Sue Hawkins was one end of her garden, and I was the other end of my garden, because I wanted a continuous one that would go all the way around.
Is this actually designed for this, for twisting cord? What was it designed for? What?
That was a hand drill.
Oh.
You're such a young thing. Now you
This is a
see, there you
drill.
are. Some of you out there will know, won't you? This was before Black & Decker came along.
Oh my gosh, that's actually a drill. A hand drill.
And actually, I did once try it, even on the slow speed with my electric drill.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about that time that you were at the Knitting and Stitching show and you were saying it was 95. I was 3 then. I was like Maisie's age. I was only a...
Don't let go.
I won't. Will this stay like this now, though?
Only if you knot it.
Yeah, okay. Brilliant. Oh, that's so quick. Yeah,
And
look
then,
out
you
for a
see,
hand drill.
Obviously, you could. Isn't that sweet?
I'm so sorry.
That's 3.
I'm not going to live that down.
Years old. I could be your mother. How extremely irritating. Right. So that's a very small, thin, twisted cord.
Yeah.
And obviously you can do 2 colours.
Mm-hmm.
If you want it to look really nice, what I would do, and it's a bit of a mime because you do need a long length, is make a twisted cord out of one, make another twisted cord out of one, and then make a twisted cord out of the 2. Because if you do 2 together, just like this, the colours don't really look particularly...
yeah.
Do you see what this is not a good example of thread, actually. I think it was 4 this morning when I pulled the threads out of the cupboard. Yes, so you can make twisted cords as a simple one, and then what I would do then is I snip the whiskers off, leave the knot, and that gets poked inside when you make
buried
it up.
inside. Yeah, perfect.
Does make sense, doesn't it?
So you don't need to remember all this, by the way. There is all within your stitch guide. This is your stitch book, 4th edition, signed by Jane Greenoff.
Of course.
And you have got... and once it's gone, it is gone. It is gone. Now, this is every sort of stitch that surely you'll ever come across.
Well,
is there anything you've missed?
Well, there has been a conversation going on, you see, because I insist that this is my book. I published it. I had it printed and I paid for it. When you talk to publishers, oh, ring binding's too expensive. It's not necessary. So my Stitcher's Bible, which is perfect bound, when you bend it flat, the spine breaks. So mine is ring bound, so it lies flat.
Yeah.
That's how on 3/4 cross stitch, when you need to soften an outline and you want a triangle, that's how to do them on linen, just in passing. I don't know if there's one on Ada here. No, I don't think there is. So all these different stitches are useful. Now, when we talked to the printer about this, I can in fact get 4 more pieces of paper in.
Oh, are you going to do it?
I might. I always said there wouldn't be another one. So all that's going to happen is there might come one in the fullness of time. Not
with
this,
an extra page.
with a couple of extra things in, and it's going to be the 4th edition with a sticker that says 3 more stitches.
Yeah.
It's not a 5th edition.
No.
As I said, I wouldn't.
Get it whilst you can. We've got 3 other books and we've got like literally 5 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry, can we do Flowers for All Seasons? Because that's going very, very well. This is only $7.99.
This is a set of books.
Flowers for All Seasons. Wow.
It's just such fun.
Do you know what? How much would you pay for a chart normally? A chart. And yet you've got...
all these.
We all have certain flowers that mean lots to us. So to be able... Oh, and look, an alphabet there as well.
So there's some how to do it, basically.
Brilliant.
That's
really good.
This was the first one in the series was Christmas.
Is this Andrea?
This is Andrea, who has been on air once.
Has she?
She has.
Oh,
I blackmailed her. There's the colour key. So yes, very pleased.
Brilliant.
So Cross Stitch Guild, published on by ourselves.
And you've also got a cottages version, is that right?
Cross Stitch Cottages and Castles.
Oh.
So that's again same principle.
Yeah.
There is a Christmas one, and I am doing occasions and alphabets.
Oh, fantastic.
In time for the autumn, I think.
Brilliant. Let's have a quick flip
Yes,
through
do.
this.
Do.
It's only £7.99. Cottages, castles and churches. A whole collection.
Useful, actually.
Really useful, yes. And like you said, if you got the
Once you've got them.
sampler, the red house, and you want to change the house, then to one that looks like yours. I mean, look at these.
All sorts.
Tudor houses.
Some of them are real, some of them are imaginary.
Is your house in here, Jane?
I think so.
One of the castles.
No, it's not a castle. It's a barn conversion.
Oh, is it?
We went to see a comedian whose name escapes me in Chipping Norton.
Okay,
and
yeah,
of course, he was slightly on the socialist side of things. And he said, of course, when we bought it, it was just a barn. And of course, we're going, ooh. When we bought Pink's barn, it was nearly derelict and had been a restaurant.
Really? Did you do all the renovation there as well?
We did lots of... We didn't. When I met my husband, he couldn't use a hammer. So I actually was attempting to plaster a wall.
With your hand drill?
With all those years ago. I can remember baby was asleep. He's now 43. I don't think Pink's is in here, actually, now that I come to mention it. And I rang him at work and said, are you going to learn to do plastering? He said, no, get a little man in. So we get a little man in. So we have converted Pink's and got it all how we want it, which is lovely.
And is that forever home?
Oh, yes.
We have to all come to Jane's. You have to do a retreat there.
No, I said I would do one. When we sold the business to Andrea, and so there weren't any classes at mine anymore, her and I were having a chat about doing a summer event, and Bill just put his head around the corner and went, no. What part of no?
It's all right. We can send Bill off for the day. Right, Hardanger. We haven't spoken much about Hardanger today, but you know about it. It's one that we have questions and people absolutely, again, another one that we get hooked with.
Oh.
£10.49, another workbook that's ring-bound as well.
Step-by-step instructions on how to do Hardanger. The history of Hardanger. Hardanger comes from the Hardanger fjord in Norway and is part of traditional Norwegian dress. And when you have done the first little test piece, which I've just shown you, that's what you make.
Okay.
And then you make the other things.
And you make all the traditional costumes.
Yes, no, this is old.
Wow. It's still used today, isn't it?
Oh, very much so. Yes, absolutely. In fact, if I go back to the front here, where are we?
Is this signed again, Jane?
Yes.
Have you signed these for us?
There's the Hardanger fjord.
Okay.
And there's the costume of the family that owns the hotel I stayed in.
And they'll still wear this for, you know, events, weddings, christenings,
Absolutely,
all sorts, yeah.
absolutely. Very much part of the... So, yes, super little book. Love it.
It's only £10.49 and we always get asked to get that book back in. I can't believe we've actually done it. When I said to Jane, how long are you on for? We've got so much to get in and we've more or less done it. The needles, if you need to get some... I say if you need to get some gold needles, you might think that that is quite a extravagant thing to say, but they're actually,
they're lovely
really
to use.
worth it, really lovely.
I haven't used a nickel-plated needle since my daughter was 5 months old and she's 36.
Have you stripped any of the gold off any of your needles? Because I know some...
I haven't. I have broken the eye on a 28, which is the tiniest one.
Yeah.
The tiniest needle in here is that one.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, it's that one.
Yeah.
And that's for one strand only, so outlining. So the eyes are delicate. They're gold-plated to 2 microns of gold, and we know that the right amount of gold is on them because we get little samples and a certificate every time we have any gold-plated.
They are quality gold-plated needles. 10 gold needles in your pack. All, I mean, even the curved one, that's for constructing the boxes.
Yes, if you're making boxes or things that are a bit more difficult to get at, you know. So we did have a collection without that, which was called the Perfect Collection. This is the Pluperfect Collection, which is a real word, and that's because we did Monet's house and my greenhouse kits, and making the boxes up was fiddly.
There you go, so you've got all of the needles for any of these kits that you've purchased today, and the ones that you've got in your stash already. Thank you ever so much, Jane.
Thanks,
Are you back
everyone.
next month then?
Back next month.
Brilliant.
Couldn't tell you the date offhand, but
You'll
I
have
am.
June's tile.
June's tile.
Brilliant. Please do make sure you're going back through, having a look what is available. definitely your Italian trio, definitely on your the Red House sampler. There's so many that are really, really limited. Rebecca Harrison is coming back, and we've got another brand new dressmaking pattern. Oh, it looks lovely with the linen. Your smock dress, it's gorgeous. Brand new pattern house, brand new pattern coming up. Thank you ever so much, Jane. Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone. Bye.
Don't go anywhere. We're back in just a couple of minutes.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
We've got an exclusive with Sarah Davies for her 40th birthday celebrations.
It's my birthday and I want to celebrate with all of you guys. I've got some smashing deals, some real birthday treats and of course, cake.
Including a Gemini 2 anniversary bundle and more.
Now, come and join my party. It's on Friday and you need to help me celebrate turning 40 in big style.
So that's this Friday on Sewing Street from 10 AM.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Those of you that missed the 8 a.m. hour, I know it's not very often that we do a dressmaking show at 8 a.m, so you may have missed it. If you did, we have Large Merchant and Mills, which is a huge deal for us at Sewing Street. Our buying team have been amazing in sourcing these patterns for us because they are huge in the industry, and I love everything that they stand for. Their designs are so beautiful and current, but they're also just like capsule pieces in your wardrobe. I think they look at women's bodies and how they change, and just keeping that in mind and when they're designing patterns. And they don't drop patterns every week or every month. There's a lot of time that goes into the development of the patterns and the dresses and the garments themselves. So we absolutely loved the dress earlier on. This one actually hasn't got as many elements to it, which might mean that it's more achievable for you as a dressmaker. Personally, I love this dress. I'd wear this dress. This is a summer dress that is so easy to wear. My body has changed an awful lot in the last 3-4 years, and I used to be able to wear, you know, a lot more fitted garments, and now I wouldn't even, well, I've still got them in my wardrobe thinking maybe one day, but I've just accepted that, you know, I need to just adapt,
don't they?
My style. And I love these dresses.
Yeah.
I think that they
well,
are
it's the thing is, it's nice because it's nice. It's loose, it's comfortable, but it's got different elements in it. It's not. It doesn't just go straight across. It's curved at the front. This edge here is curved, and then on the back.
Love this detail with the buttons.
Seeing it, but the back it curves up.
Yeah.
And then you've got the back detail, with the buttons.
I mean, it is beautiful. The finishing detail, like, you know, it isn't just a smock dress. It's got those elements that turn it into that designer dress, and absolute perfect fabric choice for me. The linen. Yeah. The linen is amazing. But also denim options today. What do you think, denim?
Yeah. Oh, no, I mean, just brilliant.
And look at this lovely floral. I mean, we haven't even introduced the pattern yet, but all of these fabrics are going to be perfect. Right, are you ready? Because graphics are about to go live. If you want the size 6 to 18, we've got 2 size ranges, $15.99 as well. Amazing price. We talked earlier on about the sort of process and how detailed the instruction manual is. So if it is something that you are relatively new, if you're a familiar sewer and made a couple of garments, is this something that you would recommend?
Oh yeah,
Rebecca?
Completely. Yeah. It's a nice, it's a nice dress to start with if you're starting.
Oh, you've got a top option as well.
Yeah, so you can have a top or skirt. Yeah.
Beautiful. Now, Ben, how did we get on with the sizing? What we're going to do, we've taken the photographs and we're uploading them into the Sewing Street fan page. So you can find them. We'll do it right now so you'll be able to find those sizes. So what sizes are we sort of looking at? Because it's very...
Yeah, so this is an 18. So I've got the pattern that goes up to an 18.
Yeah.
So this is an 18, but as you can see, it's very generous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, so you've got plenty of.
So is it? Yeah, there's a lot of ease in there. It's a nice fit.
Your bust measurements go from 102 centimetres or 40 inches up to 131 centimetres. Your length is there, but obviously you can alter that if you want. Suitable fabrics, it does suggest something with some drape like cotton or linen, which is exactly what we've gone for today. If you choose something with less of a drape, then you will have more of a sculptural look, it says.
Yeah, for the top. So that's what would happen with this.
Okay.
You'd get more if you're you know, changing that to it would be more of a sculptural.
I've seen lots of people on
lovely.
Instagram who've made this with like a gingham in a gingham.
Yeah.
And it looks so pretty.
Do you know what? This sort of design is so in, and like with that one as well, where the fullness comes from almost the neckline. And goes out. Yeah. It's very in at the moment, that look.
I love it. £15.99 for Florence dress. That's in size 6 to 18. We also have sizes 18 to 28. It said on their website, let me just read to you, it says, the decision was made to put our style to work in our presentation and packaging as a language that would attract the very people that had overlooked sewing. Equally, we were determined to include the steadfast makers and menders who had continued regardless of the current trends. Purpose, so it's got the style, it's also got the purpose in supplying patterns, fabrics and tools, because they do also supply lots of different companies with haberdashery and notions and things. So patterns, fabrics and tools allowed the creation of a desirable functioning wardrobe. That's what I love, is that there's lots of great patterns out there that you think it's lovely, but that's for a certain occasion. This is something that you would throw on any day if you are.
It's every day.
Yeah.
Everyday wear, but depending on the different fabrics you use, you know, so this would probably be every day, your denim's probably every day, but you put it in something else.
Put it in a pattern fabric.
And it becomes a dress for an occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's what I love about all of these patterns. They're thought that they're stylish, but also they are fit for purpose to wear day in, day out. So this is sizes 18 to 28. Once again, what we're going to do is we'll put the finished measurements on the Facebook page for you. Get your questions in for Rebecca. She's with us for the next hour. Hi, ladies. Love this pattern. I'm not on Facebook. Would 3 meters be enough for the largest size? How much? Yeah, we've done 3 meters.
So the 3 meter bundle, isn't it? Yeah.
So that would be enough for the largest size, absolutely. Depends on the width of your fabric. It says here, fabric requirements. Any size on the top you'll be able to do. And once again, in meters, 3 meters. I think actually here, if you are sizes 26 to 28, you might need 3.5 meters. So just bear that in mind. But all of the other sizes in the top or the dress. Is that right, Rebecca?
Yes, yeah, you do. Yeah, you need slightly more for the larger
150.
size.
I bet these are 150. Do you know what the width of our fabrics are? It depends on your width. Ollie, can you just show this little section here, your fabric requirements, please? There you go. So have a bit of a look at that. If you are looking at fabrics at home or fabrics that are on a website, these are your width of your fabrics and how much you're going to need on the sizes. So they're the larger sizes, but also I'll just pop this here. There's your smaller sizes of how much you're going to need. Amazing. I mean, look at this. Could you do it in like a, I don't want to say like a stretched jersey, but do you know what I mean? Like more of a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Fabric.
I think, a certain weight, I think, to it would be, but definitely. Be lovely.
There's lots of different fabrics you can use that with. It would be beautiful. Right, should we start with the linens? Because I think actually, if you're making either garment, these linen bundles are absolutely gorgeous. You've got here your grey, which is going to look lovely, pewter. Very similar, actually, to the dress that we've just shown on air. There we go. Well, actually, no, that's more green, isn't it? But there was a pewter one I saw on Instagram. 3 meters, 100% linen, £39.99 for your 3 meter bundle. And then we also have the colour that Rebecca had made it up in, which is like stone. I love that. Isn't that gorgeous?
It does look lovely, doesn't it?
$39.99, 100% stonewash linen. Great price, really good price. Under £40. Any difficult details that you want to highlight as well, Rebecca? What is it that you're going to be showing us?
So I'm just going to show you how to do the back on here, because obviously you've got the button stand, the neckline, but it's not difficult.
Okay.
It's not. It really isn't.
Darts at the back as well.
Yeah. So there's a couple of shoulder darts on the back. So there's no darts on the front at all. So there's a lot. All the detail really comes from the back. So yeah. So you've just got these couple of shoulder darts here, just to give a bit of shape over the back there.
Just got my pattern, cannot wait for it to arrive, says Sheila. Woo! Well done, well done. Okay, we've got printed denims. The reason I say that is regardless of whether you're getting the Florence dress or not, our printed denims fly out. Absolutely fly out. Are you actually
That's the
demoing
one.
this
Yeah,
one?
that's the one I'm going to do.
Love it. Right, you have got here 3 meters. I'm calling out to bag makers, dressmakers. Go for it. If you're making homewares, look at the price. 3 meters of your printed denim, and it's like a. Would you call it a chambray? What?
It's a lightweight.
Yeah. A very lightweight. It's going to be lovely for this dress. Only $22.99 for 3 meters of your lovely summer printed denim. This is going to absolutely fly out. Those of you who've got it in your basket, just be aware that these sell out every single time we bring them to air, regardless of the project that we're doing. We have a couple of other printed ones. This is the one that Rebecca will be demoing with. Just $22.99. Ah, well done, everyone. It is flying out as predicted. More in baskets than we started with. Just be aware. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Right, that's there, $22.99. Look at these. Oh yeah, we do. We all love the printed denim. Oh, Ollie, I know. Ollie's like, have we got any more? Have we got any more of this? No, it's going to go. Is it like it looks like a bike from there, like a flower bike.
Like
it's
wheels.
not.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, one of those, like, you know, like
Yes,
flower
I
bike.
can see what. Yes, I can see what you're saying. Yeah,
That's funny. $22.99. Printed denim, 3 meter bundle, more in baskets than we started with again. Yeah, this is all going to sell out. We also have the mini swirls. Oh, there's only 2 left of these. 2 left. 2 left of the mini swirls, $22.99, 3 meters. Well done. We also have your plain. Yes, it's gorgeous. Do you want to do it now? Like you said, this is going to be a dress that you can wear every single day. You know, your linens, your denims. Then you are going to a beautiful wedding or to Ascot, or you're going somewhere where you want to make a statement. This is beautiful. This would look really nice as well in the first dress.
so either of them would look good.
The
in that,
OMILIE
wouldn't
dress.
they? Yeah.
I've never seen this before. Brand new to me. Now it's a linen cotton mix. I like linen cotton mix because they're not going to crease as much.
Yeah, so you've got the best of both worlds there. You know, both of them will keep you nice and cool and.
£34.99. That's for 3 meters. Yeah, we all love this one. That's a really good price. That's a really good price.
It is.
Is that right? Ben's like, but we'll just go with it. £34.99. Great prices on those fabrics, and that is lovely. Really, really lovely. Okay, so they're your fabric options. We also have your denims, 3 different shades. 1 second. We've got the dark, the medium, and the light. This one's inside out. 1 second. There's the dark. Once again, it's lightweight. It's still going to have lovely drape to it. Don't think of it as like your denim thick jeans.
Yeah, they're lovely weights.
And they're really good prices again, under £30. Under £30. How cool is this going to look? I want to see an example in denim. I bet that look really good.
I think so, yeah.
Then we also have the medium. 4 ounce. Well, I say 4 ounce. Is this the one that John Scott will always go, I think it's a 4 ounce chambray. Hi, Wendy. Hi, all. Do you think this dress would be okay with pleats instead of gathered? Would it work?
You can put pleats in, as long as obviously you've only got a certain amount of fabric, so you'd have to decide where you were going to put them. Yeah, I don't see any reason why you couldn't do that at all.
There you go, Wendy. Thank you for your question. Get all your questions in for Rebecca while she's here. Remember, she's here till 11:30 today. We also have the light. Here we are. Nice for the summer. See, this would look so lovely with a pair of white trainers.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah, it's just...
For any age,
yeah.
It just works, doesn't it? £22.99, look very stylish. £22.99. Your 4 ounce wash denim, 3 metre bundles, £22.99. Get your Florence dress pattern brand new in today. 2 size variations, remember, from size 16 to 18 and 18 to 28. All very, 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 very popular indeed. Okay. Main graphic will be for the pattern. Make the most of it whilst you can. The smallest size to begin with. But any questions, get them in. Yeah, there you go, 6 to 18. There's less than 20 patterns left. Check out now. Check out now. Right, so... Remind me which part we're going to be looking at.
So I'm just gonna at the moment just going to concentrate on the button stand and around the neck for the moment, and then we can put. I mean, you can see it all goes together, you know, quite simply. So on the centre back, you need to cut yourself a strip of iron-on interfacing down the back there. And attach that on, and then fold over. There's a small a seam allowance, so fold that over, and then on the back pieces you're going to fold that button stand over onto the right side, so all will become clear. So do that, just secure it at the top with some stitches. Obviously put your darts in, and then we're going to attach the shoulder seams. And then we can attach the bias strip around the neck. So there's a pattern for the bias strip, so you're cutting that out in the same fabric. But obviously just remember to cut it on the bias. Otherwise it won't fit very nicely around your neck. What did I do with my little scissors? There they are, they're hiding. There we go.
Have you used your medium, lightweight interfacing? Is it?
Yes, that's right, yeah. Yeah, you don't, that's all you need. You don't need anything heavier weighted than that. It's just so you've got something for the buttonholes and the buttons. Just gives it an extra bit of strength.
Is that the little brother machine you've got?
Yeah.
That's got really nice buttonhole stitches. There's a lot, isn't there?
I love it. Yeah, there is. There's loads of buttonholes on this. But what I love about it is they've got the old keyhole. I bang on about this every time I'm on here, but it really is a good machine. It's got, it's got 250 stitches on it, hasn't it? It's a very good one.
Speaking of machines, by the way, just wanted to congratulate the people who did decide to take the plunge today and invest in an overlocker. We had so many sales after you mentioned it earlier.
Good.
We managed to find the most affordable one, I think, ever for you. £339 for an overlocker, especially an Elna one.
That's amazing.
Really good. Normally, you would have to think about it as a very, very considered investment.
And that's what I can understand why, some people would think, I'm going to hold off on getting that. But at that sort of price.
Yeah, well, it's £67.80 on split
Yeah.
pay. 5-way split pay as well, which is brilliant.
Very good.
We've done loads of tutorials on them, by the way, so you can watch any of those shows back. I think you've actually probably shown us.
Yes, I think so.
One
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. So there's your bias strip that there's a pattern in there for that, and you're just going to. So we've folded this part back, so we're just going to overlap that because when that is turned through, we want to obviously hide that raw edge. So we're just going to overlap that slightly and then just pin that in place. And then because this is on the bias, obviously it moves with the roundness of your neckline, so it just fits around really nicely. So just ease that round.
Do you have a designated sewing space? Do you have a sewing room?
Yeah, I've got a room, yeah.
Will it go when your daughter gets back from uni?
I know, that's the only trouble. No,
you've got a sewing room.
It can't really. It has to be, yeah. No, I have to have it there.
Storage for Crafts are going to start coming and setting up in a minute. And have you seen?
I know. I've got eagle eyes on it because, yeah, it's. I mean, who doesn't need?
I think that's like a hobby in itself, isn't it? So I need this.
Yeah.
The amount of people that don't have a sewing room, and I feel like modern houses are getting smaller and smaller, aren't they?
They are.
So to try and have, quite often, I know probably a lot of people who sew will be sewing in like a box room, a spare bedroom, or in a dining space, or
and you don't want it on show all the time, do you? You want it, and the furniture now is so clever because it just hides away, but it looks like a really nice piece of furniture, doesn't it?
Well, we had this one at the Willicombe, and I'm not going to lie, I've not done any of these shows before. So I watched back the shows and I saw the big wardrobe and I was like, oh my gosh, this TARDIS behind me is just amazing.
Is that the one that opens?
That one's opens and then the table.
Oh, I know.
We haven't got that one today, and I'm not going to lie, I was a bit like, oh, but I want to do the really big reveal. And then she was like, no, but there's this one, and I hadn't even spotted it, and it is amazing, this Willicombe, which is actually probably going to suit more people's houses. To be honest. It's a bit smaller. Really good. You have to watch it back.
Yes, I know. I was thinking that. I'm going to have a little watch because, there's never enough space for everything in a sewing room. There just isn't.
Right, so what are you sewing now?
So what I'm doing now, I've just pinned this bias binding around the neck. So now I'm just slowly following the neckline and just stitching it round. So I haven't, again, I haven't overlocked around the neckline because I don't want to add anything else to it other than the fabric. And there's no need to because you're encasing it. So it's not, it's not going to fray or anything.
I think it's going to be nice in these printed denims. I think majority of them have gone. Yeah, they
really?
I think, yeah.
Wow.
Honestly, they are like hotcakes. They do just go, but they're beautiful and they're really affordable, aren't they?
Yeah,
I think this is what's great is when you get a pattern that you know you're going to use a few times, but you want to make it in. Maybe your denim for the first time. You know it's going to behave itself under the sewing machine, and it's affordable to do it. Yeah. It's going to look great.
And it's so nice to work with as well. So that's the neck binding round. So what we're going to do now is turn through the button stand to the right side. So I'm just going to chop down that corner there so that it turns through nicely. So I'm just taking that excess off.
Are you trimming right to the seam?
Well, no, I'm not going too close.
Okay.
and then just snipping to just around that neck, for a bit of ease to get round. It's a nice way to finish off a neckline, actually, with just a binding.
Do you mean instead of like a full facing?
Yeah, instead of a full facing. And you can do so much with fabric on the bias. We can be a bit scared of anything on the bias, but it's lovely.
Becca, have you ever done any of your own patterns?
Yeah, well, I do my own things all the time.
Yeah.
I just haven't done anything commercially.
You
I know.
should.
Well, my very good friend, who I've known for, gosh, I don't know how many years. We've been friends for a long time, and she's a costume maker,
Right.
as well. And we've talked about it, and we're going to try to do something.
Yeah.
It's just when.
Right.
But yeah, we have been experimenting with things and going backwards and forwards with bits and pieces. So yeah, I mean, it would be lovely. There's an awful lot of work involved in it.
Oh yeah.
An awful lot of work involved in it.
But surely you've got.
I'm not very I'll tell you what it is. It's the technical aspect of it. I am not technically minded. My lovely friend Emily is so much better than me. So I think it would be a,
Collab.
Yes.
Most
definitely.
Have you ever crossed paths with Dulcie, John's friend?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, she worked at Angels for a little bit.
Right. So this is where you met John Scott as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's where I
all
met
the many moons ago.
Lovely John. Yeah. I think it might have been when I met him was 4 weddings and a funeral, I think.
Oh my gosh. How many years ago was that then in the 90s?
We're going back a long way there. 93, 94? Something like that.
Yeah, me and Ben were 2 then. When you met John.
Stop it. Oh, how to make somebody feel old. I know. I was very young.
The reason I say is because I heard that Dulcie, isn't she working on the new Wicked film?
Yes, has been,
I saw the
hasn't
trailer
she?
for it and it looks
Yes.
so good.
Yeah, it does look good. Yes.
Do you miss those days of films?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, it's it was. I don't think I fully probably appreciated it when I was there.
Yeah, yeah.
It was just like,
It's
I mean,
work.
obviously I love it, but yeah.
It's what you did.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I think back now and think about the films that I've
And the
that
stars.
I've worked on, the people.
Stars that you've
Yeah,
worked with.
you never knew going in every day who was, the word would go round, so and so's going to be in the fitting room on floor, whatever.
And who was your favourite?
So you go and hang around.
Just the goss. Who was your favourite celeb to?
Favourite
me?
celeb.
Sometimes when you think, I hope they are like they are.
Yes, I know. Celia Imrie.
Okay.
She's what a gorgeous lady she is.
What was she in?
Oh my gosh, it was a period thing. So it was lots of, I can't remember what it was.
And when you're making costumes for period, dramas or period films, do they have to be, almost like, or is it really strict with how you're making them, like literally as
Yeah,
they
well,
would have done?
yeah. So it's down to the designer. But yes, I mean, we
have to keep it authentic.
So as authentic as.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it to be as authentic as possible. But yeah, I mean, certain periods in time that they have to be constructed in a certain way. You can't get away from that, otherwise you don't get the shape right. I mean, all those beautiful dresses in Bridgerton.
Yeah.
Though are not. I keep losing my tape measure. Are not absolutely historically correct, but my goodness, they're stunning, aren't they?
Just watch your microphone. I think your necklace is just
Is
rubbing
it?
slightly.
Sorry. Is that better? There we go.
Perfect. That's me.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Sorry, I could ask you a million questions about your career. You've done so much. You need to write a book, Rebecca. I'm interrupting your demo. Sorry, what is it that you're doing now?
Right, so all I'm doing now is I'm just turning that facing over and just pinning it down because I'm going to top stitch around so it becomes a bit of a feature. So that's why I'm laying it on the ironing board here, just flat, so that I can follow that curve round. Because with binding, because it's on the bias, you sort of need to let it go where it wants to go, really. Because if you don't do that, it won't sit nicely around your neck, and it'll always be something that's trying to pull back the other way.
Right.
If you haven't got it sitting perfectly. So it's worth just taking a little bit of time. Let's get round here so I can show you exactly what I mean and get that stitched in place. There we go. And you can see, because I left a little bit extra there, it's tucked under that button stand, so that when I come to stitch that in place, there's no raw edge there. So it's nicely concealed out of the way. Just pin that in place. Just put a couple of pins in down there, and then we'll whiz round. There we go. Right. So remember that you are going to see this from the right side. You could hand stitch this down if you really didn't want to have machine stitching being shown.
Oh, I see, on the right side.
Yeah, yeah. So if you really didn't want that, then you can hand stitch this down. It's completely, it's up to you really, or how you wanted to do it. Personal preference, really.
Lots of you loving the Florence pattern. Oh, I'm hoping this is the start of more patterns, because they've got some great ones.
They have. Yeah, I was having a little look. They've got trousers as well, which is something that would be nice to do.
Who was it messaging earlier saying that they were doing the peg trousers?
Oh, yes, that's right, yeah. These are very much, it's so funny, when I drop my youngest daughter off at school, we've got all the colleges and the university around where I live.
Yeah.
And there's a lady, and she's obviously a lecturer, and she just I see her every morning, and I just think she looks incredible. But it's all this sort of in linens, and she just. Yeah, I have complete and utter clothes envy every time I go past her. I just think, oh, there's something else.
They've put themselves, they're very well put together.
Yes.
And simple things. I mean, these are just really easy to wear, comfortable dresses, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Having these pieces in your wardrobe.
Yeah, and you just, with I'm sure they've got jackets and all sorts of things.
Oh, they have. They've got some brilliant
when you team it all up together. It just looks amazing.
Know whereabouts they're based? I know they are.
I did look it up, and now I've forgotten. Is it somewhere like, I want to say Cornwall or Devon or something, but I might be completely wrong.
And where does this QR code take us? Let me have a look. There's a QR code on the pattern. Oh, it takes you to their website, I think. Oh, I'm on aeroplane mode.
I bet I've got that completely wrong. Somebody's probably messaging in now saying, nope, they're not from there.
I love that it says here, clothes, not fashion. This is something that we're all, you know, really trying to do our best, steering away from fast fashion and getting back in our wardrobe things that are going to last and that you look after. And I do think when you make garments, that just happens naturally anyway, doesn't it?
It does. Because your time, you know, so much time and effort has gone into it.
Yeah.
That, And also, you know, you want to walk down the street and you know, like that lady that I saw.
Yeah.
You want to walk down the street and have people have that reaction.
Yeah, exactly.
Towards what you're doing. So there's the neckline and there is your button stand at the back. I think it looks quite nice top stitched.
Yeah, I do.
I do think it adds something to it. So the next process here would be to actually do your buttonholes.
Okay.
Why it's like this and it's not on the skirt. So you would, on the pattern, they're marked in. So obviously you would choose the size of your buttonholes dependent on your button.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Or you could do some real jazzy buttons, couldn't you, on the back?
You could, yeah. I mean, you could always, you know, if you don't like doing buttonholes or whatever, you can you can sew your buttons on, but do poppers underneath if that's what you want to do. If you'd rather not do a buttonhole.
Have you got a green machine, Rebecca?
I haven't.
You need to get a
I
green
know.
machine. They'd be great, yeah.
Yeah.
Green machine poppers in.
No, they would be. So yeah, so we're just going to fold over. So one, you know, you just put the button stand over the button stand underneath. Just put a pin in, and then just to keep that in place, you're just going to put a few stitches in at the bottom. And it's also, you know, so you don't forget either. Okay, so after you've done that, we're going to do up the side seams. And then before the skirt is attached, we're going to put the sleeves in. Because it's easier to put your sleeves in when it's like this without all the skirt being involved.
Have you overlooked all these pieces prior?
Overlocked everything, yeah. Yeah, I find it, I can get on and make quicker as well if I've done that. I mean, obviously, like I was saying with the first dress, there are parts that you can't overlock and until you've actually put the seams together. So you can't, sometimes you just can't do that. But for me, I just like to whiz around it all while they're on the flat. And then I can just get on with making.
We had the overlocker available. It's underneath. It's on the website. Now it's less than £400 for the Elna, and it's on 5-way split pay, which I've got a feeling it will be taken off that. It's only £67 something on split pay, which is brilliant. And oh, honestly, then the possibilities are endless when it comes to not only finishing but constructing as well.
Yeah, yeah, it really is. And you know, I quite like an overlocked edge. You know, you could use it as an edging if you wanted to, but it just gives that little bit of
it's
a professional, look to it, and also you know then your seams are overlocked. You know, you can put this in the wash time and time again, and those seams are not going to be compromised at all, because they've been encased with your overlocking. So
which, once again, when you're making your garments, you want them to last, don't you?
Yeah, that's it. You know, they're there to be worn.
Yeah. Oh gosh, yeah. You know, if you're wearing your leggings or your yoga class, you don't want these seams to be tearing apart, do you?
No, absolutely not.
But, but I do think for not just stretch. Obviously, you always use your overlocker, don't you?
But I mean, they're amazing for stretch because you don't have to use the sewing machine if you don't want to. You just whiz it through your overlocker,
Yeah.
and just so quick.
I need one, and I'm thinking, especially for children's clothes, for leggings and everything,
Yes.
hoodie, you literally can construct it straight away.
You can.
Yeah.
Have you got any time for that though? Really?
Wow, it's
Nikki,
quick,
with
isn't it?
3 children now. Can't believe you've got 3 children.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Me and Kieran look around and we're like, where did all these
You're outnumbered
children
now.
come from? We are.
You're completely outnumbered.
I know. I'll be getting tips from you this morning, haven't I? Mum of 3.
I know, yes. I know, but mine aren't as close in age as yours. But I was saying to you, I think it's lovely because they can all...
Yeah, they'll all be there for each
grow
other.
up together, so they'll all be going through the same thing at roughly the same time, which will be just, I think that'd be lovely. Right, your sleeves. So do up your little seam, your underarm seam, and then there are 2 rows of gather stitch. Now we're not gathering them. We're just it's for ease. So you don't want any gathers in there, but it is just for ease. And I used it for here, and it went in beautifully. Different fabrics require different things, so we'll see whether I need to actually gather these up as much. But it is just so you've got that. Sometimes it just makes it easier.
Do you always do 2 lines of gathering?
When you put 2 lines of gather, yeah, because one, it just doesn't. It just doesn't hold properly. It just the gathers just don't look very nice. Yeah, you definitely need 2 rows in.
And don't use your thread cutter option.
No. You need those. There's nothing worse. Or when you're doing them and you run out of your bobbin.
Yeah.
So when you're doing the gathers on the skirt for this and the gathers for there, just have a little check of your bobbin, because that makes you cry. If your bobbin runs out whilst you're doing your 2 lines, because you just have to start again. So it's a bit soul destroying. It's not what you want, really.
Are you on prom season? Do you do dresses, prom?
Yeah, no, I do. Actually, my daughter that's at university, she's got her uni ball tonight. So I made her a bias cut dress. Yeah. So it's an Oscars night theme.
Oh my god!
So we've gone all out. So
I bet you're very competitive with things like this.
Bias cut scheme. She did go and have a look. I said to her, look, I'll make it if you want me to, but obviously go and have a look. If you find something, it's fine. It doesn't matter. You don't have to have something that I've made. Anyway, she came back and said, oh, they're all the same. I don't really like them. So I went, okay, well, that's fine.
Oh, fabulous.
So she's, I was really pleased with it. I didn't have very long to do it.
What colour is it?
It's like a beautiful pale blue, but it's got an almost lilac-y look to it as well. Yeah. So
they're going to have a great night.
Yes, I know. So they're off tonight. So I'm going to get lots of pictures, hopefully.
I was bridesmaid a few weeks ago and just had a bridesmaid dress altered with the lady on my estate, and she was saying that she does all the prom dresses, and she said it's not the same nowadays though. The dresses are a fortune, but they go all out, like wedding dresses. These prom dresses.
They do. Because people are going to bridal shops to get a prom dress.
Oh my God.
They're actually, the majority of them are really bridesmaids' dresses.
Yeah.
So yeah, they go there, and yeah, you can, hundreds.
Yeah.
Hundreds.
Have you got Shay's prom dress yet? No, she's in primary school, so isn't she?
Yeah, it's all...
You can make her own. She's got her own machine. By the time 5 years comes, she'll be making her own.
I know. See, my son didn't get a prom because it was...
Oh, was it COVID?
It was COVID.
Oh.
But I said, I'm going to make you a suit. Anyway, never.
I bet you've been busy though doing World Book Day costumes forever.
Do well, yeah. I used to do them, and then their primary school decided that they weren't going to do World Book Day. They weren't going to do dressing up.
Yeah.
Because it all got a bit competitive, I think, with a lot of parents. So they celebrated the day but didn't dress up.
Right. Oh, that's the fun of it, isn't it?
Actually, that's what children want to do. Yeah, no. Well, I always got involved with the school productions.
Oh, brilliant.
So I always did, always helped them out with whatever they needed, it's a nice thing to do. So I'm just easing that in as I'm going along. Just keep putting your hand under and make sure that you've got that all lovely and flat. The good thing about this is you can feel before you've even done your stitch. You can feel if there's a little tuck or anything happening. Do you know, I was thinking about this dress as well. So if you had both the dresses, the side pocket for this one, you could very easily put into this one.
Oh, good idea.
It wouldn't, not difficult at all, because you're literally just growing it onto the side and then doing your side seam. So it's completely doable.
Oh, that is a good idea.
Yeah, once you've got that pattern piece, you can actually, put it into quite a lot of side seams on dresses.
Oh, you'd start putting it. I would start looking at all my dresses that I've already got in my wardrobe and being like, right, I can really jig a pocket in there.
Put a pocket in. It used to be that women's clothes never had a pocket because we've always got a bag, haven't we? So I think the assumption was that most women would have a handbag, so therefore they wouldn't need a pocket. But we don't have our pockets to put things in, do we?
Oh no.
Just have it to put your hands in. That's what it's there for. Right, so there's one of the sleeves. I won't do the other one, but there you can see. So that's gone in on the flat there. So there are no pleats or anything in there, but it just helps in the inside. Just so you can see, it's just to ease that in slightly. Yeah. It just helps with those gathers.
Oh, it's going to look so nice in this fabric.
Yeah. So there's one of the sleeves. So now, if we move on to the skirt,
we've got about 5 minutes.
Oh, have we? Is that all? Okay. Right. Let me just very quickly talk to you about. So the back, like I was pointing out. So the back piece on the skirt is so it's quite a wide one. Is curved up. So when you're attaching, just make sure that you've got the right one to the back or the right one to the front. And
is it an obvious curve in the back?
Yeah, it is. And then the front as well is a very obvious curve as well. If I hold that up, can you see?
Yeah.
You can see that, can't you?
Yeah.
So you know that's your front there. And you just do your side seams, and then it is just a case of gathering all of that up, matching up your side seams, and then turning up obviously the edge of your sleeves. There's lots of marks in here that show you. If I can show you that there, look on the sleeve, so you know that's where that's going to get turned up to.
Do you do a double hem, or does it just fold?
Yeah, so with this one, so you fold over and then you fold up again, so that it's nice and neat. And the same on the hem. The hem it's a 4.5 hem. Okay. So you can do the same. If you've got an overlocked, you can just turn that up the full 4.5 if you want to, or just turn it over slightly and then turn it up so that you've got that nice neatened edge.
Yeah, do you just go around that on your machine? Because how do you do it that you don't, like a blind, do you ever do a blind hem?
Well, if I was going to do it, I do it by hand.
Yeah, yeah.
So, so it depends, certain fabrics, and it depends the look you're going for.
Yeah.
But you can barely see them, actually. I mean, on this one I've gone round, because I've matched my thread, you can't really see, but because this is it's not thick, but it's slightly thicker than the denim, so you can see I've just turned it up and left the overlocking and just stitched through, just so it's not too weighty on that hem.
Lovely.
But but it just goes together, you know, it goes together really nicely.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and then it's just, you know, when you've done all that, sew your buttons on and you're away.
Put it on and get it out in the sunshine.
Yeah, it's very quick.
Love it. Thank you ever so much for today.
No,
thank you for all your knowledge. When are you back on?
It's quite quick, actually, 11th of June.
Oh, brilliant. That's Ben's birthday show.
Is it?
Yeah, Ben's birthday show.
Oh, bring a balloon.
Are you here for your birthday, Ben? He's got it.
I heard that.
He's not going to be here that day, but he'll be back another day. Anyway, thank you ever. He says, don't give me a birthday show. I want a birthday show. Anyway, thank you ever so much, Rebecca. Right, should we have a recap of these patterns? Because there are over 50 of you who have got the 6 to 18 in your basket. And how many of these have we got left? 4.
Ooh.
Only 4 remaining. If you want your Merchant & Mills Florence dress pattern, it is the fastest fingers first. Whoever manages to get the 6 to 18, well done, because there are loads of you who've got it in your basket. £15.99, beautiful dress. You have got the option of also doing it as a top, if you prefer. Really, really lovely in the linens, in the denims. The images are now on the website. There you go. You can see the finished garment sizes on the website, but it's a dress that has plenty of ease. It's designed to be sort of oversized, and it is beautiful. I love that it isn't just your smock dress, though. It's got that detail with the curve up the back, the detail with the buttons as well. Only £15.99 for a quality dressmaking pattern. Merchant & Mills. We have tried to get these dressmaking patterns for so long, and our team, lovely Jess, has really smashed it out of the park being able to get these in for us. We're going to try and get some more of the Merchant & Mills patterns because they are fabulous. Also, just before we go to a break, don't forget the OMILIE dress pattern is now underneath us on the web. If you don't normally watch at the 8 o'clock or you didn't realise that we had a dressmaking show, the OMILIE dress is again absolutely beautiful. It's another Merchant & Mills pattern, and it is stunning. We did a whole hour. We are so thrilled to bring the Pattern House on board with us. So absolutely make the most of them. There's 2 different sizes, 6 to 18 and 18 to 28. I believe that there will also be the sizing patterns available for you to watch, for you to have a look at underneath us on the web. Should be on the web for that one. Also, the overlocker. Loads of you have got them in your basket. Take advantage of that 5-way split pay, because I'm not sure that we were supposed to do 5-way split pay. Okay, are we ready? This is our whole new sort of hobby, actually. I love storage, and this is literally your dreams come true. To be able to have your designated space, even if you're saying, but Vic, I don't have a workroom, I don't have a craft room, this is for you. Trust me, we've got some brand new options as well that nobody has seen before on Sewing Street. So stay tuned. We've got Jo from Storage for Crafts coming up right after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
We've got an exclusive with Sarah Davies for her 40th birthday celebrations.
It's my birthday and I want to celebrate with all of you guys. I've got some smashing deals, some real birthday treats, and of course, cake.
Including a Gemini 2 anniversary bundle and more.
Now, come and join my party. It's on Friday and you need to help me celebrate turning 40 in big style.
So that's this Friday on Sewing Street from 10 AM.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back. I'm so excited about this hour because I've watched our birthday show. We actually launched Storage Across on our birthday, didn't we? And then we had a show a couple of months ago with Stuart.
Yeah.
And now you're here again with more goodies. And it's lovely to meet you, Jo, by the way.
Nice
and
to meet you too.
Thank you for bringing us more goodies. And I'm just going to throw it out there. When I met Jo, I said, have we got the really big one? And you said, no, not today. We've got different things. And half of me was thinking, but I want to see the big one. And then you revealed the Willicombe.
Yeah.
And I actually think that this is potentially going to be even more popular than the big one.
Yeah.
Because we don't all have the biggest sewing space or the biggest space to fill, do we?
No, not all of us are lucky enough to have, 6 foot square of space that we can pop the Knight's Haze into, which is amazing.
Yeah.
And it will encompass all your sewing bits and pieces. But I know from experience, sewing rooms tend to be the smallest little guest room in the house that also has to have a spare bed in it for visitors. So this is just perfect.
This is going to, honestly, this is going to change the way that you sew, I think, and change your space and how versatile your space will be. So firstly, for anybody who's not met you, because we've only had you on air, I believe, is it twice?
Yeah.
So where did Storage for Craft sort of originate and how did this all start for you?
So it started 19 years ago.
Okay.
I went to a craft fair with my mum and my mother-in-law. They both craft. One sews, one paper crafts.
Yeah.
And I went to carry the bags. I wasn't expecting to do anything else.
You weren't in crafts at all?
I wasn't in crafts at all. No, I didn't do anything. I helped at Brownies and Guides, so I did little bits, but I wasn't into it like I am now. They encouraged me to buy Christmas card stuff, so I made cards.
Okay.
Then Mum was like, let's try adding some sewing into it. I did it at school. And then you sort of get enthralled into it all, don't you? And you keep buying, and you keep buying, and then you buy a sewing machine, and then the little comments from Kevin was like, well, are you going to tidy up? Can we use the dining table? I'm sure we've all heard that. So I bought some boxes, put everything in boxes, and then it was always, which box do I need? It's always the one at the bottom, regardless of how you've organised it.
Playing Jenga.
This is it. Luckily, at the time, Kevin was making bedroom furniture out of pine and oak and that kind of thing. So he made me my first storage tower, which is the 130 that we have on here.
Yeah.
That's where we started. But then I wanted more storage because I kept buying. And then it was die cutting machines, sewing machines, and suddenly we have the range that we have.
It does become a little bit of a hobby in itself, doesn't it?
It
storage.
does, yeah.
And what I love about this is actually it's really versatile. So those of you that are crafters of all sorts, so it isn't just dedicated to sewing. You were on Hobby Maker yesterday. As you said, we all like dipping our toe in and trying different things.
We do,
now,
yeah.
shall we show you our first workstation, which is the Willicombe? And it is absolutely brilliant for sewers or for anybody who's working from home even, isn't it?
It is. It is just an all-rounder.
Yes.
There's space in here for your machines and space for your goodies as well.
Right, are you ready to see inside? Let's do the big reveal.
Let's do it, okay.
So, the double doors on the front. They're on casters as well.
They are. And these have dual purpose. They become your legs.
Okay.
For your table. So you've got all your storage down in there.
I love this already.
And then a quick turn of the key. And there you are.
And so does this then hold the weight of, for example, like my sewing machine?
Yep.
So I can then put my chair under it and
You
sew
can
from
sit
it?
in there and sew. You can stand and cut on here. It's nice, comfortable cutting height. Yeah.
There's a hole for my cables at the back.
There is. So you can either put all your cables through, or I have pulled a 4-bar through and attached it onto the back.
Oh, great idea.
So cables aren't trailing everywhere. There's space to put a light. There's space to attach a magnifying glass if you wanted one. You know, you can have your tablet up here, TV up here.
Oh, this is going to be brilliant. Right, just so you know, it comes in 2 different colours. We've got the classic oak, which is the one that you're seeing on screen, and you also have vanilla. So if you have got a combination, I know that you were saying on your last show that you actually have a combination of both colours and they work really well.
Yeah.
But if you've got more of a traditional home, you might be thinking of going more towards the classic oak, but there you can see the vanilla as well. And honestly, you are going to be able to fit so much within this storage unit.
You will. It's deceiving how much stuff you can get inside our units.
Okay.
Along the top here, you've got, these are like shoebox sizes.
Now, have you just filled these to show us what you can put in here, or do we get these as well?
All the containers come with our units.
Oh, brilliant.
That's the fun bit that I have.
Yeah.
I like taking home boxes, working out what I can put in it, and then how I can put them in a unit. So you've got 3 of these.
Oh, and they're nice, you know, good quality transparent ones. They also look in place.
And the clips are really easy to use as well. So if you do have some dexterity issues, you're not trying to hold on to little clips or anything like that.
Another shelf underneath.
Another shelf. So you've got 4 of these size trays. So think pens.
Yeah.
They fit in there fantastically. These shelves are adjustable as well. So if you've got any of the bigger sewing machines, you can take those out.
Fantastic.
Use the boxes elsewhere, and you can get your big machines in there.
Oh yeah, because you could store your embroidery machine under here, or you know, your larger sewing machine, or any. In fact, let me show you. Here's our. We had this on earlier. If you're doing your overlocking, you can actually still set up a whole station of you pressing or you're cutting, and it is holding the weight of my overlocker or your sewing machine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then push it all to the back,
Close
and it
that
will
up.
literally.
Yeah, I mean, you can put your sewing machine in there and keep your overlocker on top because it's not that high that you can't reach it down. Yeah. It's still a workable height.
Do you know, I know so many people that have got their sewing room as part of another room that is, you know, grandchildren coming to stay or friends using it as a second bedroom or a box room.
Yeah.
Okay, so many people have got this in their basket. I need to do a couple of housekeeping bits for you. So 5-way split pay means that today all you are paying is, with 0% interest, £199.80. I asked you this question. Postage and packaging. Is that an additional cost or?
No, it's your usual
£3.95. That is crazy. Right, so it won't be delivered along with, for example, if you bought anything from Sewing Street from Rebecca Harrison earlier, it will come separately a part of that. What's our waiting time?
So you're looking at 6 weeks for this.
Okay,
amazing. We make everything to order.
Do you?
Yeah. We don't have a huge warehouse where we make it and it's all racked away.
Yeah.
Damages can happen then, so we make it to order and it's shipped out once it's
I love
ready.
that. So you'll get, you know, the names and you'll be making them bespoke.
Yeah, when it arrives on the side of the box, it's all tells you what's in the box, but your name will be on there and your order number as well, yeah.
Fantastic. So what's that, Ben? Oh, we're also doing a special price today. This is not your price. I did not know this. You know, actually, if you go even to your furniture shops that are the generic flat pack furniture shops, and you've got £800 to spend, to be able to have something that is going to bespokely be custom made for your craft or your hobby, I think is absolutely brilliant. 5-way 0% interest payments. Now on this, you also have an option of assembly or not assembled, white glove service, basically.
This one will come flat packed to you, and all of our furniture is made so that I can put it together.
Okay.
I'm not the greatest, so Kevin takes that into account. All you need is a Phillips screwdriver, and put it together on the floor. One person can build it.
Right.
But if you're a little bit concerned about doing that, we do have the assembly service, and details of how to add that on are sent with emails once we
start talking about it.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So that's there. And you can see here the areas that are delivered. So, I mean, well, you deliver all over the country.
We do, yeah. If you live across water, we can't assemble it.
Yeah.
The van doesn't float. But courier-wise, we can get it pretty much everywhere.
Brilliant. And today with a massive discount on air for you at £799. I've got a little chair here so I can show you. If you are sewing, then your chair, it's at the right height for you to be able to fit underneath and still work and sew and, like you say, cut.
Yeah.
It's nice and sturdy because it's got the support to the doors underneath.
Yeah, they have. And they move, so if you want it a little bit more, you can bring them in. But to be honest, I keep mine pretty much on the edge.
I mean, that is solid.
It's solid. It's not going anywhere.
No, it's not like, it reminds me of, you know, when you used to see those sort of leaf writing cabinets.
That's pretty much what we based it on, yeah.
But it's really, really sturdy.
It is, yeah.
I'm thinking for anybody as well who has got, you know, people who are working from home or studying at college or children's bedrooms that are now going to college or uni and doing things that they need to have that extra space but don't physically have this. How much space do I need actually?
With the table down, it's a metre square.
Wow.
So most people have got that in the corner of their room. I mean, this would fit into the alcove next to the chimney. And because of the height, if you happen to have the attic as your space, it fits under most of the eaves as well.
Well, I spoke to Jane Greenoff and she said to me, the thing is, Vic, I've got a really old house with quite slopey ceilings and I struggle with lots of furniture to be able to get it in, whereas because this is, how high is it?
It's 130.
Okay, so because you haven't got, you know, full height of a big piece of furniture, you should be able to get in most homes.
Yeah, so I mean, it's tidy as well. Once it's all closed up, you're not going to notice it if it's in your lounge, if it's in the dining room.
Yeah.
So it's not going to look
got a key as well.
Yeah, it is the only one that locks.
Right.
So if you want to keep, if you've got little people at home, cats and dogs, and you want to keep sewing machines away, your scissors, it's perfect.
Yeah, that's really handy. I mean, also if you are in a house that you're sharing with people or people are coming to stay, it's just that extra security and peace of mind, isn't it?
Yeah.
And also, we haven't spoken about all the storage that still comes underneath as well.
Yes, you've got all this storage underneath. I mean, the hinges as well go all the way back. So if you don't want to open the table, you can pop the doors right out.
Oh, they literally go, oh!
Flatten all the way back.
Oh, this just gets better and better.
So then inside you've got 5 of your 12 by 12 boxes.
Okay.
So they're perfect for your blocks and bits and pieces. And then you've got 10 A4 boxes over here. So you've got 8 of the shallower ones and 2 of the deeper ones. So that you can organise fat quarters, you can organise your wadding in the deeper ones, you've got space to put your threads.
And they're not all, again, just stacked up on top of each other. No. You're not doing the Jenga where you're trying to get things out. They're all on individual shelves.
They are, and again, those shelves are movable as well. So you can take the boxes out.
Okay.
And if you've got a scan and cut perhaps, or a silhouette, something like that, you can take out shelves and put that in there. Just customise it and store how you want to.
Oh, brilliant. Everybody who is making the most of it today, well done. Get this split payment as well. It is 0% interest. How do I choose my colourway? Is it on a drop-down? Yeah, there's a little drop-down section upon the website. I'll show you here. And you can simply choose which one you want. Now, we are down to single figures on vanilla. There are not endless amounts. As you say, I mean, you are literally producing these per order.
They are,
and it was a very busy day on Hobby Maker yesterday.
It was busy yesterday.
Did you have the Willicombe?
We did, yes.
Yeah, that's why we're very limited. So absolutely grab what you can. Personalise it as your heart is content. I mean, it's for all crafts, isn't it, really?
It is. I mean, inside mine, I've added blackboard paint on the inside so that I can write down birthdays and things that are coming up. On the sides, if it's accessible, you could put magnetic sheets, so you can put dies on there if you wanted to. You can put hooks for your meter rulers and stuff.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And like you said, you've still then got...
You've still got this, so you could put tubs on here with your wadding and your fleece, which is a nightmare to store at the best of times. And equally, it's not that hard to reach once you're sat down.
Yeah, remind me, so the difference in space, if you've been looking at the really large unit, that is quite spectacular. How much space am I going to need for that?
That is about 6 foot square open.
Okay, and this one?
So this is about 3 foot square.
Right.
So this is about the footprint. When this is open, this is the footprint of the Knight's Haze closed.
Okay, so I mean, it is a lot more sort of compact, and I do think sort of modern homes are getting smaller.
They are getting
the rooms
smaller.
are smaller.
Yeah, with zero storage. So you have to make every little inch count.
Yeah.
I think that's what we try and do with our furniture, because our house is the same. You know, we've got kids, dogs, it's a busy household.
Yeah.
You need to utilise space.
Oh, I love this. And do you know what? It'd be really nice to be able to have that space that is yours.
Yeah.
That is not your husband's, that is not the kids, that is not you organise it and it's yours. It's lockable away. It's got all of your bits. You know exactly where things are.
Exactly.
It's also on casters. So if you do need to manoeuvre it around, or if you choose, you know, now you've got the freedom of a whole bedroom, someone's staying over and then they go, and you can actually physically wheel it to where you need it to be.
You can. It does move really easily. I mean, thicker carpet, it is a bit more problematic because it gets heavier as you fill it. But then I don't know many crafters that have thick carpet.
I feel like we're about to do a magic trick or something here, but look, it is solid, but yet it's still...
Yeah. And we use the same material on the back as well. So it isn't that bit of ply that you have in other flat back furniture. You have to spend ages tacking it in. It's the same material throughout.
Oh, it is, exactly, a solid bit of kit.
Yeah.
And if I want to put this, because I'm thinking as well, there's a nice space for this within a garage or a shed or something.
Yeah.
Am I going to be all right with the material of it?
Absolutely fine, because it's made out of melamine face chipboard.
Okay.
So it's the same as your kitchens and bathrooms.
Right.
But they tend to be 15 mil thick.
Yeah.
This is 18. So 3 mil doesn't sound like it's a lot.
Yeah.
But it makes it that little bit stronger.
Okay.
And because we use it throughout, you're not going to have twisting or anything like that.
Oh.
And because you use it in bathrooms and kitchens, it already takes changes in temperature. It takes water being splashed on it, and you can clean it with whatever you use in those rooms as well.
We've had a message come through from Heather saying the fact that they have wheels make it great if you want to reorganise your craft room without lifting.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, my daughter is forever moving her furniture around because it's on wheels.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, change things up.
Another message saying, "Hi, La, I love storage for crafts. It's strong and well made. Would have more if I had this space. I have the double cupboard, the table, 2 towers and boxes." I mean, this is brilliant. I know that it's for a lot of people who are thinking, right, I'll get this. And then there are also different add-ons for different spaces that you have.
Our entire range is completely modular because that's how we started. I didn't have masses of space, so I couldn't, well, we didn't have the big one at the start.
Yeah.
So we had the towers, and they're all different sizes and different widths because of how rooms work. Then there's tables, then there's workstations, and crafting isn't I'm just going to do that one and that's it.
Yeah.
You do dabble with others and your stash grows quite quickly.
Absolutely, we all know about that. Just so you're aware, I think we have, did you say, more in baskets than we have availability. So that's definitely in the vanilla colourway. There might be slightly more of the classic oak. I'm not quite sure what's in baskets. If you've got oak or vanilla, all we can see is numbers of people in baskets. So be aware that the vanilla is limited if you are wanting to check out on that. But we have less than 5 of the vanillas left. And it is super, super solid. I bet, you know, a lot of people who come to see you at shows and things and exhibitions, I wish you could reach in and feel how solid and how confident you will be to put a weighty sewing machine on here.
Yeah.
I've seen, obviously, you know, like you said, what you based it on, the traditional pull down. What's it called? Like
The bureau.
The bureau.
Yeah.
But you would never dream of putting your sewing machine on a bureau lid. No.
You really wouldn't. And my nan probably tried because she had one in the lounge. But this, it takes the weight. It will take you pressing down on there to cut through fabric. It will take you ironing on here. You know, you haven't got any problems at all. I really wish I could work out a way I could weigh how much I could put on this. But one of the guys in the warehouse, he does sit on things and he's a big chap. So I know it takes his weight, so these are fine.
Wow. Do you know, if you are thinking of getting 2 of these, Ollie's got an idea. If you've got 2 of them that then fit flush against a wall, but then you could wheel it round and have yourself a real big sort of L-shaped desk to work on. That would be amazing.
There's another way. The table we had last month with Stuart.
Okay.
The height is the same.
so you can.
So we've made our craft tables the same heights as the desks in all our workstations. So if you've got one of those, it's the same height, so you can wheel it up and
Brilliant.
up. Yeah.
Brilliant. Right. We are just going to mention, we'll leave it there and we'll come back to it in a bit because we've got more to show you. Just to mention though, okay, I have mentioned it, haven't physically got it here, but we did mention the big boy. There are more in baskets than we have available. We're going to get the price moving for you. And I did ask the question to Hayley. For one, could we get it on 5-way split pay because we did that especially for our birthday. There is vanilla and classic oak available. And look at the price. Thank you very, very much for honouring our birthday price today. I feel very, very jammy because I did say it's the first show I've done of Storage for Crafts. Please, I screenshot it on the birthday and said, please can we do this price? So thank you, Joe. Do you know when they're in red at the bottom, under Joe there, red means very, very limited. I know that you said, obviously, there's been a lot of people who are buying these, you're making these to order.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for letting us do
I haven't
this.
told Kevin yet, so that'll be a conversation on the way home, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you do need a bigger space, but it is amazing. If you ever get a chance to watch the show back, it was on our birthday. It was also on last time that you were on with Stuart, both times. So hence why we're not doing it today. We wanted to do something different. But there are 2 of the vanillas and there are 2 of the classic oaks. And in baskets right now, I don't want to worry anybody, but we have 12 people who have got them and I'm not quite sure what colours you want. So check out now if you want them. £499.80. If you want to watch the full demo, the one I watched was the 19th of February, which was our birthday, and then it was on 19th of April with Stuart, and I bet he was in awe.
He was, yeah. It was a
and
fabulous
Bex
show.
as well. I mean,
yeah.
You can tell that you are a crafter. Do you know what I mean? Because there are people who make furniture, but have no idea what we require as crafters. I don't realise how many boxes we need to cram
Exactly,
into
and the sizes of all the different die machines, all the different sewing machines. I mean, it helps that my mum has got a collection of sewing machines as well, so I get a vague idea of different sizes.
Yeah.
Because as a sewer, you do accumulate more than the one machine.
Absolutely.
I've got
your overlock and your sewing machine.
This is it. I've got my nans as well, so you know they're all different sizes,
different weights,
and then you've got embroidery machines in on there as well, and the screens you have on those. So I think having that knowledge does put us up a level because I know the sizes.
Oh, love it. Right, we're going to move on. We're going to move on. There is the, I'm just calling it the big boy, and I should call it by its actual name.
The Night Haze.
The Night Haze. Right, Night Haze. Night Shaze, sorry. Night
Haze. No, Haze.
Night Haze, Ben.
Yeah.
The Night Haze.
Night Haze.
Night Haze is there. I'm just listening to what you're saying. Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
And we will come back to both Night Haze and also the Willicombe. Should we do the 130?
Let's do the 130 that's not here.
Oh no, the 130 is not here, Ben. We'll come back to the 130. Yeah. Should we do one of the little?
Should we do a little one?
Yeah. Here we go. Look at how speedy. They are quality casters, aren't they? You can tell straight away.
Yeah, and there's a 360 movement on them all, and 2 of them will lock. So if you want to wheel it over to your desk, you can pop the brakes down and it's not going to go anywhere.
Brilliant. So this is again part of that modular system.
It is, yeah. So this is the smallest tower that we do, and made out of exactly the same material, everything else. It does fit underneath all of our desks as well. So if you're thinking of that, I actually have one next to my Night Haze.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like my desk tidy on wheels then, because everything that usually is on my desk are in the trays, which come included, and you've got 6 of them. They're about A4 footprint.
Brilliant.
If you're trying to gauge those.
And are these again on,
they're all on their own
stacked?
No, they're all on individual shelves.
Okay.
Again, which you can move if you wanted to. And equally, if you've got any of our other units, these trays fit in where the A4s do. So you could take them out of here and put them in the bottom of the Willicombe and put those boxes in here. It's interchangeable.
You can choose vanilla or classic oak again. We've got the classic oak on screen, and the size of it will fit under any of the craft tables that you've got from Storage for Crafts or alongside them perfectly. They all will match in beautifully.
They do, yes.
And so, who have you found has purchased this? Is it somebody who is buying as an addition or just dipping the toe in?
Bit of both,
Okay.
to be fair, because it's a great add-on.
Yeah.
So if you've got some of our bits, and let's face it, we fill boxes quite quickly as crafters.
Yeah.
This fits next to your chair. It fits in that little space that you generally just dump your rubbish.
Yeah.
But equally, as a starting point, as a new crafter, it's perfect because you have got space to start putting away your tools and your scissors and that kind of thing and keeping it safe. And you can gauge from this how easy the furniture is to put together because this is the smallest, so easy to do.
They're lovely. I mean, deep drawers as well. They're not like the drawers that you might have that you're already storing things in and you're cramming things in and you can't quite get it open because it's all stuck to the top of the roof. They're not all collapsing at the bottom either.
They're not, no. And they're a thick plastic tray as well.
Okay.
So some of the units that are out there, it's a thin, very flimsy plastic. And once you've started putting things in, the bottom of them starts bowing and everything else. These don't, and they don't twist.
It's quality.
You can put them in the dishwasher. I've done that on several occasions. You can use your abrasive cleaners on them. My daughter writes all over them and bits, and then it's just a quick scrub.
Get your label maker out.
Yeah.
£175, great price. And you've also got your 0% interest. He's doing it again. He said, that's a great price, yes, but it's not your price today. Anybody who is shopping with us, don't forget, it's 1p&p all day long. Even if you're shopping from this morning with Jane Greenoff or Rebecca Harrison, it's capped at £3.95. And I would have thought that that rule is discounted when you're buying. Well, no. Brand new. This has not been on air, so
This hasn't been on it, no.
Brilliant to be able to get it at £139 today. Plenty of storage in there. It's quite deceiving, actually, isn't it, when you see
it is, yeah,
a slim piece of storage, but actually there's a lot that you can
There is a lot you can get on there. On our socials, there is a video of me filling this or showing what is inside one. Yeah, you can see exactly how much you can
How
get
do we find you on social, sorry?
It's just Storage for Crafts.
Brilliant. Now, we had a question about the casters locking. Did you say there are a couple of them?
It's on 2 of them, and it doesn't matter which 2 you put them on. Actually, you can see it on this one. There is a little lever.
Yeah.
It's just, you can either do it with your foot or with your finger, and it's just an up or down.
Brilliant. And that will then lock them in place.
That just locks them, yeah.
But you know what? It is brilliant having the benefit of being able to sweep that one around you, even if you're sitting down, you know, like you would your little trolley.
Yeah.
But something that is so much more robust. And let's face it, when we're investing in our crafts and our tools and our fabrics, it is expensive that you want to make sure that they're looked after.
You do, and you don't want to duplicate either. I'm terrible for losing things, especially if I've been to a show and I come back and it's like, where have I put that?
Yeah.
But here I've now got a box that's got scissors in it. I've got one that's got my seam rippers in it because they're the 2 that I tend to lose the most.
Yes.
And now I have an abundance of them.
Yeah.
But they're all there together. And because it is a nice comfortable height when you're sat at a desk, you've got this workspace as well. You can pop a few bits on.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget, you have got the shelves which you can manipulate, change, take out, move. So if you have got larger things that you're wanting to store in here, you have still got that personalisation aspect. The tubs do come with all of your storage as well. And you've thought about that, exactly what size storage you want.
I have, yeah, and that's one of the best things. We did it this week. We were reordering some boxes, and I noticed there were some new sizes.
Yeah.
So I was like, let's get those in, and I'll take them home and play, and then there'll be a new unit with those in.
Yeah, brilliant. I love it. And I like the fact that, you can tell that this is a small, family-run business.
Yep.
I actually saw a video of, was it your husband who went out doing the
assembly?
Yeah. So it's really nice that you know exactly that these are being custom made for you. This one obviously will just come to you flat pack, easy to construct.
Really easy to construct. I am in the process of doing a video of that. I did one of me putting the cube together, which we'll see. But it's the same basics throughout.
What tools are we going to need to do it?
Just a Phillips screwdriver. Fantastic. So you can either use the manual or one in a drill, depending on the strength of your wrists. But yeah,
comes with instructions of how.
Comes with instructions, yeah, and very few screws as well.
In terms of delivery on this one,
6 weeks.
Yeah,
we tend to set that as a guide.
Okay.
But the smaller pieces do tend to go out quicker.
And there'll be an email.
Yeah, once we get the orders through from yourselves, then we'll send
Yeah.
out an email saying we've got it, don't panic.
Okay.
And then we'll look at delivery dates. But even once you've got those, they're not set in stone.
Okay.
Life happens.
Yeah.
So just give us as much notice. I mean, if you're going on holiday, we can wait and deliver it till you're back. Or
Yeah.
if you want to wait till the kids have gone to uni, especially if you're going for the workstations.
Yeah.
Because that's a story we hear a lot. You know, once the kids have gone to uni, that's my sewing room.
Yeah.
Then we can deliver the furniture.
Oh, that's a good point. So if you want to make the most of the savings now, you're available on email that you can then liaise on when it is that suits you to be delivered, which is brilliant. 3-way split pay today, 0% interest on a brand new storage unit, just $139.99 or £46.33 on split pay.
Yeah,
It's
good.
brilliant, isn't it? A message from Sandra. Hi all, I bought the tower and the double leaf craft table from Storage for Crafts a while back. They are excellent and I could not do without them
Oh,
now.
thank you, Sandra. I
Lovely.
like that.
Should we do we've got the 120.
Do the one, yeah, do this one.
130, sorry, is it?
Yeah, the 130. So it's the same height as the Woolacombe.
Okay.
You can see that they stand nicely next to each other. And this is actually the first unit Kevin made. So this is what used to be my craft stash. Which
Yeah, because you've got quite a
scary.
few, haven't you? You've thought about different storage options depending on people's needs.
different rooms are different.
Yeah.
You know, living in Devon, houses aren't, you know, uniform size. Rooms are very strangely shaped. So there's different widths, different heights.
Yeah.
And different colours. You know, it's just something for everyone.
This is a lovely, it's nice to see it in the vanilla actually, to see this colourway is going to go in a lot more sort of, I think in modern homes.
Yeah, this is for the more contemporary decor perhaps.
Oh gosh, I need this for my children's toy storage.
Yeah.
Legos.
Yeah, it's
crafting.
perfect for that, yeah. I mean, a lot of our stuff did go in the kids' rooms when they were little.
Yes.
Because the lids are also handy for little hands.
Yeah.
They can learn to tidy. It's an
Yeah.
ongoing thing with teenagers still. But it's great for that. And with this one, there are compartmentalised trays. We've put 2 in here. So I have a few Lego kits at home, and you can use this to separate your bits and pieces. Equally, your feet for your machine.
Yeah.
Excuse me, you've got space for your bobbins in here as well.
Yeah, buttons,
Yeah.
haberdashery
So
storage.
it could be a nice, smaller little sewing box.
I think you can get yourself really nice and organised. The amount of times we talk about this on air a lot about, like you said, you end up spending more money because you're thinking, right, do I have that colour? Have I got this? Because you can't see what you've got. You're playing Jenga with fabrics piled high or spools of thread everywhere in loose bits of drawers, whereas in here you can actually see what you've got and get yourself organised.
You can, yeah, and you've got a thread rack in there as well.
Oh.
It will have enough dowels for all of it, but I didn't have time to push them all in. So you will have enough dowels to fill all the holes, but equally if you've got any of the deeper reels, you just leave a peg out.
And so is this going to come included?
That will come included.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Honestly, you've really thought about, you know, with sewers especially, what we're going to need. 4-way split pay, and we are not staying there. It's the first time I've seen this one. This is your 130 tower, with your storage boxes as well, available in vanilla and in oak, and it's just £269. Your on-air price of £269. 0% interest. You've got, of course, all of the different sizes as well. The larger ones are at the bottom here. These are still A4 in size, but this time your 10-litre storage tub. And so many of you getting this. I want to get a tape measure, if you don't mind. Or do you know the width of this? Maybe not off the top of your head. Let me see
Not
if I've
off the
got
top of my
a
head. It's 40.
Lovely and slim.
It's about A4 size of paper.
Yeah.
Essentially. So if you put that down on the ground, allow yourself maybe an inch all the way around it, that's where it's going to fit.
Yeah.
So behind the door, in that little alcove next to your chair.
Yeah.
Because the space is vertical with this,
Yeah.
it's going to fit absolutely anywhere.
And to spin it round as well, you've got the casters again on
You've got
there.
the casters again, yeah. You've got the solid back still. And what I have done with mine actually is put a couple of hooks on the side so that I don't lose my meter stick, which is what usually ends up losing. But yeah, this is a fabulous one.
Brilliant. We love that. 4-way split pay as well. Today it's gone down now even, hasn't it? Because we've dropped the price. So it's now, what's your split payment, Ben? £67.25. £67.25. This is another one that, again, we can liaise with you of when is best for it to be sent out to you. Oh, yeah, so thank you. I can measure it for you in about 11 inches, oh, just over.
Yep.
12 inches. 12 inches deep. So, oh, I say deep. That's width, isn't it?
That's about 16.
And 16.
Yep.
16 inches. Just thinking for small spaces, then this is going to be perfect. Ben's seen your message, by the way, in East Riding of Yorkshire. Speak to Joe. It's about delivery, so we're best to probably pass that on to you.
Yeah. I'll
Thank
grab it
you
off
very,
Ben
very much. They'll
afterwards.
be in touch with
Yep.
you in regards to delivery. That's what's fantastic is you're getting our postage and packaging, but then we hand all the information over to Storage for Cross, so you have that real personal relationship then of deciding when it is that you want it delivered. It'll all be passed across to you. I love that they all slot in once again. The right size is there, more in baskets than availability. You can see that vanilla has just gone red, means there's down to only 3 of these, way over allocated as well. If you are on the fence, definitely ask your questions. Get them in whilst Joe's here.
Yep.
Anything that you're asking, anything you're concerned about, wondering can you fit this in it, asking about that, then definitely message in. Use the split pay. If you're on the fence, then let us know, because there's a lot of people who have got this in their basket at the moment. Right, so that's the 130 tower.
Yep.
There's only one vanilla left, only one.
Gosh.
Single figures on the classic oak as well. It's really busy. We've been talking about this all day and we don't get to see Joe enough. It is our solution though, because that is one thing that we have a lot of people who say to us is, I don't have a designated craft room. If you do, this is going to be brilliant.
It is. It works in a designated craft space
Yeah.
because you can completely organise it, but equally, we often have to share it with the dining table, with the spare bedroom, in the lounge. Maybe it's the home office as well. So you need to be able to separate it out, potentially lock it away as well.
Yeah.
So there's something for everyone.
12 by 12 storage tower,
12 by
please,
12,
next
yes.
show.
Okay.
Thank you all for tuning in, by the way. Anybody who's got any questions, we've got the Willacombe here. We've also got, I think, a couple of the big one.
The Knight's Heath.
The Nice Heath. It is, I think there's literally a couple of those remaining. We couldn't even bring it to air today, because if we'd have shown it, then there'd be way too many of you wanted it. There's only 2 in each colour. Okay. Right.
So
12 by 12 storage.
12 by 12 storage, yeah, which is quite difficult to get hold of, but it's a fabulous size of box. It's slightly bigger than 12 by 12, so that's 12 by 12 paper inside.
Right.
So you can see it's more like 13 by 12.
Yeah.
So you've got plenty of scope there for your charm packs and other bits and pieces, for blocks. I've used them for that. I mean, I'm trying to do a t-shirt quilt at the moment, so once I've cut them out, they go on in here.
Brilliant.
Eventually, I'll sew it together. You've got 8 of these in here, and again, you can move your shelves about if you want to, so you can take these out and put an overlocker in there if you wanted to. Mine actually holds my printer on top.
Yeah, brilliant.
It's a nice size for that.
Yeah.
But again, it's made out of exactly the same materials. You've got the same casters, and it will just fit in that little hole.
For the lady who's on the phone line waiting to answer, it looks white on telly, but it's an off-white. It's a vanilla.
It is.
Isn't it?
It's a creamy white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. I think it's absolutely lovely. It's going to go. Oh, call centre just got in touch with us to ask us the colour. It's like a country kitchen.
It is. Yeah. We did look at white, but I thought it was a bit too stark.
Bit clinical.
Bit clinical. Yeah, it's a bit like 80s bedroom furniture that I had back in the day. Whereas this is nice and warm.
Brilliant. So on casters again, lockable casters.
Lockable again. Yeah.
Brilliant.
A couple on there. So it's really easy to move. You don't have to keep it up against the side of the room. You can wheel it over to where you are. You know, there's so much scope in here.
And then you've got all of these brilliant storage tubs as well. I love that you can see exactly what you're getting for all of your layer cakes, your fabrics. Oh, we're going lower. He's doing it again. Right, anybody who wants these, we've literally got 20 minutes. Brand new into us today, I believe. Yep. £319, which takes your split pay. It goes down to £79.75 on split pay, which is brilliant. 4-way split pay. I don't know if I've seen 4-way split pay before. We normally only do 3, don't we? Or potentially on a special event 5. Lots of people flocking in for this. If you are missing out on the vanilla 130, maybe go for this. And I do like that you've got a lot of options in terms of, you know, bigger things that you can store in here.
Yeah, the A4 boxes are great.
Yeah.
So as they're not quite the right size.
Yeah.
Whereas the 12 by 12, You can still put A4 size stuff in here if
Yeah.
you wanted to, but you can put so much more in one of these.
Yeah.
You can put the thread rack that is in the tower, that fits in here.
Okay.
So you can put that in there, and then you can have your scissors and bits and pieces. Then it's your sewing box.
Yeah.
And you can then take it out into the garden and do a
Oh,
little bit out
absolutely.
there.
You have one for your English paper piecing. You have one that you
Yep.
can put your crochet bits in.
Yeah, you can organise it completely.
Yeah.
And then when we have nice sunny weather again, you can grab your box and go and sit
Yeah.
outside and enjoy.
Or if you have, we all have unfinished projects, don't we?
Oh, don't we?
If you even have quilts, if you have anything that's just been cut and ready to go, you can get yourself all labelled up and ready
ready.
with these.
Yep.
And they're not all just towered up in a pile. You're not going to have to try and shimmy one out or it all tumble down on each other. You can see exactly what you've got. You can take them out easily, rearrange them how you wish. And this again, is part of that sort of modular system that it all works.
It is, yeah.
You
In
know,
fact, it's the same depth as the towers. If I bring this one back in, so you can add to your range and have like a gradient effect.
Yeah.
Underneath the stairs, it's the same depth. You're not going to have any overhangs, but you can slot it under the desk. You can put it in the eaves. If you've got a craft cabin in the garden, it would fit out there quite nicely.
Then I'd have my overlocker on display
You
here,
could,
or my
yes.
Gemini machine. Or, I personally really like the classic oak, but I think this colour, the vanilla, is going to go more so with my home. I'm very beige and creams and greys, more modern. Would this be big enough to put an embroidery machine on top of, is a question. It depends how big your embroidery machine is, I
It does,
suppose.
yeah.
If it's one of those
so-
double duo ones, then I think that you might need to get one that's going to...
I know
I'll
I
give you
can
the
fit my
measurements.
little machines on here. I haven't actually put my embroidery one on. You're just under 19 inches.
Okay, measure your
So
machine.
Measure your machine, yeah.
But it is very handy. Very, very handy.
It is, and it's not too high that you can't put a machine on there either. So you can still lift it off with ease to take it to use, yeah.
Brilliant. Oh, yeah, it's only 12:15, Ben. We've still got 45 minutes. We're all good. I think he's panicking, thinking we haven't got... he says, I was about to leave you all at 12:30. So we also have, and then we can do, we're introducing everything, and then we can go back over. But there's people who are already checking out on the Cube.
The newbie.
This is another newbie, everybody, by the way. We will go back through everything and answer all of your questions.
Here we go.
This one might sell out, by the way.
This isn't even on our website. This is this new.
Oh.
So it's only at Hobby Maker and Sewing Street at the moment.
Fabulous.
Yes.
So, I mean, in terms of developing new storage and coming up with ideas and listening to customers, how is it that you develop new storage then?
It tends to be if I'm looking in my own craft room and I've got, at the moment, I've got a gap. It was going to have a sink, but I've decided not to have a sink. So I'm trying to find something to go in there. Or I want something better to put my sewing machines in. I have got a Knight's Haze and there is my everyday machine in there, but I want something better to keep my embroidery machine in and, you know, my denim machine and things. So that's where it sort of starts, and then the boxes come into play. And then I might tease on social media that I'm thinking about making something, and then people throw in some comments, can I have this, can I have that? And then you never know, a few months later, it might be there.
And that's where, so where was the idea for this then? This is where there was a space for a sink, but you thought I could fit another storage
This
box.
is it, and this fits on your desk.
Yeah.
It would fit in the back of the Knight's Haze. It was to stop me losing things, essentially, because as a crafter, we do, it goes underneath material, you lose it underneath paper, and the next thing you know, you're tearing your hair out.
Oh my word, are you ready? This is so lovely and organised. I literally got a little heart palpitations then of how dreamy it is. Whether you are a jewellery maker, an embroiderer, this is what Jane Greenoff needs as a cross-stitcher. Beads, anything that you are keeping, your marking tools.
Yep.
Look at this.
And all the inserts come with this as well.
Brilliant.
And not only do they fit in here, they do fit in the boxes. So I've left the bottom one is empty. That one hasn't got an insert in. So it gives you an idea of what you can fit in there. This is like the crafty version of the kitchen man drawer, isn't it really? Is everything in there.
Oh my gosh, this is brilliant. Oh, message sorry from Erica saying, I love my Willacombe and all of the other units I have. Just ordered 2 of the smaller units now. I have 10 across several rooms.
Oh, thank you, Erica. Brilliant, thank you.
Proof's in the pudding. Now, this is on 3-way split pay, £43 each. Are you ready? Because there will be a queue, Ben is saying. This is brand new, not only to Sewing Street, but to Storage for Crafts. So all of you that are fans of Storage for Crafts and have been for years, get it. It is under £100 and it is still on 3-way split pay. You can get it home for £33. You've also got vanilla option. You've got it in classic oak. You have it with those storage dividers as well within the drawers. And it's still on our postage and packaging of £3.95. There are already 20 people who have got it in their basket, and there are 7 left in the oak and 8 left in vanilla. That is it, just £99. Thank you for bringing these amazing prices as well.
You're welcome.
As all this amazing selection. So yeah, if you don't have the biggest space, or if you don't have the money to say, right, I'm going for one of the bigger units, dip your toe in and see the quality.
Yeah, and see how easy they are to build, because again, it's the same way to build this as it is to do all the others. It's again just a crosshead screwdriver. You can take the drawers out and take them away with you if you wanted to. As I say, the inserts all come out. These 2 have got lids.
Okay.
So you can put bobbins in here, you can put sequins and buttons and all that kind of thing, and they stay safe. And there's so many different sizes that it's just a desktop sewing box, really.
Oh, beautiful. This is going to sell out. It's already very, very limited on the classic oak, which is the colour that we've got here, but we also have it in that off-white, that cream vanilla, which is available on 3-way split pay. Also, there's a drop-down section on our website to be able to choose. Yeah. Okay, so I'm more of a vanilla, whereas... Yeah, I know Ollie's saying that his house has more of the wood. The classic oak's going to suit his. So I think you've got the 2 perfect colourways to sort of cater for everybody.
Yeah, and they work really nicely together as well. So you don't really have to choose if you don't want to.
Yeah, mix them, absolutely mix them together. Okay, they are both now, as you can see, turned red. This is brand new in and out today, by the way. That's about to sell out. We're going to give you a very quick 2-minute break to check out of your baskets. And of course, get your emails in if you've got any questions. We're limited across the board on everything. So Ben is going to have a quick stock check and see what is left. You think vanilla is? Vanilla might be sold out in... Oh, in all of them. Okay, we'll find out. Other than the big one, we're going to have a quick check and a speak to Joe and see what we can do. But have a couple of minutes. Speak to the customer service team, check out your baskets, and we are still back with another 40 minutes, don't forget, with Joe. So any questions you have, get them in, but we're back after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back, Storage for Crafts. I love this hour. This is just brilliant. I think that you're solving so many of our problems. When it comes to crafting, I always tell my friends, if you are going to get into it, it comes with an addiction warning.
It really does, yeah.
And just prepare to take over your whole house. And I know that this isn't just probably going to be the dream for every viewer that's watching that is a crafter, but also for their partner as well.
Yeah, we hear that a lot, especially at the shows, because they all like the big one nights, hey, so I'm forever opening and closing it. And the wife is there, partner's standing there, envisaging where they're putting things. And you can see the other half thinking, I'm getting the dining table back. I'm going to have space to do this. You know, there's not going to be stuff in every room.
Yeah.
And that's the case. But then you'll find more time to craft because you're not looking for things. It's at your fingertips.
Well, for anybody who's ever watched the Stacey Solomon Sort Your Life Out, that's what they do, is they create these spaces that are just, you know, multi-purpose, that are tidy, that you can see, that you then use. And it makes you, overall, I think, a lot happier when you're able to just go and sew and enjoy your hobby without trying to sift through all different rooms.
This is it. And we go to
clutter.
Shows and exhibitions, we buy all these wonderful kits and threads and material, come home, we might put it down, and then when we've got time to do it, it's like, well, where did I put it?
Yeah.
And then by the time you found it, the time has gone and you haven't got time to make it. Whereas if it's in here, you know where it is.
Yeah.
There's a good chance you'll find projects that you half started years ago and have forgotten about, but now you've got time and can see it.
Well, we had 2 minutes just in that little break there, didn't we? And in that 2 minutes, Ollie and Ben came out and we made our own sewing room.
We did.
We have actually made a sewing room. I mean, to just literally pull it out, we've put under here the little tower, the new tower.
Yep.
You can put them all next to each other and you've got plenty of space. But as you can see, I've got an overlocker packed in here. It holds the weight of my sewing machine. I can still get my my chair underneath. I've got my pressing station ready, my cutting station. Yep. I've got my fabrics ready in the drawers and your tools there ready. I've got a height, I mean, I'm only 5'2", so this isn't tall. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is actually a space that you can then put extra, like you said, waddings.
This is it. It's not that unhelpful, this height, so you can put the bigger things on here and still get it down safely.
Yes, brilliant. Those of you that are just tuning in, this is the Willicombe, which is this section here that we're looking at, and it's opened out like a bolero, but it is really, really, really quality piece of furniture that is designed especially with your craft in mind. And this is, I mean, we're not even showing you sort of half of it because the space underneath, that's not part of it, by the way, this drawers here. You still have extra storage under. If we move the chair out the way, Joe, then you can see, oh yeah, you have also got extra boxes. All of the boxes come together. The point of us putting this here, by the way, is that everything is designed and created by yourselves and you've thought about it as a modular system.
Yeah, because you might not be at the point where you need a workstation. You might just need something to keep your little stash to one side. Maybe you're starting out. Maybe your daughter's just getting into it and she wants something to keep it together. But eventually, as you grow as a crafter, There's a piece of furniture for everything.
Yes, brilliant. Right, so Ben, where should we go? What is the 130, please,
Okay.
Joe? We're going to go in reverse order. In fact, I say that we're going in reverse order. The one that we've just launched, I believe, is sold out. The Cube has pretty much gone. If you've got one of those, well done. The 130 storage tower, sold out of vanilla. 6 left in the classic oak, which is the colourway that you see here. The 12 of you who have got it in baskets, just be aware, there are not enough to go around. It's £269 on 4-way split pay as well. I've just ordered the Willicombe. How do I arrange delivery? Oh, delay delivery. We were talking about getting it at a certain point.
Yeah. Don't worry, Ruth. Once I get back and I've sorted the orders out and you get your thank you for your order email, if you reply to that one saying you want to delay it, we can have that conversation and that's fine. Not a problem.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah, nice and simple. Really easy for you to be able to, well, this is what's great. It's going to be made for you, bespokely made to you, and then delivered, you know, to you when you have that conversation of when you want it.
Yep.
Right, so remind me what we get within the 130.
So this is our most popular tower, and you've got 10 boxes within this one. You've got 7 of the shallower A4 and 3 of the deeper ones, so you can completely organise your waddings, your materials, your notions. There's a place for everything in here. And there is also 2 trays, compartmentalised trays in here.
Oh, brilliant.
So there's 15 on each layer, so you've got 30 different compartments in there. And there is also our thread rack. Kevin loves it when I throw one of these in because it takes him ages to drill the holes. But there's one of those in there as well. And you do get a dowel for each of the hole. It's just, you can move them about then.
Brilliant.
If you've got any of the wider ones, you just don't put the dowel where you...
You know, these quality storage boxes, they are quality storage boxes as well. These are not cheap, basically.
No,
everything that you get, you know, within the storage cabinet, these boxes are included within that price as well.
Yeah, and these are nice and strong. They will take a phenomenal weight, really. And you've got the cross hatching on the bottom, so that's going to reinforce that. You've got protection on the corners, and the clasp to open and close it is easy to use as well. So if you have got maybe a little bit of arthritis, you haven't got anything little to try and hold. And it's great for kids as well.
It's sturdy, but yet I think it's because of the quality of the casters, it's really easy to manoeuvre. So you're not having to move very, very heavy pieces of furniture around your home. You can move this to wherever you want. And it doesn't look out of place within a dining room, within a living room even.
No, it doesn't, because I think it's just simple. It's not going to date. It will just sit there in the corner next to your desk and be really unintrusive.
Yeah. I think this is going to be brilliant for lots of people's crafting, but now I'm thinking for people who are organising the garages or people who are going to university or going to college or have any kind of hobby or paperwork organising.
This is it. Utility rooms, we've sent them to there because you know, if pets as well, so you've got space to put all your dog and cat bits and pieces, hooks on the side for your leads. In the porch, you've got space for your hats and gloves, your umbrellas. You know, the kids are small enough, you can get their shoes in these as well. So, you know, you can use it anywhere.
Absolutely brilliant. This is what is fantastic about storage for crafts is that, we're thinking about all these other things that you can use it for, but the primary reason that you design these are for crafters.
It is, because I was a messy crafter.
I love
essentially.
that.
And if I'm honest, I still am.
But it's within these drawers.
It's within these drawers, yes. And then it makes it easy to tidy up if you have to tidy up. You're not having to worry about where you're putting things. It's got a box, it's got a shelf where it needs to go. So you're not then having to look for where you've stored it.
Just to let you know, you can see, just got limited on the screen, is the classic oak. The vanilla's completely sold out. We've got 25 of you who have got the last remaining classic oaks in your basket. Do not miss this. There are 6 times the amount. We could have sold it 6 times over, just be aware. Always busy when Storage for Crafts are here, always busy. We love the quality of your products. And the proof's in the pudding when you have so many reviews. It must make you really proud when you see these messages saying, I've got 10 units now, I've got...
Yeah, it's really nice. We never expected it. I mean, it was just a thing we added on to Kevin's range he was making at the time. But this is now what we do. It's brilliant.
So I've actually presented in the craft world for the last sort of 5 or 6 years, and we've seen storage before.
Yep.
And it's been a nightmare to be able to bring into the studio and manoeuvre around. I can't believe how easy it is. You can change your room and manoeuvre it to what suits you. It's brilliant.
Exactly. So you might have your room set up one way for the winter underneath your electric lighting, but maybe in the summer you've got bigger windows, so you can move your desk closer. And it makes it much more usable.
Yeah, if you do have a house that does have slopey ceilings, or maybe you're working in like a converted loft. And some of the taller ones, you're still thinking, oh, I'm just cutting it fine with one of the taller ones. Go with one of the shorter ones.
Go with the shorter ones. And because they are the same depth, you can get that gradient effect. So you can go underneath the eaves, you can go underneath the stairs. You know, they'll go under the stairs, because that's a bit of space that usually becomes a dumping ground.
Oh,
but
brilliant.
you can fill it with these.
That's such a good idea. Brilliant idea. Now, these are the larger boxes. They're not the A4, are they?
No.
These are your 12 by 12.
These are 12 by 12, although they're slightly bigger. They're more 13 by 12, really.
You can see there, that's a 12 by 12 piece of paper. So even things like your 10-inch charm packs, imagine layering up all your 10-inch charm packs in one, having plenty of your charm squares, your 5-inch in there.
This is it, and you can fill it with your UFOs as well.
Yes.
So that you know where they are.
Yeah,
you know,
all your 12-inch blocks.
Exactly, you could potentially just have, you know, you could get a hoop in there if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And then you've got your scissors, you've got your threads, you can then take it out into the garden and sit and stitch.
I've ordered the Willow Comb. Please, could you tell me how to request assembly on delivery?
Okay, so again, when you get your email, what day is it? It's Thursday.
We're Thursday today.
So it will probably be Tuesday now by the time I get around to doing all those. In there is a paragraph saying about assembly. Just reply to that, and then we can sort that out. That's fine.
Amazing. Anybody who is choosing the vanilla, be aware, all of the vanilla colourways in every single piece of furniture is now either limited or gone. This is your 12 by 12 storage tower, again unlockable casters. How many tubs have we got in here?
You've got 8 in here.
8.
But again, you can take them out and move the shelves about if you wanted to, so you could get your overlocker in there if you wanted to.
That's a good
idea.
idea.
I keep my printer up on the top.
Yeah.
Just because it's accessible, it's a nice height. But you could stand and cut on here if you really wanted to as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's actually a really nice personally for me to be cutting. Okay, so this one again is one that I believe is brand new to Sewing Street. We haven't had the chance to show it on air before. Proving very, very popular on split pay. All of these products, we are really lucky to be able to offer you 0% interest split pay, less than £80 on the 12 by 12. Now, a lot of people have mentioned the Willow Comb. I'm going to pack it away. Oh, no, sorry, Ben. Oh, sorry, it's because I've wheeled her away. The 70. There's only 2 left in the oak, in the classic oak. There's only 2 left and 3 left of the vanilla. Vanilla has literally just gone, well, both have just gone limited, in fact, actually. You've got 3-way split pay, £139. This one is, again, going to be perfect for anybody who is potentially storing things within drawers, can't quite see what they're getting, drawers are collapsing, having that sort of problem.
This is it, and it's a good place to store things you use all the time because you haven't got lids on it. I mean, I tend to put stuff I do use all the time in the trays, stuff I need to keep clean and away from the cats, dogs and the kids, go in boxes with lids.
Right, yeah, that's a good point, actually. So these are ones easy access, quick to be able to grab your tools.
Yeah, they're A4 footprint, so if you're trying to gauge what your patterns would be perfect, you could organise all your patterns in there and wheel it to wherever you're working.
And this does actually wheel, we tested it earlier. This wheels literally and fits
under the
straight
desk.
under your desk. So if you are setting yourself up a bit of a workstation, you have got that option of putting it under there, and it all looks very neat and tidy, doesn't it?
Yes, so it does then fit underneath the craft tables and the Knight's Haze desk.
Have you brought the craft tables to us here?
Yes, that was with Stuart last time.
Oh, wow. I'm going to have to jot down the dates you're in because I need to see all of these things. I've watched the show back, and obviously go back, have a look. There's the Knight's Haze, which is the really big, amazing storage craft unit that looks like a wardrobe.
Yep.
And oh my gosh, it's like the best Mary Poppins moment where everything is just there.
I call mine my crafty TARDIS.
Yes. But I mean, we don't all have that space. You look around and I go, well, I can't sneak that in without anybody like not knowing. But things like this, I think, actually, do you know what? I'm getting myself organised. I'm making that step to being less of a messy crafter and seeing what I've got. And the cube and the smaller unit, this is going to be brilliant for that. Still equally as useful and really lovely and sturdy. There's only 2 remaining in the vanilla, and the oak is completely sold out.
Gosh.
I'm desperate to do this, William, the Willicombe, but just before we do, the nightshade. We have 1 vanilla left, 2 in the oak. This was last time it was here, and you can see it there, all set up. Is this your workroom?
No, that's in the studio here.
Oh, that here?
Yeah, there is a picture of mine.
Oh, fabulous.
Computer somewhere.
Right, so just... I don't know whether you've got a picture, Ben, of when it's closed up, because I mentioned it. It literally looks like a lovely bedroom wardrobe.
It does, yeah, and then no one will know what's inside.
How does this turn into this, Jo?
Yeah.
How does it do it? So,
Crafty trickery.
The side table, they both pull down?
The table, this one's mine.
Oh,
I took a picture because it was tidy.
Yeah, I'm getting closer to the screen so I can have a look. Oh my gosh, very tidy.
Yeah, so I thought I'd take a picture of prosperity because it doesn't happen very often. The floor's tidy as well. But yeah, no, so the desks both fold up and then the sort of extra door folds in and then the doors just come round in front.
So, you know, on the right-hand side of the screen, there is the one where you've got all of the, have you got reels of ribbon and things?
Yeah, washi tapes in there, yeah.
Does that just sort of concertina out there?
It does, yeah. So that will fold in front of the door.
This is like the poshest pantry I've ever seen. You know, when you go to see those dream houses on the telly on Instagram, and they have all of the bits that open out and doors that slide out. This is the craft room equivalent.
Yeah.
Now, we've got it at the birthday price, which is $2,499. Don't get me wrong. It is a considered purchase, but my word, this is absolutely a whopping bit of kit. Look at it being assembled. It will be assembled for you in your home. What about if I want it upstairs?
That's fine.
Okay.
Once we're arranging the assembly, I do send out a little email with some questions.
Okay.
So that we know how many flights of stairs and how many bowls of porridge the boys need to have before they come out.
So those of you that are on the fence, if you've been thinking about it over the last couple of months since we launched it in February, there is a show on the 19th of February, and there is another show that was back on the 19th of April. If you want to watch those back with Bex and Stuart, they get it out, they show everything, they put it to the test. There are 28 of you who've got it in your basket, so please, next time, we need to do it again.
Okay.
I think it's just the dream, isn't it? It is every crafter's dream. I've got the biggest smile on my face, knowing that these are going to so many crafters and are going to change your whole crafting experience. Like, oh,
yeah, they will, because
what a special day.
You won't necessarily need to close it up. I mean, to be honest, I very rarely do close and tidy mine away unless I really, really have to. But it means I can craft when I want to craft. I haven't got to get everything out. It's all set up. Everything's plugged in, ready to go. Everything is to hand.
Do you find that you craft a lot more than you used to because it is so accessible?
Yeah, when I'm not working, I'm in there crafting. You know, the kids are just, as long as I can't hear screaming, I leave them to it and I craft. It's fine.
It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. There you can see delivering to your area. Majority, you know, of you who are purchasing today, if you are in one of those places which you probably know about, if you're in one of those places that speaks to the customer service team, but we'll work it out between Storage and Crafts and yourself. So do send an email as well. But it is on 5-way split pay, under £500. It is absolutely spectacular. Now, if, like me, you are literally drooling over the Night Haze, but going, Jo, just don't have that space.
Yep.
This is where
this comes.
Welcome to Woolacombe.
This is it. Welcome to this one.
I'm going to move this out the way so you can see exactly what it is that you're getting. We've got 3 in vanilla and 7 in oak, and that is our stock available. I must warn you, if you're umming and ahhing, I hate rushing and pressuring you, and I really don't mean this at all, but we are so limited and we are way oversubscribed. Ben's shouting at me. We've got 18 people in baskets. Should we start from the beginning and do the grand reveal again? I'm going to move my sewing machine out of the way. I'm just showing you how useful this is going to be. Sorry about our display, but this can all just be tucked in. So it just shows when it is, you know, time to pack it away, and you know, if it's in a bedroom or in a living room, it's so easy.
There you go.
To put it away. And it looks, like you said, very, very lovely. It's not going to be too invasive within any room.
No, so it can sit in the lounge, and to all intents and purposes, it's your writing bureau.
Yeah.
No one's going to wonder what's in there at all.
No, exactly. If you were to try and do this on a writing bureau, I'm guessing it would just topple straight over.
It would.
It wouldn't hold the weight. It doesn't have the storage that we have here either. And if I spin this round, all the way around, even on the back, it's completely solid.
It's completely solid, yeah. So there's no plyboard back in there, so it's not going to twist, it's not going to turn, it's not going to do that weird sort of movement that they all tend to do. So your shelves are going to stay in place as well. You're not going to have all your drawers and shelves collapsing on each other. It's going to stay good for years to come.
You've purposely also already put the hole in the back.
Yep, that's there. So if it's near the socket, you can just put your cable straight through, but you can put a 4-bar through and attach it to the back.
I think that's a great idea, because let's face it, we've got our
there's many things.
Light, our sewing machine, our iron.
Lockers,
And now do the magic. We need to open the doors first, don't we?
Yeah, doors open first, because they then become your legs.
So they're on casters?
They are, yes. So that all the weight is on the foot rather than on the hinge.
Yeah.
So that's not going to be an issue. And then...
And this is one of only a couple that you have that are lockable as well?
Yeah, so there's this one, and then there's its baby sister, which will bring you at some point.
Why do you find that people go for a lockable cabinet?
It depends what's going in there, because, I mean, sewing machines, overlockers, they're pricey.
Yeah.
So you don't want dogs to chew cables, you don't want little fingers to get into things.
Yeah, true.
You don't want people to get hold of your fabric scissors. So keeping those locked away is key. It is in my house anyway. So it means as well you can keep sensitive papers in here if you wanted to. It could be your home office.
Yeah.
If you have customer details, they're not going to get anywhere else either.
Yeah.
And you can keep little projects hidden. So if you're making that special surprise, or you just want to keep your chocolate out of the way of everyone else.
Yeah, lock it away.
Lock it away.
Now I can slide my chair under this and work on this as an actual table, which is amazing, because this is not going anywhere. That is now solid. So it will take the weight of my sewing machine, my overlocker, my embroidery machine, whatever it is that you want to do, you can cut on here.
Yeah.
Interestingly, actually, you said the craft tables that you had in the last show with Stuart, they also...
They are the same height, so it will come up to it. So you've then got space to cut for your quilts if you want to piece it together, if you're doing curtains, you know, wedding dresses, that kind of thing. You've got plenty of space.
Now, you've also included so much storage. This isn't just a fold-away work table.
No.
You can also fit all your storage in here, you know, all of your fabrics.
There is space for everything. You've got some little trays along the top there, so you could organise your rulers, your bobbins, your sewing machine feet, that kind of thing, all to hand. You've got space at the top here for your scraps, your ribbons, and then you've got 5 of the A4 trays down the side.
Brilliant.
So you've
Again,
got
patterns.
Patterns, work in progress, that kind of thing can all sit in there quite nicely.
Tools, things that you use more frequently, and then maybe, like you said, the boxes are ones that you want to keep.
Exactly. I mean, things like your rotary cutters, if you popped a bit of ribbon in there, you could put a hook and hang it on the side, so it's easy to hand.
I'd put some hooks, if you've got the space on this side, hooks to be able to put my rulers.
Yes, yeah, I do that quite easily. And then, you know, these are quite easy to lose underneath material when you're cutting. So to have them up there is great.
Well, they'd fit in there, wouldn't they? But
they
if you have got larger ones, then you can do it on
some
here.
of the longer ones on there.
Also solid top as well, so if you are storing extra sewing machines, who has one sewing machine? Let's face it, we have more than one. So you have got the space there.
So you have got the space to do that. Equally, you could put some really pretty tubs on here with your wadding in, with your fleece.
Yeah.
You could put a telly on here if you wanted to. You could put your printer, you know, and it's not that high that you then can't reach it down. Because before I had these, I very rarely used my sewing machine because it was in a box. And it was like, oh, can I really be bothered to get that out, plug it in? But here it's ready to go.
It's all ready to go. And like you say, you can plug it in. You could have your extension lead at the back there if you want a 4-way extension cable. Now, how much space am I going to need to get the Willicum?
So when it's open like this, you need a metre square. So when it's closed, I think off the top of my head, it's just under 50 centimetres at the top.
Right. So, I mean, it's going to fit into small spaces.
It is going to fit into small spaces. So if you have got space next to the chimney, maybe you've got a chimney breast in the room, it will fit there. It will fit underneath the stairs, perhaps, or maybe you've got a crafty cabin in the garden.
Yeah.
It will fit nicely out there. Because of the height as well, it's not going to be too empowering in a room.
No. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, we didn't mention under here, these aren't just the legs.
No.
You've also got loads more storage boxes.
Lots of storage.
This is your skill, isn't it? I bet you're very good at packing the boot of a car when you're going anywhere.
Yeah,
How many
like
boxes
Jenga.
can we fit in here?
Exactly. So you've got 5 of the 12 by 12, and then you've got 10 A4. You've got 8 of the shallow and 2 of the deep. So you can really organise your craft stash, your projects. You've got your space for all your notions. And again, you've got nice solid shelves, but you can take those out if you want to and put something else in there.
I do like that they're all on shelves. You haven't just stacked all of these. Now, these boxes as well, I must say, these are quality boxes. Every single one has been thought about of what's going to fit in there, what you're going to use it for as a crafter, but also having, we know that all of our tools are weighty.
They are, yeah.
We've all had those drawers that end up collapsing because they, you know, we've got too much weight in them.
Yeah.
So you've got not only really sturdy storage, but they're also on individual shelves.
Yeah.
The doors also swing all the way back, which again just makes it even more streamlined.
It does. So you don't necessarily have to have the desk open. If you just want to access what's under here, if you've got workspace somewhere else, you haven't got to have everything open and on display.
Just so you know, we've gone to limited on classic oak, and we've also gone to limited on vanilla. Do you find there is a more popular colourway, or?
It tends to be whatever colour I've got on the stand or in the studio, that tends to be the most popular because it's what you can see.
Let's put this desk out again, because look, it's so...
There we are.
And it's sturdy, isn't it?
It is. It's not going to go anywhere. And you haven't got a problem with the hinges. They're not raised in any way. They're nice and flush.
Oh, yeah.
So your cutting mat isn't going to have any lumps and bumps.
Yeah.
And the same with the lock at the front. The casing of that is sitting flush. So when you've got your cutting mat over it, it's not going to knock your rotary out by a couple of mil or anything like that.
It does hold the weight of your sewing machine. I've got a smaller sewing machine here, but I would be confident if I'm putting my Juki or my larger on a sewing machines, do you know, is anything that's going on there that's got weight to it?
It'll be fine, yeah. Some of the bigger ones obviously won't then fit back inside, but you will probably be able to get them up on the top.
But you did say this shelf actually can be removed.
Yeah, you can take these 2 out. So height-wise, you haven't got the issue. It's if you've got any of the longer...
I'm with you.
The longer ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we love it. Everybody who's managed to get them today, huge congratulations. I can't believe it's already 10 to 1. Any questions that you have, we've got Joe here for the next 10 minutes. I hope we've more or less covered lots of your questions, though. There is literally 1 left in vanilla and limited, very, very limited stock, 4 left on the classic oak. In fact, maybe 3. If you've got it in your basket, please do not think that anything is safe now. Everything is super, super limited. It's £159.80 on split pay. And this is another one that will be sent to you flat pack. But if you are concerned about that, you're happy to...
We can sort out the assembly as well. There is slightly longer lead time on that because the same guys that make this are the ones that deliver it.
Okay.
So there's about an 8 to 10 week.
Okay.
But obviously, if it gets super busy, it can be a little bit longer.
Fab. Okay, that's brilliant. And it all is covered under our cost, by the way.
Yeah.
If you're having this as a flat pack sent to you, it's just £3.95 postage and packaging. 3 left in the oak. We have 27 in basket. I don't know if you want that last vanilla, by the way. If you want the last one in vanilla, be aware there are a lot of you who want this. It's the first time that I've seen it, and I was very, very excited when you opened it out, Joe, because I thought, I love the Night Haze, but maybe it's out of your price range. And 2, I don't have the space for it.
No, it's beautiful and I absolutely love mine, but it does take up a lot of room. And as we said earlier, modern houses, they're not known for having lots of space in their rooms anymore. So this is perfect. It's not so, you know, it's not so daunting in a room. It's quite unobtrusive. It can be in the lounge quite easily. No one's going to know what's in there.
Yeah, exactly. And do you have casters on the wheels on this one? You have locking casters. Do they? Lock
There are a couple on the base bit
Yeah.
here. So if you, when you're building it, if you make it so that they're the ones on the corner, then you can lock it down. Yeah.
Brilliant. Those of you that are securing it today, you will love it. The fact that you're getting all of those storage tubs in and you can just get it organised. That's the exciting bit, isn't it? If you've got a wardrobe or something that's just full of stuff all around your house, let's face it, you're going to have crafting things that you could then start to just organise yourself.
This is it. I bet you find things you'd forgotten about as well.
Yeah.
Be like Christmas all over again.
Fantastic, fantastic. So that is your Willicombe. Is there anything else that is available, Ben? Let's just do a quick stock update of everything before we leave you. Jo, thank you ever so much.
Thank you, Vic.
We need to have another jam-packed show because the Cube, yes, both colourways have gone. The 130, is this the 130?
That is the 130.
130 here. We've got 3 of the classic oak. Vanilla, this colourway is gone, but classic oak, there are 3 and 25 people in baskets. 4 split pays. It's worth speaking to the customer service team if you're watching on any kind of replay, you never know. We also have, to the side of Jo, the 12 by 12. The 12 by 12, we have got 3 in the vanilla, which you can see there. 4 in the classic oak available. 18 of you have got it in your basket. They're all on split pay as well. Take advantage. That's on 4-way split pay. 4-way split pay and brand new in. The Willicombe, I think all of the vanillas potentially gone. Oh, literally the last stop. 1 vanilla, 2 classic oaks. Speak to the team over the break. And then Night Haze. I know we haven't physically got it here in the studio, but it's already been selling. We only have 1 left and it's in vanilla. Everything else has gone. What a show. What a show.
Fabulous busy show. Love it.
You're you're going to be busy back in the
I am. Yeah, I'm going to have to
warehouse.
break it to him that I put the Night Haze on.
Enjoy that conversation. Speaking of shows, tomorrow you've got Rainbow Fabrics coming up with John at 8 a.m. Miss It, Miss Out Quilts at 9 a.m. Crafters Companion are back. Is Sarah on tomorrow? Woo woo! For 3 hours with our lovely John. 3 hours. Sarah is back for 3 hours. It's going to be fabulous. Thank you ever so much for your company today. Stay tuned for more crafting as hobby maker. And lovely Hayley West are in the studio. Whoop, whoop. Check the website because there are so many still in baskets and all of the storage for crafts. You never know what becomes available. Have a serious think about it, but don't wait too long because they're all going to sell out today. Thank you for your company. Thank you again, Jo.
Thank you.
We will see you tomorrow with lovely John Scott.